LMBPN Audio presents Stormbreakers, Book 3 in the Storms of Magic series by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Read for you by Gabra Zachman. Chapter 1. Abbey slammed Dahlia down into the chair and leaned in close. "Tell me everything you know about Sid's brother." Dahlia grimaced, but the slight smile stayed on her face. It had only been 10 minutes since they'd halted Dahlia's execution. Abbey had been in attendance to watch the event, but Dahlia had saved her own life by revealing she had information on Elliot, the long-lost storm ship sailor who'd once served aboard Thunderclap. Sid had been looking for her older brother for years, and she kept her head shaved as an outward display of her ongoing mission. They'd hauled Dahlia to a small room in Liv's nearby home. Dustin, Abbey, Liv, and Fanar hovered over the seated Stormcaller, who sat with her hands bound in front of her, an uncannily serene expression on her face. Abbey clenched her fists, trying to keep from shaking with anger. After everything they'd been through, at Dahlia's hands, again the woman had avoided death. This was a woman who had helped storm raiders sack dozens of towns up and down the Caldfell coast and beyond. She'd orchestrated the Barskull's secret invasion of the Caldfell Peninsula. She'd compelled the Barskull king to force his people into military service and addict them to Ciderdrek, the potion that gave them enhanced speed and strength at the cost of increased rage and lack of control. And again, the woman was avoiding her rightful fate. Not forever, Abbey promised herself. She'd let Dahlia live a little longer out of respect for Sid, but the woman's lifespan would be measured in days. "Like I said before," Dahlia reminded them, "I'm not going to tell you, but I will show you." "That's so," Abbey asked. "I am not going to tell you what I'm going to do to you with my sword either. That way we'll both have a nice surprise." Dustin crossed his arm and sighed. "Look, we can't sail somewhere if you don't tell us where we're going." "And we've spared your life," Fanar added. He held the sea axe, the dagger-like weapon that he'd intended to use to execute Dahlia, tightly in his hand. "That is a big show of trust. You need to give us something in return." Dahlia stared back at the Barskull for a long moment, then nodded. Abbey crossed her arms and waited. "This was 15 years ago," Dahlia began. "Perhaps a bit more. I lose track. Tor and I were storm raiding, but only far away from Caldfell. We'd struck the Lost Isles a number of times, and we'd also raided in the area the Arcadians foolishly call the Frozen North, as if the mountains and the sea north of their lands were the edge of the world." She shook her head in disgust. "Try to keep your revulsion at the Arcadians in check," Abbey interjected. "What's any of this have to do with Elliot?" Dahlia continued. "It was around that time we first made our way to Barskull. The land was in the midst of a conflict between two warlords. We thought to raid the coastal villages, but we quickly discovered there was little worth taking. Most were living in poverty, so I came up with another plan. I approached one of the warlords, a man named Ragnar, and made him an offer. We could help him defeat his rival in return for his promise to send Barskull warriors to Caldfell in the coming years to help us defeat our enemies." "Did he accept your offer?" Dustin asked. Dahlia shook her head. "Afraid not." "I wouldn't take it personally," Abbey told her. "He was probably just turned off by your face. Or possibly your personality. Or maybe your weird voice. Who's to say?" Dahlia ignored the comment. "But his enemy, Elias, did. So with the help of Undertow and Summer Wind, we harassed Ragnar's coastal strongholds, burned any villages that supported him, and helped transport Elias's warriors quickly by sea. It was enough to turn the tide of the war." Fanar grimaced. "And so King Elias was crowned." Dahlia nodded. "The warlord became king, but before that could happen he had to negotiate a surrender with Ragnar. The man still had his supporters, especially in the villages on the western coast, so Elias wanted to avoid killing him if possible. It only made sense to build goodwill with those villages if he was going to rule them. Tor and I went with Elias to negotiate the terms of Ragnar's surrender." Ragnar ended up leaving Barskol, did he not? Fanar asked. Yes, Dahlia confirmed. He agreed to exile. He would go west to a place called Gren, a land of ice and forests, a place he could begin a new conquest. Abbey and Dustin exchanged a glance. Abbey had heard tales of Gren, but she hadn't been sure the place really existed. The storytellers in Holdgate told the children of the giants of Gren, jovial but stupid creatures who were quick to anger. In the stories, stormship sailors always outsmarted them. One story in particular stuck in Abbey's mind. A stormship was trapped in a Gren harbor with an enormous boulder blocking its only path to escape. A giant was on the verge of destroying the ship, but the hero of the story tricked the giant into eating the boulder. The ship sailed to safety as the giant laid on the shore suffering from a stomachache, moaning. Dustin had heard those same stories, and Abbey could see he was wrestling with the same thoughts, wondering if Gren was even real. Dahlia continued. Ragnar had a strange request. He was intrigued with the way we sailed and fought. He demanded that Tor and I give him a few of our stormship sailors so he might use them to train his people. A look of fury appeared on Liv's face. You didn't. Tell me you didn't sell your own people to a Barskol warlord. And how many lives were saved because of what I did? Dahlia asked. Spare me. Abbey leaned toward Dahlia. You didn't care about ending a war. You just wanted a Barskol army of your own. The Stormcaller shrugged. Does it matter? I helped end a war. How many did you give them? Liv growled. We allowed Ragnar to select 5 of our sailors. Elliot was the one he really cared about. He'd seen Elliot fight. The man was an average sailor, to be honest, but he fought with the sea's own fury, and Ragnar had taken notice. Abbey imagined what it would be like to be traded to an enemy warlord like livestock and taken to whatever mysterious lands were beyond the sea. You said Elliot's still alive. How do you know? Dahlia paused a long moment before answering. I suppose I can't be certain. Fanar raised his sea axe. So you're a liar, then? He glanced at the others. Let me end her now. She held up her bound hands. But I know Elliot, and I know the regard Ragnar had for him. Elliot was a survivor. For all I know, Ragnar's army was wiped out by the legendary giants of Gren, but even if it was, I have a feeling Elliot would have found a way to survive. Abbey wanted to object to that line of thinking, but if Elliot was anything like his sister, Dahlia might be correct. Liv scratched at her chin. From what I've heard over the years, Gren is a vast land, mostly covered with ice. It would be next to impossible to find him there, if Gren even exists. Oh, it exists, Dahlia smiled. I've been there. As part of the terms of surrender, Thunderclap herself transported a portion of Ragnar's army there. I can show you exactly where we set them down, and I can show you the first town Ragnar attacked. I promise you, you'll never find it without me. Abbey sighed. That was all the information they were going to get out of Dahlia for now. Much like Elliot, Dahlia was a survivor. She'd do everything she could to preserve her own life. It was time to tell Sid. I'm going to fucking kill her. Sid reached for the twin swords on her back. Dustin cocked a thumb at Abbey. Yeah, that was pretty much her reaction, too. Abbey held up a hand. I know this is upsetting, but... Upsetting? That crazy bitch sold my brother into slavery. I'm beyond upset. Sid took a deep breath and set her hand on the ship's rail. I'm not really going to kill her. Not yet. After all this time, we finally have a lead on Elliot. She cracked a smile. This is pretty amazing. I know, right? Abbey replied. They were on the deck of the Foggy Day, Sid's ship, just Abbey, Dustin, and Sid. The rest of the crew were still on the Faroes, celebrating the recent victory over the Barskol fleet. The 3 of them being alone together made Abbey think of the night they'd escaped the Foggy Day in a little sloop just before Captain Tor took possession of the ship. They'd had quite the adventure, sailing south, disappearing into the mountains, defending a village from Barskol warriors, and finally doubling back to save the Foggy Day from Tor and Dahlia. And now it looked like they were going to be setting off on a new adventure. We're actually going to Gren, Who would have thought? Abbey shook her head in disbelief. We'll need a small crew. Sid talked slowly now as she considered the details of the plan. Enough to sail the foggy day and defend ourselves, but no one we don't trust completely. I'm thinking 30 people is the ideal number. Abbey nodded her agreement. We'll bring Fanar, if he's willing. Clemens, too. And Olaf. Sid cocked an eyebrow at that last name, but didn't object. Abbey continued, and we'll want to bring Victor and some of his storm callers. Enough that they can team up with Dustin to create some serious firepower if need be. Sid met Abby's eyes. I'd like your father to accompany us as well. Now it was Abby's turn to be surprised. What? The guy can create fireballs, and he's as good with a sword as anyone we have. Why wouldn't I want to bring him? Okay, Abbey said. I'd like to have him along too. It just caught me off guard was all. But there was something about the way Sid had said it. She'd seemed a little too excited to invite Benjamin along. I'm just going to ask straight out. Do you have the hots for my father? What? No. This isn't about that. Okay, whatever. If so, you have my blessing, but I'm not calling you Mom. Can we move on? Sid asked, her face flushed. Abbey smiled. Sometimes it was too easy to harass Sid. Okay, so we've got Dustin storm calling and a good core team. You sure you don't mind kicking your old storm caller off the ship? Sid laughed. God, no. He's 50% blind and 100% asshole. I'll be glad to see him gone. Her tone was serious when she spoke again. One more thing, Abbey. I want you as my first mate. Abbey was so surprised that for a moment she didn't know how to respond. Listen, thanks and all, but just because we're friends doesn't mean— It doesn't have jack shit to do with us being friends, Sid interrupted. Look at everything you've done in the short time since you first set foot on a storm ship. You exposed Captain Tor and Dahlia as storm raiders, you helped save Holdgate, you rescued the Barskull King's secret storm caller, and you helped destroy his fleet. Abbey smiled. Dustin may have had a little something to do with that stuff, as did a lot of other people. Besides, how the hell can I be first mate when I can barely handle being a normal storm ship sailor? There's no way I can run a crew. The terminology alone— Sid held up a hand. I don't care about any of that. I can teach you that stuff. You're a natural-born leader, and that's what I need at my right hand. I mean, Clemens is the prickliest bastard I've ever met, and he's calling you boss. If you could earn his respect, I have no doubt you'll be able to do the job. Abbey had to admit her friend had a point. Only a few days ago, Clemens had been using the term boss sarcastically and challenging her at every turn. Now he truly respected her. Still, being first mate on a storm ship, even on a small mission like this, was daunting. Most of her leadership had been impromptu. She'd stepped up because lives were on the line and someone needed to lead. It hadn't been anything but a willingness to do what others wouldn't, to do anything and everything required to keep her friends and family safe. But maybe that was what being a leader was all about. She looked at Dustin. You okay with all this? You're the storm caller and it's your ship too. You want me as first mate? Dustin nodded slowly. Yeah, of course. There's no one I'd rather have watching my back. His voice sounded distant, like there was something he wasn't saying. Abbey put her hands on her hips. What are you really thinking? Dustin looked out at the water for a moment, as if deciding whether to continue. Then he turned back toward them. Look, I know saving Elliot's important, but are we being idiots here? How so? Sid asked. Her voice was even. We went through a lot to capture Dahlia, and now we have her. She's told us Elliot's in Gren. Maybe we should proceed with the execution, then head to Gren on our own. Sid took a step toward him. She says we won't be able to find him without her. What if she's telling the truth? Dustin shrugged. Honestly? We just snuck into a secret storm-calling school on a damn mountaintop guarded by 100 Barskull warriors, and we lived to tell the tale. I'm not too worried about Gren. Abbey had to admit he had a point. Dahlia wasn't doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She'd held on to the information about Elliot and guarded it jealously until the time was right. Then she'd played it like a card, using it to save her own life. Dahlia would betray them at her first opportunity. Of that there was no doubt. Her only goal was to prolong her own life. That, and perhaps to learn the secret of Dustin's ability to storm call on land. Dustin had said there was no secret, that there was nothing for her to steal. The only thing keeping her from being able to do it was her belief that there was a secret knowledge she had to obtain in order to do so. If she watched Dustin long enough, perhaps she'd overcome her disbelief and break through her mental wall. A Dahlia who could storm call without seawater was a terrifying prospect, especially now that her fleet had been destroyed and her only army was the Barskal horde hidden somewhere on the Caldfell Peninsula. They couldn't let that happen. "Look, I know it's a risk," Sid aloud, "but there's still no question in my mind. This must be done. We'll assign 4 men to her, and we'll keep her hands bound. As soon as we get to Gren, we'll bring her on land and keep her the hell away from any seawater. I know she's a fierce enemy, but she's not all-powerful." Dustin shook his head. "You're underestimating her. She'll use that to her advantage. She always does. Captain Tor and King Elias both thought of her as an underling, but she manipulated them until they no longer served her purpose and then cast them aside." "Technically, my sword and I cast Tor aside," Abbey interjected, "but I take your meaning. Point is, this is what she's good at. She looks weak, lets you think she's cowed, and then she strikes when you least expect it. She'll do the same to us if we let her." "We're not going to!" Sid was shouting now, passion clear in her voice. "That's the difference. We know what she is and we'll never let our guard down." "That's not how it works." Dustin matched Sid's tone. "She'll find our weakness. It's what she does." Abbey was barely listening. Something Dustin said had sparked an idea in her mind. "What if we can guarantee she won't use magic?" Dustin and Sid both looked skeptical. "Okay, First Mate," Dustin said. "Tell us how you're going to ensure that." Chapter 2. "Are you ready to begin?" Elliot asked. He and his friends were gathered on a green hillside dotted with rocks and boulders. The stones varied in size from the proportions of the nail on a man's little finger to boulders bigger than the man himself. It was insanity to be hiding in such a place, especially considering the enemy they were about to face. However, that was part of the reason the men and the woman of the tall grass raiders loved Elliot. He was ballsy as all hell. He nudged the man next to him, Sigmund, and pointed at the village below. "There's where my first arrow goes." He was pointing to a spot near the north edge of town. Though the village was small, its defenses were impressive. There was a guard stationed at each end of the single road that ran down the center of the town. The guards looked to be solid men, and they wore the black sash that indicated they had been trained in the way of stone. A bell hung on a wooden stand near each guard station. At the first sign of trouble, Elliot knew the guards would ring the bells. At that signal, every able-bodied man and woman in the village would run from their houses and join the fight. This was another reason Elliot planned to attack from the hill on the west side of town. When the alarm was sounded, the people exiting their homes would instinctively turn toward the bell on the north or south side of the town, whichever was closest. Their misdirected attention would give the tall grass raiders another advantage. Elliot turned toward his warriors. He looked each of them in the eye, confirming their readiness for battle. All of them were Barskal, except Elliot. Time was that these men and women would have consumed cider drek before the battle, the Barskal potion that gave them enhanced speed and strength and imbued them with unquenchable bloodlust until it wore off. It had taken Elliot a long time to convince them there were other ways to fight, more effective ways. It hadn't been easy, but eventually they'd all come around to the idea that a strategic attack was worth more than a frenzied one. After he'd confirmed their readiness, he gave the signal and they scattered, moving into position along the hill. When they attacked, Elliot wanted it to seem as if they were coming from everywhere. He wanted them to appear far greater than their actual number, which was a mere 30 warriors. The men and women of the Stone Valley would be shocked to learn how few tall grass raiders there were, considering the trouble they'd been giving the inhabitants for the past few years. Elliot had crouched behind a boulder, and his friend Sigmund paused before moving into position. "You know, no matter how many times we do this, I always get a little thrill at the thought of the people in the village breaking fast, some still abed, with no idea the carnage that's about to rain down on them." Elliot patted Sigmund's arm. You have a poet's heart, my friend. But just now, I'm more interested in your sword." Sigmund let out a harsh laugh. Once again my ruminations are wasted on the champion of the Ekja, leader of the tall grass raiders. His mind is only on bloodshed." With that, he turned and trotted down the hill to his position. As he left, Elliot called to him in a loud whisper, "Watch your lines out there!" "Watch your own," Sigmund shot back over his shoulder. Elliot surveyed his warriors, ensuring they were in position. Even though this was a small village, a significant amount of planning had gone into this raid, and they would need accuracy and luck to pull it off. He eyed the knee-high stone wall around the perimeter of the town. That barrier, though low, was his main concern. The stone shapers would use that. His warriors thought of him as ballsy, but in truth, Elliot was a planner who left nothing to chance. Though once the battle was joined, all that planning could be reduced to naught with one poor decision by his warriors. When he was certain everyone was ready to begin, he lifted his bow and nocked an arrow. He took careful aim and slowed his breathing, aware of the way the bow rose and fell with his every breath. He studied the rhythm of it. After he exhaled, when his body was completely still and the arrow was frozen in space, he let fly. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow cut through the air. His aim was true, and the broadhead point sank into the chest of the guard on the north edge of town. From that distance, Elliot couldn't tell if the guard made a noise, but he could see that he sank to his knees, clutching his chest, then fell onto his side. The guard's partner looked around, confused, then saw the arrow sticking out of the man's chest. He spun, frantically scanning the road ahead for any sign of the archer. It was clear he hadn't been able to tell which direction the arrow had come from based on the way his friend had fallen. One of Elliot's men loosed an arrow, but that one missed its mark and embedded itself into the road a few feet past the remaining guard. Now he knew the attack was coming from the hills to the west. Elliot let out a soft curse, but he moved on. The raid was in progress, and it wouldn't be stopped by a single, poorly aimed arrow. His warriors were divided into 3 groups: the archers, the burners, and the runners. The archers were 10 of the best bowmen, including Elliot. Their job was to take out stone shapers and sow fear by raining arrows down on pre-selected targets. The burners were tasked with creating chaos. They ran into the village along carefully predetermined paths the bowmen knew to avoid and set fires. While all the homes in town had been built from stone, there were still plenty of flammable items, from wagons to foodstuffs. And while the archers and the burners drew the attention of the enemy, the runners focused on the real target, a small building near the center of town. As Elliot nocked another arrow, the remaining guard on the south end of town sprinted toward the stone wall. He reached it just as Elliot fired. Even from so far away, Elliot could see the man's eyes begin to glow black. The stone wall shifted, changing shape under the man's power. It grew higher, creating a 10-foot barrier between himself and the hills to the west. Elliot's arrow plinked harmlessly off it. But that was all right with Elliot. Stone shapers couldn't create stone, only change its shape. In making the wall in front of him 10 feet high, he'd had to draw stone from other parts of the wall. That meant there was less stone between the tall grass raiders and the village. Smoke was already beginning to rise from a few spots in the village as the burners ran through town, thrusting their torches against anything flammable. The runners were almost to their target. Elliot fired more arrows, providing cover for his men and distraction for his enemies. A few moments later, the runners burst out of the target building, each holding a bag. Elliot and the archers laid down covering fire, and soon all the runners were safely back in the hills. "To Bear Gigur!" he called. The tall grass raiders were all smiles and jovial laughter on their way back home. Sigmund seemed particularly happy. He was arguing with another runner about who had caused more damage. Finally, he said, What's it matter? We did our job. Another village raided, and we didn't lose a single warrior." Elliot did not share his friend's happiness. He knew all they'd bought themselves was another day of survival. The war was far from over. "Are you sure this is necessary?" Dahlia asked with a frown. "It is," Sid handed her the wooden cup. The Stormcaller's nose wrinkled in disgust. Smells nasty. So do you, Abbey replied. Drink up. Dahlia shot her a look, then downed the thick red liquid. The three women were below decks on the foggy day. They just left the Faroes and began their voyage to Gren. Above them they could hear the footsteps of the men and women preparing the ship for the journey ahead. Dahlia's face scrunched as she drank. When she was finished, she handed the cup back to Sid. There. Happy? I'll be happy when my brother's aboard and you're rotting on the shore, Sid replied with a smile. Dahlia grimaced, but said nothing. Clearly, she wasn't used to anyone talking to her like that, let alone a woman with two swords who looked like she could follow through on the threat. Abbey didn't care if Dahlia was offended. She'd drunk the potion, and that was what mattered. She'd had the idea when she remembered Liv's apothecary giving a potion to badly wounded soldiers after her first battle on the Faroes. The drink effectively dulled pain, but it also induced a heavy state of grogginess, and usually a deep sleep as well. According to Dahlia, the trip would take at least 3 days. During that time, Dahlia would remain below decks, sedated by the drink Liv's apothecary had given them. When she woke, she'd be groggy for hours, too groggy to storm call. That magic required great mental concentration. Abbey leaned close to Dahlia. You get exactly 1 chance to behave yourself. If you try anything at all, we'll cut off your hands. Dahlia looked up sharply. Why my hands? Abbey smiled. You can't storm call if you can't hold a staff. With that, Abbey and Sid left Dahlia, guarded by 4 men, and climbed the ladder topside. They found the deck abustle with the activities of a ship at sea. Everyone seemed to have a job to do, and everyone knew theirs. Everyone, except Benjamin. Abbey made her way over to her father and sidled up next to him. How are you enjoying the cruise? He turned toward her, and to his credit, he looked only slightly green. Better than last time. Sid joined them. We have a competent stormcaller now. She gestured toward the bow of the ship, where Dustin was standing with his eyes aglow. He was pushing hard, wanting to keep this journey as brief as possible. Dahlia had told them it wasn't possible to make the trip in less than 3 days, but he was clearly testing that theory. Benjamin took a deep breath through his nose. You know, I'm actually starting to enjoy this a little. Don't get me wrong, I still feel like there's a wild squirrel jumping around in my stomach, but the smell of the sea, the endless water. There's something to be said for this life. Sid slapped him on the arm. Careful, Arcadian. You're starting to sound like a real Holdgatesman. As long as I don't look like one. You grow your men ugly. Sid barked a laugh. Thankfully, we women are hot enough to make up for them. Abbey wanted to join in their banter, but she was distracted by all the activity on the deck. Now that she was first mate, she felt like she was responsible for the actions of every sailor on the ship. Sid nudged Abbey. Hey, don't stress. They all know their jobs. Your main responsibility is to make sure they do them. And how about me? Benjamin asked. What's my job? Abbey waited, expecting Sid to answer, but the captain didn't. Abbey realized Sid was looking at her. This first mate thing was turning out to be a real pain in the ass. But after thinking about it for only a moment, she knew what her father's job should be. You're in charge of combat instruction, she told him. A lot of these sailors have very limited fighting experience. For some of them, facing the Barskull fleet was their first battle. And fighting Ragnar's troops is going to be different, Benjamin added. Fanar had told them Cyderdrak hadn't commonly been used in the days of Ragnar's civil war. That meant Ragnar and his people were still likely fighting in the pre-Cyderdrak Barskull style. Some would have a sea axe, but most would use a sword and shield. They had an aggressive, brutal style of combat that favored strategic blows to the limbs and neck. It was quite different from the mindless aggression of Cyderdrak-enhanced warriors. Abbey hoped they'd be able to get Elliot back without bloodshed, but she somehow doubted it. They needed to be ready for combat. Pull them aside in groups of 3 or 4 throughout the day, Abbey told her father. We'll make space for you to train on the poop deck. Fanar can help you. If anyone knows the old Barskull style of combat, it's him. Benjamin nodded. Fine. 3 days isn't a lot of time. We're not asking you to turn them into badasses like me, Abbey replied. Just prepare them for what to expect. That I can do, Benjamin confirmed. Good. I better check on the crew. She walked the deck, occasionally barking orders, but more often giving encouragement or asking questions. The crew knew that she had limited experience on storm ships. She figured it was better to appear eager to learn rather than act like she knew everything. None of the crew seemed to resent her position. They all knew about the things she'd done, and they respected her for it. The team that had gone ashore with her on Barskull helped with that. Clemens in particular was adamant that she was worthy of the role, and he refused to stop calling her boss, no matter how many times she asked. As she chatted with the crew, she also spread the word that Benjamin would be drilling them on combat skills. When she told Olaf the news, he looked surprised. Huh, interesting. I was actually going to speak to you about that. Abbey tried not to roll her eyes. Olaf probably thought he could do a better job training the sailors than Benjamin. But he surprised her. He looked almost sheepish, which was rather out of character for Olaf. I want to ask Benjamin about something else. It's kind of embarrassing. Abbey raised an eyebrow. I can teach you about that right now. You see, Olaf, when two people love each other very much, they want special alone time, and— No! His face reddened. It's not that. It's just— He trailed off for a moment, then took a deep breath and continued. Ever since I saw him fight in Holdgate against the Storm Raiders, I can't stop thinking about how he used fire. I was wondering if he might teach me. You want to learn Arcadian magic? Not so loud. Olaf looked even more embarrassed now. Look, I think I could learn. I've always liked fire. This isn't the same as burning anthills or whatever sick shit you got up to as a kid. I know that, but something about his magic just makes sense to me, much more than storm calling does. I want to learn. Abbey couldn't keep the surprised smirk off her face. This man who had given her shit her whole life about being from Arcadia wanted to learn Arcadian magic? She knew her father's philosophy was that anyone should be capable of learning magic. She couldn't imagine he'd refuse to teach Olaf, but still she didn't want to speak for him. I'll talk to him, but no guarantees. A wide smile broke out on Olaf's face. This is awesome! I'm going to be throwing fireballs in no time. Just you wait and see. Abbey rolled her eyes and wondered how long it would take before she regretted this decision. Chapter 3. Deep in the forest, miles from the coast, Elliot and his tall grass raiders settled back into their secret village. Calling it a village was a bit grandiose. It was a small collection of homes, which one could possibly call a settlement, if one felt generous. The homes were built from earth, and the roofs were covered with grass. The village was set in a shadowy valley, and anyone looking down from the surrounding hillsides would see only undisturbed nature, unless they had an especially discerning eye. There was nothing built of stone in the village, and the crew had worked tirelessly to remove as much loose rock as possible from the surrounding hills. Elliot and two of his most trusted allies sat in his home, looking through the bags they'd stolen from the Stone Valley village. It's a good haul, Sigmund proclaimed, pointing at one of the bags they'd stolen. Elliot frowned. A good haul, yes. We'll distribute this soon. Hekla, a short, thin woman, eyed him. Okay, Elliot, you going to tell us what's wrong, or do we have to beat it out of you? Hekla was a runner, one of the warriors who dashed to the real target while the others provided a distraction. She ran like the sea flowed. Elliot had never met her equal. Not even Sigmund could catch her, yet she tended to get a bit prickly when anyone questioned the efficiency of her and her team. Things aren't moving as quickly as I'd hoped. Elliot gestured toward the bags. We've been stealing these for over a year, but it's not causing the uproar we'd hoped for. Hekla and Sigmund exchanged glances. Elliot glared at them. What? Sigmund cleared his throat. Well, you know how much we appreciate your strategizing and all that. You've trained us so well that our raiding is basically an art form. And that's part of why people are wondering if maybe it's time for us to try for something bigger. People are, well, grumbling isn't the right word, more like speculating. Thinking about what's next, Hekla added. Thank you. Yes, exactly that. Sigmund smiled as if his point had been well made. It took Elliot a moment before he understood what they were saying. Wait, are you saying people want us to attack a stone shaper city? Hekla grinned. Does a stone shaper shit rock? Elliot had realized some time ago that this would be a danger. As they amassed more small victories, his friends would become overconfident. It would fall to him to keep them grounded in reality. He also knew that when Hekla and Sigmund talked about the people, they were really talking about themselves. Is there a specific target the people were thinking of raiding? Sigmund and Hekla exchanged glances again. Sigmund nervously cleared his throat again before answering. Well, we were thinking Amas. Amas? You'd like us to attack the Stone Shaper capital? Elliot was so surprised that he forgot to keep up the pretense of believing it wasn't their idea. Not attack, Hekla interjected. We're not dumb enough to believe we could win in a fair fight against the whole city. We're just talking about raiding. Sigmund nodded along with her words. He was getting excited about the idea now. We've got them on the ropes, but they feel safe in their cities. As long as they don't venture to the outposts, they remain comfortable. Imagine how they'd feel if we raided and burned the capital itself. They'd know they weren't safe anywhere in Gren. Elliot took a deep breath before answering. The fact that his friend so grossly misunderstood what they were doing here after all this time angered him. He tried to explain it as patiently as he could. Let me ask you something. What's our goal here? Hekla answered quickly. To be a thorn in the Stone Shaper's side. Wrong, Elliot answered. Sigmund? The man thought for a long moment before answering. To make them afraid so they know how they make the common folk feel. Wrong again. We have two goals. The first is to keep our people, our fellow Ekya, alive. Second, we want to disrupt the scheme Magnus is perpetrating in these small villages and help the people. If we can do those other things you said, fine. Great, I'm not against them. But the first two are our primary concerns. Hekla bristled at that. Okay, fine. But the best way to keep our people safe is to let them know who they're screwing with, right? Elliot shook his head. We want them to feel safe in their cities and feel nervous out here in the wildlands. That's the whole point. Then they won't come out here unless they need to. But if we start attacking them in their homes, they'll tear Gren apart until they find our valley and grind us into dust. So we stay in hiding forever? Sigmund asked. If we hurt them, maybe they'll be afraid enough to negotiate peace. Then we won't have to hide in these damn hills. That's Ragnar talking, Elliot said. It's understandable. We were with him for a long time. But we also saw how it ended. The Barskal warlord's conquest of the eastern coast of Gren had been productive, and Elliot, Sigmund, and Hekla had all served as his lieutenants. But they'd pushed too hard, and the Stone Shapers had pushed back, and now Ragnar was little more than a memory. Elliot had been there when Ragnar was taken down. After everything he'd been through, that might have been the worst of it. He'd been treated like an animal, but he'd come to admire the passion with which the Barskal warlord pursued his goals, even if he didn't always agree with his methods. To watch what they'd done to him had been agonizing. He'd do everything he could to keep his friends from that fate. We can't let ourselves get played like Ragnar was. I won't let it happen. We keep harassing them and do what we can to fight their injustices. But first and foremost, we stay alive. Benjamin eyed the 3 men and 1 woman standing in front of him with their swords raised. 3 of them held their swords casually. 2 of the men actually joked with each other. The only one who appeared to be taking this seriously was Clemens. All of them had been on the foggy day when the Barskal warriors boarded during the battle in the Faroes. They probably thought of themselves as hardened fighters who had seen it all. He was about to prove them wrong. As far as we know, the men we will be facing don't have magic, he began. They don't use Siderdrek. What they do have is training, strategy, and lots of practice. Fanar? The Barskal stepped forward. Instead of his usual sea axe, he was holding a traditional sword and a round shield. Fanar was trained in the old Barskal ways. Ragnar and his people might have developed new techniques, but most likely this is the style they will be using. One of the men chuckled. A good 2-handed grip will beat a sword and a shield any day. I'd split this savage in half. You're welcome to try, Fanar said with a smile. Benjamin nodded. Yes. Melwyn, isn't it? Give it a try. Let's see how you do. Melwyn raised his sword and stepped forward. Ready when you are, Barskull. As soon as the words left Melwyn's mouth, Fanar rushed forward. He led with his sword. Melwyn quickly attempted a defensive swing, but Fanar stepped to his side. He slammed his shield into Melwyn's sword, driving it to his left. At the same time, he stepped to his right. He slapped the flat of his blade against the back of Melwyn's left arm. And now you're one arm lighter, Benjamin called over the sound of the fighting. Fanar pressed forward, using his shield like a bludgeon against Melwyn's sword, knocking it back at the same time he attacked the man's neck, shoulder, and the back of his leg. Enough! Benjamin shouted. The two men separated, and Melwyn rubbed at the welt on his neck. He looked a little stunned. Clemens nudged him. Good job chopping that savage in half. He'll think twice about messing with you again. Benjamin shot him a look, and Clemens quickly grew silent. Then he addressed the group. Better to get your ass whipped in training where you pay in a bit of pain and embarrassment rather than on the battlefield where you'll pay in blood and limbs. Fanar, ready to go again? The Barskull nodded and turned to face Benjamin. Even though he'd never faced a traditional Barskull warrior in combat, he and Fanar had spent some time earlier talking strategy. He thought he understood the basics. Benjamin gave a slight nod, and Fanar rushed forward. Instead of raising his sword to meet Fanar's, Benjamin stepped to his right, putting Fanar's shield between him and the man's sword. He crouched and swung his sword, hitting Fanar behind his left knee with the flat of his blade. Fanar laughed. Now that's chopping me in half. Benjamin turned toward the sailors. Facing a man with a shield is all about sideways movement. You'll be trying to get behind his defenses, and he'll be trying to get behind yours. He'll use his shield as an offensive weapon, battering it against your sword. Benjamin and Fanar went 3 more rounds, with Benjamin coming out on top twice, and Fanar taking 1 round. Then he let the storm ship sailors take turns. While none of them made quite the showing Benjamin did, he was pleased to see that each of them got a little better with each repetition. Benjamin had given up a lot to be here. The business he'd spent over a decade building was now sitting empty. Some other blacksmith, probably that jerk Gavin, was getting all his business. Plus, there was the unfinished matter of Algon and their attempt to build a magical school. Benjamin had left that unresolved, and he still didn't know how far they'd go. He knew they had some Barskull stormcallers working for them. Finally, there was the matter of Dahlia's secret army of Barskull warriors, presently hidden somewhere on the Caldfell Peninsula. There were plenty of other places he could be right now, but he was on the foggy day traveling toward a distant land to find a man he'd never met because it was the honorable thing to do. The right thing. And for Sid. Besides, he had to admit he was starting to get a taste for adventure. As Benjamin watched, he realized he didn't feel nauseous for the first time since coming aboard. The salty air whipped Dustin as he stood at the prow of the foggy day, eyes closed, calling the winds that blew them onward. He had no idea how many hours he'd been storm-calling. When he was deep in the zone like he was now, time seemed to stop. If he didn't occasionally open his eyes to peek at the position of the sun, he wouldn't even know whether it was morning or evening. It was the 2nd day of their journey to Gren. He'd gone to bed long after sundown the previous night, exhausted both physically and mentally. He was practiced enough that he could keep a low, steady wind going all day without getting burnt out, but he was pushing much harder than that on this journey. He wanted to reach their destination and get Dahlia off the ship as quickly as possible. Even sedated, she made him nervous. He knew she was dangerous, a living weapon who could cut them at any moment. It had been risky to bring her. But he knew one other thing. For Dahlia, this was a one-way journey. She would not be traveling back to Holdgate with them, and they wouldn't be leaving Gren until she was dead. He heard, or maybe felt, someone approaching behind him. That he noticed him at all through his storm-calling trance meant it could only be one person. Hello, Victor. The Barskull Stormcaller came up beside Dustin. You've been at this a long time. Comparatively. At least a few hours, I mean. Seems long. Would you like me to give you a break? By which I mean take over your spot at the bow?" Dustin smiled and opened his eyes. Even though he'd only known Victor a few days, he was already growing fond of the strange way the man talked. "Perhaps a little break would be nice." He stepped back from the bow, lifting the tip of his staff out of the seawater housed there. Though he didn't need the seawater to storm call anymore, its presence made things a bit easier. Victor stepped forward and put his toe in the water. "This would work better if I were submerged," Victor said. "Easier, I mean. Perhaps you could hang me off the front in the water of the ship." Dustin sighed. "We've been through this. We're not hanging you off the damn prow." Although Barskull stormcallers weren't as precise as Dustin and his Holdgate peers, they were powerful in their own way. Victor might not have been able to create the wind and direct it perfectly to send the ship racing toward its destination, but now that Dustin had called the wind, Victor would be able to keep it going. It gave Dustin the opportunity for an occasional, much-needed break. He'd slept from almost dusk until dawn, and the ship had barely lost any speed. "You've been down to see our prisoner?" Dustin asked. "Yes, she's still asleep. I expect we'll have to wake her once we get close to Gren." Dustin nodded. "She's the one who knows where we're going." Victor looked over the sea for a long moment, then chuckled. "You know, it's funny. Or strange, I suppose. I was afraid of her for a long time. We lived in fear of her occasional visits to the school in Barskull. She was the most powerful stormcaller we'd ever seen. But now, sleeping, she looks so small." "Don't be fooled, my man. She's as dangerous as ever." "Dustin, I think we should talk. I mean, we are talking, but about something specific. The way we used our powers in the Faroes against the Barskull fleet. I think that's just the beginning. We need to practice, to hone our craft. I can teach you things." Dustin smirked. "No offense, but I already had a mentor." "I know that. I'm talking about a situation where we learn from each other." "Hell, I was making up this storm-calling stuff as I went along. I want to learn the Holdgate way of doing things. And I can show you my way." Dustin glanced toward the poop deck where Benjamin and Olaf were training. The blacksmith was teaching Olaf the basics of physical magic. Not that Olaf could do anything yet. He'd only been training for a day, but he was eagerly soaking up Benjamin's every word. If a stubborn ass like Olaf could humble himself to take instruction, maybe Dustin could too. "Okay, Victor. Let's work together to see what we don't know." Chapter 4. On the afternoon of the third day of the journey to Gren, Sid called Abbey over. "It's time. Go get her." Abbey nodded. She gathered Clemens, Olaf, and Fanar, and headed below decks. Dahlia was lying on the mat where she'd spent the majority of the trip, awake but very groggy. Fanar glanced at Abbey, a worried look in his eyes. "Is she going to be able to tell us where to go?" "We haven't given her a drink of the potion in 6 hours. She'll be all right." She nudged Dahlia with her foot and spoke in a louder voice. "You hear that? We know you're faking." Dahlia blinked at her absently. "Abbey? You're the one who killed Tor. You should join my team. It's much more fun." "Thanks, but I'm having too good a time kicking your team's ass." Abbey turned to her friends. "Let's take her topside." Olaf and Fanar grabbed her under the arms and hauled her to her feet. They half-dragged, half-shoved her up the ladder to the main deck. The crew stopped their work as Dahlia stepped into the sun. She'd been brought below decks before most of them had boarded. Some of them had seen her sleeping, surrounded by 4 guards. But for most of them, this was the first they'd seen of Dahlia since she'd attacked Holdgate and disappeared shortly thereafter. They watched her with anger in their eyes, and no small bit of concern. She'd been a legend back in her Thunderclap days, and she was no less a legend now that she had been exposed as a villain and a storm raider. "All right, back to work," Abbey barked at the crew. "You want to stare at a ratty, past-her-prime, drugged-out woman? I can recommend some taverns in Holdgate. In the meantime, do your jobs." The crew went back to their tasks, but not a man or woman among them didn't frequently glance at the enemy aboard their ship. Dahlia blinked hard in the sunlight. "This isn't Thunderclap. Where's my staff? Take me to the prow." Clemens shook his head. "She doesn't even know where she is, boss. Think we overdid it with the potion?" "She's putting on a performance, and not a very good one. Olaf, fetch a bucket of water." The man scurried to the quarterdeck and found a bucket. After attaching a rope to the handle, he lowered it into the sea below. A few moments later, he returned to Abbey, water sloshing as he hurried across the ship. Abbey nodded at the bucket. "Give our guest her wake-up call?" Olaf grinned. "I love my job." With that, he swung the bucket at Dahlia, drenching her in chilly seawater. Dahlia gasped. How dare you?" Abbey smiled. "Excellent. You sound more alert already. It's time to earn your passage." Dahlia glared at Abbey, hate clear in her eyes. Abbey couldn't help but smile. The Storm Caller was usually so cool and collected. It was a pleasure to see her off her game. A few moments later, Sid and Dustin conversed with Dahlia, helping her understand their position. A landmass they assumed was Gren was visible in the distant west now. With any luck, they'd reach it in a few hours. When Abbey said that to Dustin, he grinned at her. "We don't need luck. We've got me." Dahlia directed them to angle their trajectory a few degrees south. She was returning to her old self by the minute. That was both reassuring and concerning to Abbey. "We're looking for 2 massive pillars of stone, each rising 100 feet in the sky," Dahlia explained. "A harbor sits between them." Abbey wondered how long it would take them to search the coast for this specific rock formation. By Dahlia's own admission, she hadn't been to Gren in nearly a decade. If she couldn't direct them to the exact location, they might have to search up and down the coast for days. Not to mention the question of what they'd find when they got there. It was a given that Dahlia wasn't being straight with them. She was either leaving out information or flat out lying. And yet, Abbey was convinced Dahlia wasn't completely lying about Elliot. Abbey believed Elliot was in Gren, or at least that Dahlia believed he was. Abbey was confident in herself and her friends. Whatever was waiting for them in Gren, they'd face it, and they'd overcome it, just as they had in similar situations so many times before. Dahlia was bound to betray them, and Abbey would have her sword sharpened and ready when she did. Once they were close to shore, Abbey approached the bow and tapped Dustin on the arm. "Hey, I'll have a better view from up top." When Dustin answered, his voice held the slight twinge of annoyance it always did when he was interrupted while storm calling. "The crow's nest?" "I was thinking a bit higher than that." Dustin grinned, finally getting it. "Victor, take over for me here. Keep that wind steady." A few moments later, Abbey soared into the sky. Carried on an updraft, Dustin called for her. It had been a few days since she'd flown, and even though she was new at it, she'd missed it. Using magic to change the weight of things made her feel alive somehow. It was as if part of her had been asleep her whole life, until she'd discovered this magic. How had Liv explained it in the Pharaohs? Tapping into the etheric. It made her wonder, if powers as diverse as hers, her father's, and Dustin's all came from the etheric, what else was possible? What hadn't anyone thought to try? As she flew, she promised herself she'd keep pushing the boundaries to figure out what else they could do. She glanced down and saw every pair of eyes on the foggy day staring up at her, including Dahlia's. Over the next hour, they cruised along the coast, looking for Dahlia's rock formations. Abbey glided on the currents of Dustin's wind, dipping over the land and then banking back toward the ship. She'd never been aloft this long before. It was exhilarating. She squinted at something in the distance, 2 objects that could very well be the formations Dahlia had described. She tilted her body toward the southwest. As she got a bit closer, she confirmed it. Towering pillars of stone stood on either side of a harbor city. She signaled to Dustin, and he brought her back toward the ship. She increased her weight and descended to the deck. "What do you know?" Dustin said. "Dahlia steered us right." Abbey frowned. Yes, but toward what? Sid was unusually quiet as they approached the port. Abbey wondered if the prospect of finally seeing her brother after all this time was weighing on her. Dahlia appeared to be fully awake now. She wore her usual cocky half-smile. Even with her hands bound in front of her, a stranger might have thought she was in charge. The foggy day passed between the stone pillars. Now that they were close, Abbey could see there was a figure standing on top of each pillar. "Here it comes," Dahlia said softly. "Hear what comes?" Dustin asked, his voice alive with concern. As if on cue, the men on top of the pillars raised their hands. The pillars suddenly shrank, as if they were sinking. At the same time, a 6-foot-tall stone wall rose out of the water behind them, blocking their exit from the harbor. "What the hell is this?" Sid shouted. Abbey gave Dahlia a shove. "Talk. What's going on?" Dahlia smiled. "What's going on is, I've brought you to the most dangerous place on Earth. Welcome to the home of the Stone Shapers." Stone Shapers. Abbey had never heard the term before, but looking back at the stone wall that had suddenly risen out of the water, she had a pretty good idea what these guys could do. Somehow they'd taken the stone from the pillars and reshaped it into a wall. "Wonderful," Sid muttered. "A new kind of magic." Abbey drew her sword and pressed it into Dahlia's side. "Talk fast. What the hell are we dealing with here?" Dahlia smiled. "I may not have been entirely honest about the political situation in Gren." "Chop her damn head off!" Olaf shouted as he marched toward her. Benjamin followed closely behind his new pupil. "I tend to agree with Olaf, much to my surprise." "No," Sid yelled. "Not yet." She turned back to Dahlia. "Tell us everything you know or we start cutting things off." Dahlia sighed, as if Sid's very presence were a mild annoyance she was being forced to deal with. "Fine. I told you the truth about Ragnar. He did lose the war on Barskal, and he did demand some of our stormship sailors before going into exile. He planned to raise an army and conquer Gren, which was perfectly fine with King Elias. As long as he stayed away from Barskal, Elias didn't care where he went. And I really did help transport him to Gren." Abbey looked at the pillars and noticed they were somehow moving through the water toward the foggy day as if they were ships. The men standing on the pillars looked serene. They wore loose black sashes that matched their glowing black eyes. "Physical magic," Benjamin muttered. "You ever see anything like this in Arcadia?" Captain Sid asked. "Not even close." Sid turned back to Dahlia. "Talk faster." "What I failed to tell you was that Ragnar's conquest of Gren did not go as planned. After depositing him and his followers a bit north of here, Thunderclap immediately searched for the nearest city. We found this one. My plan was to endear myself to the local chief by providing information about the Barskal warlord now in their midst, and revealing his plans for building an empire. It turned out the Stone Shapers were perfectly capable of handling some savage warriors." The pillars of stone were growing closer now. In a minute or two they'd reach the ship. "What do we do, Captain?" Clemens asked, a hint of fear in his voice. "Nothing yet," Sid snapped. "Keep talking, Dahlia." Dahlia nodded. "While they didn't need my help crushing Ragnar, I thought I'd check to see if there was any other way I could assist them. It turned out there was. They can mold stone with their magic, if you hadn't already figured that out." "We're not idiots," Olaf interjected. Abbey corrected. "Well, Olaf kind of is." Dahlia continued. "They were having trouble with some Gren natives who didn't want to be ruled by stone shapers. These rebels were seafaring people with small, fast ships, and they were putting up quite a fight. That's where Thunderclap came in. We paid those troublesome rebels a visit. Before that, Gren had never heard of storm magic. Now I'd wager there's not a man or woman on Gren who hasn't." "What about my brother?" Sid growled. Dahlia shrugged. "Ragnar and his followers were captured and put to work in the mines deep in the mountains. I've heard tell they work them hard there. They don't expect their prisoners to last long. Elliot may still be alive. Anything's possible, I suppose." Sid grabbed Dahlia by the throat. "I'm going to cut you open and watch your guts grow cold on the deck." "I wouldn't," Dahlia croaked. "My stone shaper friends wouldn't like that." Abbey glanced toward the pillars. They'd almost reached the ship now. With their glowing black eyes, it was hard to tell where the men on the pillars were looking. They seemed to be glaring in Dahlia's direction. Sid let go of Dahlia and cursed quietly. "You'll pay for this." "These stone shapers respect you?" Abbey asked Dahlia. The Storm Caller laughed. "They practically worship me. They used to call me the Queen of Storms. I've put you in a bad position. These people value my life quite highly." "Good. Then you'll make an excellent hostage." Abbey shifted her sword from where she'd been holding it against Dahlia's ribs and put it against the woman's neck. "You think you tricked us, but we've been expecting something like this the whole time." "Well, aren't you smart?" Dahlia replied. "And yet you still have 2 stone shapers about to board." There was a terrible grinding noise, and the foggy day came to a stop. Clemens ran to the rail and looked over the side. "Captain, they've encased the hull in stone!" As the pillars reached the foggy day, they began to lean toward the ship so the tops almost touched the rails without the rest of the pillar crashing into the side. The 2 men moved almost as one, stepping off the stone onto the rail and then down onto the deck in unison from opposite sides of the ship. The man on the starboard side was a bit taller than his companion. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, standing in stark contrast to his glowing black eyes. He raised his hand, holding it out, palm upward. A perfectly round stone sat quivering there. His companion mirrored his actions on the port side of the foggy day. The first man spoke in a low voice that seemed to rumble through the boards of the deck. "Release the Queen of Storms immediately." Abbey held her sword steady against Dahlia's throat. "No can do. I know she's annoying, but her presence makes us feel better about ourselves." The man looked confused. "Who's captain here?" Sid took a step forward. She hadn't drawn a weapon, but she already looked pretty imposing with her twin swords on her back and her shaved head. "I am. And where I come from, it's customary to ask the captain's permission before boarding a vessel. Anyone who fails to do so will find himself quickly regretting his decision. I suggest you step off my ship and ask my forgiveness before things get ugly." The rock in the man's hand began to quiver a bit faster. "Ugly?" "Yeah, like your face," Olaf shouted. Sid shot him a look. "Stop helping." The blonde stone shaper nodded toward Dahlia. "Perhaps we need to continue this discussion on dry land. Proceed to the docks, and the captain, the Storm Caller, and the Queen of Storms will accompany us to have a discussion with our chief." "Now hold on," Sid began. "That wasn't a request. If you fail to comply, we will destroy the hull of your vessel, and you will sink." With that, the men climbed back over the rail onto their pillars of stone. "Well," Sid said, "it looks like we're going ashore." Chapter 5. "Abbey, Dustin, Benjamin, you're coming with me." Sid kept her eyes on the pillars of stone that kept pace with them as they sailed toward the dock. "You sure about that?" Abbey asked. "They said just you and Dustin." "If they think I'm not bringing my magic users to this meeting, they're crazy." "I'm a magic user too now," Olaf said, his voice hopeful. Abbey raised an eyebrow. "Take it easy. You've had one lesson." She turned to Sid. "What about Victor and his 3 friends? They're magic users." "No, I don't know them well enough yet. Just the 4 of us." Sid sounded distracted as she spoke. As the ship neared the dock, Sid asked Dustin, Benjamin, and Abbey to come close. She spoke to them softly. "Job number 1 is finding a way to get Elliot back. Let's keep our focus on that no matter what." She cocked her thumb back toward Dahlia. "Job 2 is we make sure we don't leave this sea-forsaken country with her alive. She thinks she's pulled a fast one on us. She hasn't. We knew something like this was coming. If we take her inside that city, we'll never leave with her. She's staying aboard. Abbey, take care of the arrangements." "Aye, Captain." Abbey marched across the deck and grabbed Dahlia by the arm. "Olaf! Clemens! Fanar!" Without waiting for a response, she pulled Dahlia toward the ladder that led below decks. "What are you doing?" Dahlia hissed. "It's nighty-night time again, Queen of Storms." Dahlia's eyes widened. "Didn't you hear them? They want me brought ashore." "Yeah, well, they're not the boss of me. Watch your head as you go down." Dahlia tried to stop, but Abbey shoved her forward, so her only options were to climb down the ladder or fall. "Stone shapers don't mess around. They'll sink the ship if you don't listen to them." "I'm thinking they won't. Not with you aboard. And if they do, storm ship sailors can swim. You'll be sleeping so deeply, you'll wake up in the afterlife." She led Dahlia to the mat where she'd spent her voyage and shoved her down onto it. Then she got out the potion and poured a cup. Olaf, Fanar, and Clemens had joined them now. She addressed them as she forced Dahlia to drink. "You three are in charge of Dahlia while we're on shore. She should be asleep soon, but in the meantime, don't listen to anything she says. I trust you guys. You can do this." "What, watch a sleeping woman?" Olaf asked. "Yeah, I think we can handle that job, Abbey." From his tone of voice, it was clear he was still annoyed at not being invited to the meeting with the Stone Shapers. Abbey remembered something Dustin had said before they left the Faroes. "Don't underestimate her. You could fill a graveyard with the people who have." Dahlia looked up at Abbey, her eyes wide. "Take me with you to the meeting. I've had dealings with the Stone Shapers. You don't know their ways, their customs." "This really isn't going like you'd thought it would, is it?" Abbey shook her head. "What I said the other day still applies. If you try anything, you'll lose your hands. I'll see you when I get back, Your Majesty." With that, Abbey headed topside. As soon as they had docked and lowered the gangplank, Sid led them off the ship. The two men who'd been on the pillars stepped onto the dock next to them, leaving their shrunken pillars on either side of the foggy day. "Where is the Queen of Storms?" the blonde one asked. It took a concerted effort for Abbey not to roll her eyes. This Queen of Storms thing was going to get old fast. "Her Majesty is staying aboard," Sid said, looking the blonde stone shaper in the eye. When he started to respond, she held up a hand. "That's non-negotiable." The other stone shaper spoke for the first time. "Our method of negotiation is different than yours." He held his hand up, displaying the round stone in his hand. It quivered as if it wanted to leap up at them. "Most outsiders don't find it very pleasant." Abbey knew it wasn't her place to speak, but she couldn't help herself. "It's funny. Every new place we go, the people think they're bigger badasses than the outsiders. Yet we're always the ones who end up walking away at the end of the fight." The blonde stone shaper smiled. "Perhaps you should try not fighting everyone you meet." Dustin smirked. "We do try. Hasn't worked out so far." The shorter stone shaper glared at Abbey. She wondered what the deal was with the way they held out the stones. Was it supposed to be threatening? Did they make the stones fly at their opponents? She wished she knew more about how their magic worked. With the way this was going, she'd probably find out sooner rather than later. The blonde man sighed. "Very well, we'll proceed without the Queen of Storms. Though I warn you, it will put Magnus in a foul mood when he learns we left her behind." "What, not all stone shapers are the gregarious party animals you two are?" Abbey asked. Sid shot her a look. "Enough talking. Follow." With that, the tall man turned and started walking toward the center of town. Sid, Dustin, Benjamin, and Abbey followed, with the shorter stone shaper trailing them closely. As they walked, Abbey nudged her father and spoke to him in a low voice. "Notice the buildings?" "Hard to miss," Benjamin said. Every building they passed was made of stone. Not stones stacked and held together with mortar, but solid rock. It was as if the homes had occurred naturally, each made from a single stone worn by nature into highly unlikely shapes. There was no consistent architectural style either. Some houses were perfect rectangles, orderly in their design. Others looked like drawings sketched by a child and somehow brought to life. One house leaned at such an angle that it was a gravity-defying wonder it didn't topple over. The shorter stone shaper must have seen them staring, because he addressed the matter. "Most residents of Amas design and shape their own homes. It's an expression of their family's philosophy. A reflection of their personalities, if you will." Amas. That must be the name of the city, Abbey realized. She nodded toward the leaning home. "I'd hate to meet the person who created that one." "Wait." Benjamin turned toward the man. "Are you saying every person in this city is a stone shaper?" "Not everyone. Most children under 10 have not yet mastered the way of the stone." But for everyone older, it's a requirement." "Wonderful," Benjamin muttered darkly. They made their way through the winding streets of the city. She lost track of the number of times they turned and seemed to double back, only to find themselves heading down a new street. It seemed to Abbey this place hadn't been designed, more like it had grown organically. Or it had been shaped. She came to the realization that she wouldn't be able to find her way back to the foggy day if she needed to, not without flying above the oddly deformed buildings for a bird's-eye view anyway, and she intended to keep that ability secret for as long as she could. The blond man stopped in front of a large stone hill at what seemed to be the edge of the city. No, not a hill, Abbey thought. It was a building, perfectly crafted to blend into the natural setting behind it. It was a truly impressive design. The blond man turned to them and smiled. "We have arrived. Welcome to the home of Magnus, chief of the Stone Shapers." The blond man led them through a large archway into the building. They entered a labyrinthine series of featureless hallways, with nothing adorning the stone walls, floor, or ceiling. The effect was disorienting. After they'd been walking for 5 minutes, Abbey had an irrational but alarming notion that they were actually walking on the ceiling and looking up at the floor. "I must apologize for the lack of luxury," the blond stone shaper said over his shoulder as he led them through the maze. "I know this is not the decor you would expect in the home of an important leader on your shores." "Yeah, Holdgate is a real fancy town," Abbey said. "If you're going to show up with a hair out of place, don't bother showing up at all." The blond man paused before answering. "I believe that was sarcasm. Holdgate isn't known for luxury." "My mother blew her nose with the same rag she used to take bread out of the oven," Sid offered. Abbey stifled a laugh. "Yes, well, that is different than I'd heard. From the proper way the Queen of Storms carries herself, I'd assumed Holdgate to be more civilized. I suppose Dahlia is a cut above the rest of her city." This time Abbey didn't bother hiding her laugh. The blond man ignored it. "In truth, most in Gren like the finer things in life, but Magnus is a bit cautious. He wanted to make sure that if enemies wandered in here, they wouldn't be able to find him." "Does he have many enemies?" Benjamin asked. "Do you know a man of his stature who doesn't?" He stopped and faced the wall at his right. "Ah, here we are." The wall seemed no different to Abbey than any of the dozens of identical walls they'd passed on their trek through the passageways, but clearly the blond man could see something she couldn't. "This will take a moment." He placed his left hand against the wall and drew a deep breath, and his eyes turned black. He moved his right hand in a complicated pattern that was impossible for Abbey to follow. A soft rumbling sound filled the hall as he used his magic on the wall. In a few seconds, a tiny hole the size of a pinprick appeared in the center and quickly began to expand. In less than a minute, it was a full-sized archway. Abbey and Dustin exchanged glances. They were still taking the measure of what exactly these stone shapers could do and how far their abilities went. But it was clear these guys weren't messing around. The blond man took his hand away from the wall, and the darkness in his eyes faded. He turned to Sid. "We are entering the presence of Magnus, chief of the Stone Shapers. You will walk 1 step behind me, with your crew following close behind you. You will remain silent until he addresses you. If you show disrespect, Magnus will bring the building down on your heads. He does not suffer fools, so you will refrain from sarcasm." "Sounds like a fun guy," Abbey remarked. The blond man shot her a glare. "Sorry, that was the last one." He drew a deep breath and turned toward the archway. "Are we ready?" "Ready." Sid paused. "I just realized that we don't even know your name." "Nor do you need to." With that, the blond man marched through the archway. Sid followed, Abbey and the others close on her heels. Stepping through the archway was like stepping into another building. Where the hallways had been plain, this room was ornate. While the hallways had been cramped, this room was large and open. And while the hallways had been empty but for their small group, this room was filled with dozens of people. Everyone had lined up and was looking toward a man in a chair at the front of the room. No, not a chair, Abbey realized. A throne. They were in an audience chamber. Rather formless statues lined the walls, each with a man or woman standing next to it. As Abbey and her friends walked into the room, each person touched a statue, and the statues changed. Each one now perfectly depicted one of the members of their party. Abbey almost tripped as she saw the statue of her, wearing the same outfit she was, in mid-stride. This place was damn creepy. The blond man marched up the center of the room, stopped in front of the throne, and bowed deeply. The man on the throne was smaller than Abbey had expected, and older. He wore a long mustache that hung well below his chin. Looking at his thin arms, Abbey was fairly certain she could beat him in a fistfight, assuming no rocks were lying nearby. The man cleared his throat loudly and glared at the blond man. "Who are these people, Edvard? Explain yourself." The blond man, Edvard apparently, bowed again. "At once, my chief." He went on to explain the circumstances surrounding the Foggy Day's arrival in Amos harbor. He told of the return of the Queen of Storms, and of Sid's refusal to bring her ashore with the group. Chief Magnus grunted thoughtfully at the end of the tale, and his subjects murmured, echoing their leader's show of concern. He turned to Sid. "You're the captain of this ship." Sid took a step forward and held her head high. "I am." "Tell me what you're doing in Amos and why you're holding the Queen of Storms. Don't waste my time, girl." Sid bristled. "We are here to discuss a man we believe is imprisoned in your mines. Dahlia was detained on our ship because she is our prisoner. And I am not a girl. I am a woman, a warrior, and captain of the storm ship the Foggy Day. You may not be aware, but this is a position that demands respect, and you will give it to me. I will address you as Chief Magnus, and you will address me as Captain Sid." Another murmur ran through the room. Magnus sat up a bit straighter in his throne. His eyes were like ice. Abbey leaned over to Dustin and whispered in his ear, "This is going well." "Captain Sid, then." Magnus opened his hand, holding it palm up, revealing a large, round stone. "Tell me, Captain, what's to stop me from driving this stone through your skull?" "Nothing," Sid answered immediately. "Just know that if I die, the Queen of Storms dies too." Magnus scowled. "You think we value her life that highly? I'm grateful to her for assistance in a matter some years ago, but not so grateful that I'm willing to eat the shit you're shoveling simply to keep her alive. You say you're here about a prisoner. What's his name?" "Elliot." Magnus looked to a man at the edge of the room. The man opened a large book and quickly paged through it. When he found what he was looking for, he nodded to the chief. "We have you a prisoner in our minds," Magnus confirmed. "It would appear he's still alive. Last we checked, anyway. The question is, what are you willing to pay to retrieve him?" "Chief Magnus, Elliot was brought here against his will," Sid replied. "Whatever crimes he committed were because he was forced to do so. Let him go with us, and you'll never hear from us again. Releasing him is the just decision." Magnus waved the thought away. "What do I care about justice? Here in Gren, we believe in concrete things, like stone, and favors." He leaned forward and the hint of a smile played on his lips for the first time. "Captain Sid, if you and your friends will help me with a small problem, I will release this man from the mines and send him with you back to Holdgate." Sid's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. "Name it." Chapter 6.
"She's definitely asleep,"
Clement said, poking Dahlia with his foot.
"I mean, she's freaking snoring."
Olaf looked skeptical.
"What do people pretending to be asleep always do? They pretend to snore."
They were below decks, standing around Dahlia's mat, prepared for any threat to Dahlia, or from her. Fanar gestured toward the benches along the hull.
"We're going to be down here a while. Might as well settle in."
They spread out on the benches, careful to make sure they could see both Dahlia and the ladder leading to the deck at all times.
So, Clemens said, any predictions as to what damn fool mess Sid, Abbey, and Dustin will get us into next?
Fanar chuckled.
This isn't bad enough. We're trapped in the harbor of people who can shape stone with magic and who love our greatest enemy. In my experience traveling with Abbey and Dustin, it can always get worse. And probably will, Olaf added.
They sat quietly for a few minutes, the groans and slaps of the ocean against the vessel and the soft purr of Dahlia's snoring the only sounds. After a while, Olaf nodded toward Fanar.
So what's your story, Barskull?
Fanar chuckled.
We've been through a lot together, Olaf. You're only asking me that now?
What I mean is, why'd you agree to this mission? You were out to free your village from the tyranny of King Elias and Dahlia, right? That's done and done. Fanar thought a moment before answering.
2 reasons. Magic and hope.
You're going to have to explain that, Clemens said.
All my life I've seen magic as something other people did. People far away. Bad people. It was just another way for the powerful to lord it over the weak. But then I saw Abbey floating through the air at the storm calling school, using magic to help us fight a great number of enemies. I saw Dustin storm calling at the battle in the Faroes, and I thought to myself, Fanar, perhaps not everyone who has power uses it for their own gain. That made me rethink magic, and it gave me hope. I wanted to see what else I could learn by spending time with these people.
Olaf nodded.
I hear you. And that's what I'm going to be like after I learn fire magic. I'm going to be all inspiring and stuff. They'll tell tales of Olaf and his flaming sword.
I'll be amazed if you don't set your hair on fire. Clemens turned back to Fanar.
What about you?
Any desire to learn magic?
Desire? No. But if there's a need...
Fanar reached into the pouch on his belt and pulled out a vial of brown liquid. Olaf's eyes widened.
Is that cider, Drek?
Yes. I'd hoped to never consume it again. It feels wonderful, but also terrible. I've never felt so powerful, yet so out of control. I suppose cider, Drek, is a form of magic itself.
So why keep it?
Clemens asked. In case it is necessary. It's my last resort. If we get cornered and there's no other way out, I'll drink it.
I think you can pretty much count on that happening, Olaf said.
Dahlia let out an especially loud snore. Clemens laughed.
If you had told me back when I was on Thunderclap that I'd one day be holding Dahlia prisoner, I wouldn't have believed you. I was terrified of her. I mean, Captain Tor was a mean son of a bitch, but at least you always knew what he was thinking. The man screamed his thoughts the moment they came into his head. Dahlia was different. Unreadable. And she acted like she was above it all, yet somehow she still commanded the love of the crew.
Fates can change quickly, my friend, Fanar said. We'd all do well to remember that. Sid, Abbey, Benjamin, and Dustin were shown into another room to continue their conversation with Chief Magnus. Though the room was smaller, the setup was remarkably similar. There was a throne at one end and no other seats. They waited in silence for 15 minutes, not knowing if they were being watched or listened to, before an archway opened at the far end of the room and Chief Magnus entered, accompanied by 2 large men. When Magnus marched to the throne, one of the men followed him and took a position to the right of the throne. The other man closed the archway, shifting the stone to engulf the opening. When he was finished, he trotted to the throne and took up his place on the chief's left. None of the group from the foggy day spoke. They remembered Edvard's words. Do not speak until the chief addresses you. Magnus cleared his throat.
Right. Well, I've discussed the matter with my advisors. They were united in their thoughts. We should kill you, destroy your ship, and execute everyone aboard. Minus the Queen of Storms, of course. If we can save her, we should, although she's an acceptable loss if there's no way around it.
Abbey couldn't help but smile. Dahlia had overestimated her importance to the Stone Shapers. He paused, staring at them for a long moment. Abbey waited for what he would say next. She knew that if Magnus wanted to kill them, they'd already be dead. He had something else in mind.
"Thankfully for you," he continued, "my advisors aren't in charge. I am. And as I said, I need you to do me a favor."
"Speak it," Sid replied. The chief shifted in his seat and tugged his mustache. He seemed to be considering how best to begin.
"Many years ago, a man named Ragnar came from Barskal, and he brought a small army with him." He glared at Sid. "I suspect you already know that part."
Sid nodded to confirm.
"Answer aloud when the chief asks you a question," the man to Magnus's right barked.
Sid bristled. "Yes, I know of Ragnar."
"He harassed our villages, raided them, stole provisions. It was not a great time. He knew nothing of stone shaping, but Gren is a big place, and Ragnar was good at hiding. Our people suffered for over a year while we tried to track him down. We finally did, and we threw him in the mines, along with all his men and women. Or so we thought. Turned out that a few slipped through our fingers."
"I've known a few Barskal," Abbey said. "They are known for being slippery." The men on either side of the throne glared at Abbey, but since the chief didn't reprimand her, they said nothing.
"Against all odds, these Barskal have remained at large ever since. They call themselves the Tall Grass Raiders, and they attack our most remote villages, thieving and burning. I could have caught them years ago, but the expense of combing the countryside would be more costly than the damage they're doing. I believe they are doing it on purpose, causing just enough trouble to be bothersome, but not so much that I'm willing to devote a serious campaign to tracking them down."
"Smart strategy on their part," Dustin said.
Magnus glared at him. "I'd describe it as devious. Either way, the results are the same. The people whose towns the rebels attack come crying to me about it, and I look like a damn fool for not being able to protect them. Then you show up."
"What is the favor, Chief Magnus?" Sid asked, even though she had almost certainly figured it out. Abbey had, and she was already thinking through the logistics of how they would get it done.
"You want this Elliot," Magnus said. "I'm told he was one of Ragnar's men. You can have him, but you'll have to deliver the rebels to me first. If you can do it in, say, a week, you'll get your man. You can even keep the Queen of Storms."
"I see," Sid said. "And what makes you think we can accomplish in a week what you haven't been able to do in a decade?" For the first time, Magnus smiled.
"Because it costs me nothing, and you have something I don't. Motivation. If you return without the rebels, or fail to return at all, I and my council will destroy your ship and kill your sailors."
Sid's face betrayed no expression. "Anything else?"
"Yes. Keep your team small. I want at least 3/4 of your people to remain on your ship. The more hostages, the more motivated you'll be."
Sid only paused for a moment before answering. "Very well. But we'll need a guide, someone who knows the area well." Magnus turned to the man to his right.
"See that Gideon accompanies them."
The guard looked surprised.
"Of course, my chief." "Good. Then it's settled."
He stood up with a groan.
"Happy hunting, Captain Sid. Get a good night's sleep. Your 7-day clock starts ticking at dawn."
With that, he marched toward the wall at the end of the room. One of the guards hurried in front of him and created an archway for him to pass through. The remaining guards spoke to them when Magnus was gone.
"Gideon will meet you at your ship at dawn with a wagon, a team of horses, and provisions. Any questions?"
They had many, but none that couldn't be asked of Gideon in the morning. The guard showed them out of the strange building. They found Edvard and his black-haired friend waiting to guide them back to the foggy day. It was well past dusk when Benjamin received word that Captain Sid needed to speak with him. He went to her cabin, paused a moment, then knocked. "Come," Sid said.
Benjamin went inside and found Sid sitting at her desk, writing on a parchment. "I didn't take you for the journaling type," he said. "I'm really not, but Captain Roy trained me well. I'm to leave a detailed account of what goes on every day of the journey, though the odds of this parchment surviving a Stone Shaper attack seem low. Give me just another moment." Benjamin waited in silence for 2 minutes while she wrote in a slow, deliberate hand. Eventually, she set the quill down and breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally. I really hate that." She looked up at Benjamin. "I need to ask a favor." The blacksmith chuckled. Sid tilted her head. "What?" "The last time you asked me a favor, I ended up on a diplomatic mission to Algon." She smiled. "And look how well that turned out." "Sure. Aside from the vomiting over the side, assassins trying to kill me, and the battle at the Pharaohs." "Admit it. You loved every minute." Her expression grew more serious. "I'm afraid this won't be as enjoyable." Benjamin stroked his beard. "You really know how to capture a man's attention." "My mother would be so pleased to hear you say that." Benjamin laughed. "Listen, Abbey and I have been discussing who should be on the team searching for the rebels. She suggested we take Dustin, Fanar, Clemens, Olaf, and Victor." "Her team from Barskull," Benjamin said. She nodded. "It makes sense. They've worked well together before. I'll be going, of course. We're doing all this to find my brother, so there's no way I'm going to let others take all the risks." Benjamin knew what she was going to ask, so he said it for her. "You want me to go with you?" Sid looked away. "No, actually. I want you to stay behind. I'm putting you in charge of the Foggy Day in my absence." He took a moment to absorb his surprise before answering. "I'm not even a storm ship sailor." "You may not have noticed, but we're not sailing. The ship's docked. I don't need a sailor. I need a fighter. I need someone I can trust. And that's you, blacksmith." "I don't know what to say." She gestured to the parchment. "You don't have to say anything. It's already official. I wrote it in the journal." Chapter 7. The team for the mission to find the tall grass raiders gathered on the dock the next morning. It was Abbey, Dustin, Victor, Clemens, Olaf, Fanar, and Sid. Fanar's hand kept nervously drifting to the handle of his sea axe, which he wore across the small of his back. "I've heard stories about Ragnar's men. They were brutal to their enemies during the war." Abbey raised an eyebrow. "Unlike the rest of you, Barskull, who are so cuddly?" "Ragnar was a different breed. Barskull have always loved to raid, to take things that belonged to others in order to gain riches for themselves. Ragnar's army would burn down villages simply to watch them turn to ash." "I have heard much the same," Victor said, "though it's worth remembering, or at least considering, if that's the word, that the tales we heard were told by the winning side. Ragnar would probably have had some less than pleasant things to say about Elias and his army, at least one would assume." "Either way, these rebels are raiding villages now," Olaf pointed out. It was clear from the excitement in his voice that he was thrilled to have been selected for this mission. "I can't wait to put the hurt on these guys." "We'll have to find them first," Sid countered. "And to Victor's point, we have to consider that maybe Magnus isn't giving us the full story here." Abbey glanced back at the foggy day. The 2 stone pillars were back in their original positions on either side of the harbor, but even from this distance, Abbey could see the men standing on them were facing toward the foggy day, not out to the sea. The guards on the dock were watching the ship too. She just hoped Magnus would keep his word and leave the ship alone for the next 7 days. In her heart, she wished her father was going with them on this mission. Aside from his fighting skill and magical abilities, he provided a calming presence. Even when the future was uncertain, having him at her side made her feel like everything was going to be all right. Still, she knew Sid was making the right call. Someone capable needed to oversee Dahlia, and there was no one better suited to the task than Benjamin. "Could be our ride," Dustin said, pointing with his staff at an approaching wagon driven by a single man. The driver had a hard look to him, as if he was accustomed to fighting and hard labor. His face was thin, almost drawn, and a long scar ran up one cheek. Much like the other people they'd seen in Amas, he wore a black sash. "Gideon?" Sid asked as he pulled to a stop alongside them. "I am," the man replied, "though I often wish I wasn't, this day being no exception." Sid introduced herself and her team, then they got in the wagon. It was a tight fit, with all of them plus 7 days' worth of provisions. Sid and Dustin rode up front with Gideon, and the rest of them squeezed in the back. Gideon clicked his tongue, and the horses began trotting. "So Gideon," Abbey called up to him, "how'd you get stuck with this assignment?" The thin man chuckled. "Could be because I've been searching for these murderous bastards for nearly a year. I chased them out of the south, and they went west. I pursued them there, and they went north. Every time I got close, they moved." "Where did they strike last?" Dustin asked. "Northern Outpost. Place is so small it doesn't have a name." "Hey, like Fanar's dumb little village," Olaf interjected. Fanar glared at him. "It happened just a few days ago. The attack followed the usual pattern. They fired arrows from the hills, ran in, burned everything not made of stone, and got the hell out of there." Abbey thought for a moment. "What do they steal?" "Not much. Some people have reported valuables stolen, but I suspect a good portion of them are just making it up in hopes Magnus will provide them some kind of reimbursement. They are sorely mistaken." "If the tall grass raiders aren't stealing, what's the point of the raids?" Dustin asked. Gideon chuckled. "I spent a lot of time thinking about that. Want to know what I came up with? Absolutely nothing. As far as I can tell, they just like causing trouble. And if I ever meet these bastards, I'm going to pay it right back to them." He held up his hand, palm up, revealing a round stone. "Hey, mind if I ask you something?" Abbey continued without waiting for an answer. "What's the deal with those stones? Edvard held his just like you're doing now. Magnus, too." "Wow, you really don't know much about the way of the stone. Allow me to show you." He lifted the stone off his palm, revealing a smaller, flat stone underneath. "This is the key principle of stone shaping. The uneducated think rocks are unchangeable. In truth, many things can change the shape of a rock. Wind, water, even another stone grinding against it. But it all takes time. A stone shaper must understand that stone is malleable. If he forgets that for even a moment, he won't be able to shape. We keep the two stones in our hands at all times. The movement of the rocks against one another reminds us of this simple truth." He set the larger stone back in his hand. "It's considered inappropriate to display the smaller stone in public," Gideon said sheepishly. "It's sort of like leaving your home wearing no clothes." "Wait," Olaf said. "You basically just got naked in front of us?" "That's one way of looking at it, I suppose. I won't do it again." "This is one weird-ass place," Clemens muttered. If Gideon heard the comment, he gave no indication. Of course, there is also a more practical application. His eyes flashed black, and the round stone in his hand changed, fluidly transforming into a spike that seemed to be growing out of his palm. In an instant, the tip was inches from Clemens' face. Sid did not look amused. "Don't do that again." "I won't, Captain," Gideon said. "Just thought you should see it. I don't imagine Magnus put much effort into teaching you about our culture." "You don't have much good to say about Chief Magnus," Dustin said. Gideon shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't. Must be a product of working for him for more than a decade, hunting his enemies with insufficient resources while he sits in his maze of a palace. I've been putting my life on the line for him a long time." Abbey wondered what kind of man they'd been saddled with. His honesty was refreshing, but it was possible he was just a malcontent who'd sink their mission with his attitude. Gideon chuckled. "It also probably doesn't help that I shared a room with him for 15 years. Magnus is my brother." It took them a day and a half to reach the northern outpost where the tall grass raiders had last attacked. It was a small collection of maybe 3 dozen homes built on either side of the road. A few other buildings, including a storehouse and a small smithy, made up the rest of the village. Hills rose to the east and west. All the buildings were made of stone. "What a shithole," Clemens muttered as they approached. Abbey shot him a look. "We're here to get information, idiot. Insulting their town is probably not the best way to start." "She's not wrong," Gideon said. "These folks might live simply, but they're proud of what they have, and they work hard to maintain it." They pulled to a stop just outside the village at a small guard station. A guard stood on either side of the road. There was a bell hanging from a post near the guard on the right. Both guards wore a black sash. The guard nearest the bell stepped into the road, blocking their path. "Greetings in the name of Chief Magnus," Gideon called to them. The guard in front of them spit on the ground. "You can keep your damn greetings. What's your business here?" "Chief Magnus sent me," Gideon answered. He sounded unfazed and unsurprised at the guard's less-than-friendly greeting. "We're here to investigate the attack. It's my job to catch those tall grass raider bastards." The guard squinted up at him. "Oh, I've heard of you. You're the chief's brother, the one who's always poking around after the trouble's over, after real warriors have fought the rebels off." "How long have you been chasing those rebels anyway?" the other guard interjected. Gideon ignored the comment and stayed focused on the first guard. "Is that what happened? You fought them off?" The guard shifted from one foot to the other. "Yes." "Pretty much." Normally that's not how it goes down. The rebels attack, fire some arrows for cover, and light fires for distraction. Sometimes they steal, and sometimes the destruction is enough. Then they run away. It's over in minutes." The guard raised his hand, palm up, showing his stone in the gesture Abbey had come to understand was meant to be aggressive. "Easy, friend," Abbey said. "We're here to help. My team and I would like to speak with some of the people in the village. Will you allow us to pass?" The guards exchanged a glance, then the first one nodded. "Be quick about it, and be aware most in our village don't hold our chief in the same high regard you and I do. Personally, I'd like to see your asses headed down the road, but if some in the village want to speak to you, I won't stop them." "Did he just say he'd like to see our asses?" Olaf asked quietly. Abbey elbowed him. "Many thanks," Gideon told the guard. "Pleasant day to you." The guard spit on the ground again, but then he stepped aside and let them pass. As the wagon rolled away from the guards, Dustin asked, "Does it usually go that poorly?" "Pretty much," Gideon replied, "and the guards are the friendly ones. Everyone else resents Magnus, and I can't much blame them. They have to pay tribute, and they get far less protection than the bigger towns." "You've spent the last year traveling to places where the people hate you?" Abbey asked. "They don't like me much in Amas, either. I'm a bit too opinionated for their tastes, my brother included. Most of the people out here haven't seen a representative from Chief Magnus in years, other than the Stone Shaper guards. It's only natural they'd take out their frustrations on me." They spent the next 3 hours talking to some of the villagers about their experience during the raid. Working in pairs, they went from house to house, asking questions and listening to stories. If the residents had any inkling that most of the people asking questions were foreigners, they gave no indication. They seemed just as hostile to Gideon as they did to the rest of them. Most were reluctant to talk at first, but the majority opened up after a few questions. Abbey began to get a clear picture of what had happened the morning of the raid. The only thing none of them would talk about was the specifics of what had been taken by the raiders. A few made vague statements about valuables from the storehouse, but they all claimed not to know what the valuables were. Abbey was partnered with Dustin, and he turned out to be much better than Abbey at bringing the people out of their shells. He mixed flattery with genuine curiosity in a very effective manner. Abbey was impressed. It was almost dusk when they regrouped and compared stories with the rest of their crew. The tales were remarkably consistent, but the others hadn't had any luck getting the details on what had been stolen either. "That isn't uncommon," Gideon told them. "They think allowing their valuables to be stolen shows weakness. They're ashamed." Abbey wasn't so sure about that. She'd sensed something else in the villagers. Suspicion. "Could it be they just don't trust us yet?" Abbey asked. "Maybe if we spent more time with them—" "We only have 7 days," Sid reminded her. "We're not spending it all here. There has to be something else. Something we missed." "There is one other thing," Dustin said. "It doesn't seem important, but—" "Say it," Sid prompted. "One man we spoke to lives at the bottom of the hill where the archers hid. He claims to have heard them yell something as they left. Tuber... Ginger? He looked at Abbey for confirmation.
Yes, that's how he said it, Abbey said. Tuber Ginger, or to Bear Ginger, maybe?
Fanar looked up suddenly, his eyes filled with light. To Bear Gigur? Dustin shrugged. Maybe. I've heard this kind of thing before, Gideon said. The rebels seemed to have developed code words, indecipherable nonsense. It's not nonsense, you idiot, Fanar growled. It's ancient Barskull. Gideon's eyes widened. You speak it? Fanar paused. Not really. I don't think anyone does. The common tongue came to Barskull many generations ago, same as the Caldfell Peninsula. Olaf rolled his eyes. Great, thanks for bringing it up, then. Fanar ignored him. A few words survived.
Including Bear Gigur?
Abbey asked hopefully. Fanar nodded. I've never heard the two words spoken together, but I know their meaning. Bear is a farm, usually, but it could be a very small village, a collection of homes, perhaps. Gideon squinted at Fanar. And Gigur? Gigur means crater, or valley, any low place. Dustin scratched his beard. So Bear Gigur means Crater Town? Yes, basically, Fanar confirmed. He was saying to Crater Town. Their next target, perhaps? Gideon wondered.
No, Abbey said. He wouldn't be talking about their next target in the middle of the fight. Bear Gigur is their home. He was telling them to go back home.
A slow smile spread across Gideon's face. I have an idea where we can start looking.
Chapter 8.
Think they'll ever get tired of staring down at us? Melwyn asked.
Benjamin gazed at the pillars of stone and the guards standing on top of them. They never seemed to take their eyes off the foggy day.
It appears they will not.
It had been 3 days since Abbey, Sid, and their team left with the stone shaper Gideon. The crew aboard the Foggy Day was getting restless as they waited to learn their fate. In 4 days, either Sid, Abbey, and Dustin would return triumphant, or the stone shapers would kill them. And that was assuming the stone shapers kept their word and waited. Even if Sid and the crew succeeded in stopping the rebels, what then? Would Chief Magnus really allow them to leave with their Queen of Storms? Seemed unlikely, yet that was the hand they had been dealt. They had to play it out. He took one last look at the pillars of stone, the constant reminder of the power of their captors, then turned away from the water. I'm going to go check on her, he told Melwyn. There was no need to clarify who her meant. Benjamin had been compulsively checking on Dahlia ever since Sid and the team had left. She may have been constantly sedated, but Benjamin wasn't taking anything for granted. There was no way Dahlia was going to escape on his watch.
Benjamin, some of the crew and I have been talking, Melwyn said.
The blacksmith stopped. He couldn't imagine anything good was going to come after that statement.
That's so. What have you been talking about?
They think,
we think, really, that maybe keeping Dahlia sedated below decks is just delaying the inevitable. We're going to kill her eventually. Captain Sid promised as much. Why wait?
Benjamin tilted his head.
Like you don't know?
The stone shapers had sent Edvard every day to check that Dahlia was still alive, and they'd been absolutely clear about what would happen if she was not. The 7-day reprieve would be in effect only as long as the Queen of Storms was breathing. Melwyn took a step closer and spoke softly.
You have to admit we have a point. This Chief Magnus has sent our best people to some far-flung part of Gren on a hopeless mission. Even if they do make it back here, there's no way they can find and capture a rebel force in that short of a time period.
Benjamin's words came out as a growl when he spoke again.
These are the people who stopped Thunderclap, who killed Tor, who defeated the Barskull fleet. Tell me again what they can't do?
Melwyn sighed.
We have to be realistic. If we wait until the 7-day deadline, it's going to come down to a fight. I can't see any way we're winning in that scenario. But if we quietly prepare the ship and wait until the winds are right, I'll bet we could slip out of this harbor at night. We can catch the men on the pillars off guard if we're fast, and we could travel without a storm caller if we—" Benjamin grabbed the man's arm, cutting him off. "Are you suggesting we leave our captain, our storm caller, and my daughter behind in Gren?" "You have to understand—" "I really don't. We will get out of this. All of us. I'd strongly suggest you drop this line of thought and not revisit it. Please pass my feelings on to the crew. If I have to do it myself, things might get bloody." He glared at Melwyn until the man looked down. "Benjamin!" the voice came from the man guarding the gangplank. "It's Edvard." The blacksmith gave Melwyn one more hard look and let go of his arm. He marched to the gangplank, cursing under his breath the whole time. This was the last thing he needed. He was already angry from Melwyn's suggestion that they make a run for it, and now he had to put up with that arrogant stone-shaper Edvard? It was going to be a struggle to keep his temper under control. Edvard was climbing the gangplank by the time Benjamin reached it. He wore the easy smile of a man who thinks he's in complete control of the situation. "Good morning, Benjamin. How's Dahlia this morning?" Benjamin took a deep breath and forced a conversational tone. "I was about to go check on her myself. Care to accompany me?" Edvard always boarded the ship alone. Magnus could have sent men to accompany him, but to Benjamin it came off as a power play. By only sending one man, he was subtly showing that even a single lowly guard had nothing to fear from the foggy day. Benjamin led Edvard below decks to where Dahlia laid snoring softly on the mat that had been her home for nearly a week now. They watched her for a few moments, and when Edvard indicated he was satisfied, they went topside again. Benjamin showed him back to the gangplank, hoping to get him off the ship as quickly as possible, but Edvard paused before descending. "I wonder about the long-term effects of the potion you're giving her. Do you think such prolonged usage could damage her somehow?" Benjamin hoped it damaged her. He hoped it wrecked her mind to the point where she couldn't speak, let alone stormcall. But he wasn't about to say that. "I'm no apothecary, but I'm told it's safe. Let's hope so. If the Queen of Storms isn't presented to Chief Magnus safe and sound of mind at the end of this, he'll kill you all, no matter how your friends do with the rebels." Benjamin felt his anger rising again, and he didn't care enough to stop it. "You make a lot of demands." Edvard shrugged. "Chief Magnus is used to having his demands met. His enemies know what happens if they are not." He gave Benjamin a sly smile. "Most of them do, anyway. The others soon learn." "Yeah? Why don't you tell me?" "So many things. You have no idea what we can do." He opened his hand, revealing the round stone. His eyes turned black, and the stone shifted, transforming into a rough approximation of a ship. He slammed his hand shut, flattening the stone ship. Benjamin opened his own hand, showing the empty palm. "Perhaps you aren't the only ones who can do things." Suddenly the smith's eyes glowed black, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Edvard took an instinctive step away from the fire, surprise clear on his face. "You'll find the foggy day is full of surprises," Benjamin said. "Let's hope you don't have to see the rest of them. Now get the hell off my ship." Edvard recovered his composure, but he kept his eyes fixed on the fireball. "Fine. Until tomorrow, then." With that, he turned and hurried down the gangplank. When Edvard was gone, Benjamin turned and saw that the sailors on the deck were all staring at him with wide smiles on their faces. "That was badass, blacksmith," Melwyn called from the quarterdeck. "No, it wasn't," Benjamin muttered quietly. "It was damn stupid." Now that the Stone Shapers knew at least one man on the foggy day could do magic, they'd want to take the measure of him. "Are we absolutely certain we haven't checked this valley before?" Olaf asked. "Because to me it looks a lot like the last 8.
Gideon, Abbey, and Sid were hunched around a log, carefully studying a hand-drawn map.
I'm absolutely certain, the stone shaper said. Last time I set foot in this valley was years ago, when I was mapping this area. At that time, the rebels weren't even raiding yet.
It was their second day exploring the remote valleys in the region north of the Tall Grass Raiders' most recent attack. Working under the assumption that Bear Gigur was a description of their home base, they'd been able to narrow their search considerably. Still, according to Gideon's map, they still had a lot of territory to cover, and not a lot of time to cover it. The stone shaper seemed positively giddy. In his long years of searching, this was the best lead he'd managed to dig up. Abbey stood up and stretched. They'd been walking for 6 hours already, ever since sunrise. They'd left their wagon and horses at the nearest road and hiked into the valley on foot. "We should keep moving," she said. But even saying the words, she felt the pointlessness of them. How long would they keep wandering around in the woods? She had no answer, but she also didn't have any better ideas. From the top of the valley, it had looked like this place was pristine, but they had to check it anyway. The rebels may have built their homes down among the trees. Gideon led the way as he always did. Abbey hung back a little, letting Victor and Dustin pass. The two Stormcallers had been inseparable for the past 2 days, spending most of their time in quiet but intense discussion. They walked along a thin trail that looked like an animal path. The undergrowth was sparse enough that they were able to comfortably walk 2 by 2. Abbey waited until Sid reached her and fell into step beside her friend. "What do you think about all this?" Sid shook her head. "Seems like a damn waste of time. I don't care about these rebels or Chief Magnus. The two can fight each other until the sun burns out for all I care." "I get that. But these guys are raiding villages. We can't let that go on." Sid gazed up into the trees. "This is going to sound cold, but I honestly can't bring myself to care much right now. Being so close to my brother and not being able to see him. It's killing me." Abbey didn't know how to respond to that. On the one hand, she understood. If Abby's father had been taken, finding him would have been her top priority too. But even when Benjamin had been falsely imprisoned, they'd taken the time to help a village fight off Barskull warriors. Fanar's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sid? Abbey? Over here." He was standing a little way ahead of them, a few feet off the trail, staring at something on the ground. Abbey glanced ahead and saw that the rest of the party had disappeared around a bend in the trail. She and Sid hurried over to Fanar. Sid saw it first. "Holy shit." Then Abbey spotted what they were looking at. It was an arrow, and it was lying on top of the grass, meaning it hadn't been there long enough for the grass to grow around it. An archer was either in the area or had been very recently. Fanar stared off into the woods ahead of them. Abbey started to call out, but the Barskull put a hand on her shoulder. "They are close," he whispered. A sound like the twang of a bowstring split the air. Gideon and Clemens cried out in what sounded like pain. Abbey, Sid, and Fanar dashed forward to help their friends. They went around a bend and almost crashed into the rest of their party. "Get us the hell out of here," Clemens said in a quiet but urgent voice. Clemens and Gideon were tangled in a large net made of hemp. Victor, Dustin, and Olaf were cutting at the netting, trying to free them. Fanar drew his sea axe and hurried over to help. In a few short minutes, they'd freed their friends. "Gideon, I'm starting to think this valley might be Bear Gigur," Abbey said with a smile. Gideon scanned the ground with his eyes. He'd dropped the round stone when the net snared him. "I think that's likely, though it's possible they've moved to a new location and the booby traps are old. Or this could be a hunter's snare. Ah, here it is." He bent down and picked up his rock. "What could a hunter be trying to snag with a net that big?" Fanar asked. "Other than a human, of course. Besides, we know someone was here recently." His eyes scanned the trees around them. "If they're here, they have us at a distinct disadvantage," Sid said. Just then, Abbey saw something. It was nothing more than a blur of motion, but the figure was large. Man-sized, in fact.
Then she saw another 15 yards heading in the opposite direction, west of the first one. If these were the rebels, they were spreading out. As if they were trying to flank Abbey and her friends. They had to act fast if they were going to have a chance in this fight. "Guys, form up," Abbey ordered in an urgent voice. "Dustin, you and Victor start storm calling. They have archers, so we want wind and fog. Gideon, time to show us what you can do with that dumb rock." She paused. Sid was still the captain here. She was the one in charge, but this was about to be a battle. There was no time to question herself. "Where do you want me, boss?" Clemens asked. "You and Fanar stay back and protect the magic users. Sid, Olaf, and I are going to wait until they show themselves. Then we're going to get all up in their faces." Clemens grinned. "Sounds like a plan." Dustin's eyes were already glowing, and a stiff wind was kicking up. Fog settled all around them. Abbey smiled. That would make the archer's job a bit more challenging. "Wait," Olaf said. "You said you want the magic users back here, so do I charge with you or stay back?" Abbey rolled her eyes. "Seriously, man, you've had one magic lesson." "Now!" The voice came somewhere to the west. Suddenly a dozen voices filled the air. An arrow slammed into the ground 5 feet to Abbey's left. Through the fog she could see dark shapes moving toward her. "There! Let's go!" She took off running toward the shapes, drawing her sword as she went. She heard Olaf and Sid's feet pounding the dirt on either side of her. They broke through the fog and saw 6 fighters racing toward them. Abbey spotted the biggest one, a tall man with brown hair, a bow slung across his back and a sword in each hand. She sprinted toward him. The man grinned with determination when he saw her charging. She recognized it as a warrior's smile, and it sent a jolt through her. This would be a true battle. "Wait!" Sid shouted. Abbey turned toward her friend and was shocked to see her swords at her sides rather than held aloft and ready for battle. Sid's eyes were wide as she staggered toward the brown-haired man. He was looking at her, too, the shock just as clear in his eyes. "Is it really you?" Sid blinked hard as a tear rolled down her face. "Elliot?" The sounds of battle raged around them, but Sid and the brown-haired man didn't seem to notice. After a moment, Elliot dropped both swords and ran to his sister. Chapter 9. For once in her life, Abbey was speechless. "Seas and stars," Sid said, her voice catching in her throat. "Is this real? Have I finally found you?" Elliot opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, thunder crashed overhead. He looked up slowly, as if waking from the surprised daze of seeing his sister for the first time in more than a decade. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Stop! Ekya! To me!" Sid and Abbey joined him in calling for their people to lay down arms. Thunder crashed again, and Elliot grinned at Sid. "Sister, did you bring a storm caller? He hauled seawater all this way?" Sid marched toward him, her eyes still wet with tears. "That's your question? You see me for the first time in how many years and a sea away from home, and you want to know if I brought a storm caller?" Elliot laughed. "I suppose it's as good a place to start as any." He looked her up and down. "Seas! You were a little girl last time I saw you. Now you have no hair. Did it fall out?" Before she could answer, he continued, "And you fight with twin swords." Sid grinned. "I suppose I wanted to be like my big brother." A shout split the air near the magic user's position. "Damn it," Elliot said. "Let's stop our people from killing each other, then we'll go back to Bear Gigur. We have much to discuss. I have so many questions." "You have questions?" Abbey asked. "We thought you were a slave in a mine." He cocked his thumb at Abbey and turned to Sid. "Who's this? I was looking forward to fighting her." "It's like you said," Sid replied. "We have much to discuss." 20 minutes later, the two groups made their way through the woods to Bear Gigur. Both Sid's crew and Elliot's seemed uneasy as they walked. For Sid and Elliot, it was a strange and surreal reunion, but their friends appeared more worried about whether the other group was going to try to kill them. A big woman with reddish hair sidled up next to Elliot. "You sure we want to take these people to our home? We don't even know them." Elliot shot her a look. This is my sister. I haven't seen her in a while, but I know her." A few moments later, Elliot gestured up the trail. "Welcome to Bear Gigur." Even though they were almost on top of it, it took Abbey a moment to spot the houses. They were small, squat huts that had been expertly camouflaged into their surroundings. The roofs were covered in leaves, and the walls were covered in what appeared to be moss. "This is incredible," Abbey said. "It's taken a lot of work," Elliot replied. "Trial and error, too. We've had to move around constantly, and we have almost gotten caught many times." "That you did," Gideon said softly. Abbey looked at him with a start. Somehow she had almost forgotten about the stone shaper. Looking at him now, she felt a foreboding chill. This man had been hunting the rebels for a year, and now he was in their camp. Sid and her crew had gotten along well enough with Gideon, but what would happen to him now? No way would Sid take his side over that of her own brother. And yet, these were raiders, no different from Tor and Dahlia's crew on Thunderclap back in the day. Hell, that had been where Elliot had learned his craft. Could they really overlook the actions of these people just because one of them was Sid's brother? Sid looked at Elliot, nervousness clear on her face. She was still the badass storm ship captain Abbey had come to know and love, but in that moment, Abbey could see the girl she'd once been, the girl who worshipped her big brother. The reunion was touching, but a deeper, more logical part of Abbey knew there was danger here as well. Sid wouldn't be in her right mind when it came to Elliot. Abbey owed it to her friend to protect her, even from her brother. The two groups took a few moments to introduce themselves. There were far more in Elliot's group, over 30 in all, and Abbey knew there was no way she'd be able to remember their names. A man named Sigmund approached Fanar. "Is that a sea axe on your back?" Fanar drew the blade and flashed it at the man. "Indeed it is." Sigmund slapped him on the back. "With a brutal weapon like that, you must be a Barskull." Fanar grinned. "How do you think we found you?" "Bear Gigur indeed." Sigmund laughed. "Elliot, I told you those cute names were going to get us into trouble." Elliot looked hurt. "Me? You named the place." "Yeah, but I didn't shout it during a raid." He turned back to Fanar. "I've always admired the sea axe. My elder pa was a master sea axeman. I never could get the hang of the short blade myself." "Ha!" Fanar turned toward Sid. "Hey, Captain, I may have to ditch you and join up with this crew." Elliot took a step back. "Whoa! Captain? Sid, there's no way you're a storm ship captain, right?" "I am. Followed in my brother's footsteps and then walked right past him. I'm captain of the Foggy Day." "That's amazing." He scratched at his chin. "Can't say I've ever heard of the Foggy Day. Is it new?" Abbey jumped into the conversation. "It's the best damn ship in the fleet. We left Thunderclap to run it." Elliot looked even more surprised at that news. "You sailed on Thunderclap with Dahlia?" Not exactly." Abbey didn't want to get too deep into that conversation now. "Elliot." It was the big woman who spoke. She pointed at Gideon's right hand where he was clearly holding a stone. "They brought a damn stone shaper." Elliot looked at his sister, the hurt clear in his eyes. "Sid, what's going on?" Sid frowned. "It's like you said before. We have a lot to discuss, and we've put it off long enough. Is there somewhere we can talk? I want to hear your story, and I want you to hear mine." "Are you sure you want me here for this?" Abbey asked. Sid paused only a moment before nodding. "You need to be, you and Dustin both. Not only because you're my friends, but because you're my first mate and my stormcaller." "Aye," Elliot said. "Sigmund and Hekla, too." The black-haired man and the woman with red hair sat on either side of him. "Let's just hope our friends don't kill each other while we're talking," Dustin added. Abbey couldn't help but worry about that very thing. Tensions had been high between the two groups ever since Elliot's people discovered there was a stone shaper among Sid's crew. She couldn't imagine what must be going through Gideon's mind. He'd finally found the tall grass raiders he'd spent most of his adult life searching for, and now the leaders of his crew were privately meeting with them? They were gathered in Elliot's home. As strange and wonderful as this reunion was,
It was time to learn the facts.
"Who goes first?" Elliot asked. Sid answered immediately.
"You. No offense, but we've heard some very troubling stories. We need to know what you and your friends are up to."
Elliot nodded slowly. "I understand. It's just... I'm not sure where to start."
"How about Ekya?" Abbey suggested. "You shouted the word when you were trying to stop your friends from fighting. What's it mean?"
He smiled. "It's an old Barskal word. It means widow. It started as a joke. Ragnar brought us here, and now that he's gone, we're Ekya. Over the years, it's what we've called ourselves. The others have recently taken to calling us tall grass raiders, but among ourselves, we're always Ekya." "That's a strange joke," Dustin said. "Aye, Storm Caller, that it is. But we're a strange people. We've had to be in order to survive."
Sid touched her brother's hand. "Start at the beginning. Tell us about Ragnar and how you came to Gren. Dahlia said Ragnar demanded you as part of his surrender to Elias. Is that true?"
Elliot nodded. A dark expression appeared on his face. "I hadn't been with Thunderclap long, but I suppose I'd proven myself. I'm not proud of the things I did aboard that ship. I was a storm raider. Looking back on it now, I suppose I was so obsessed with proving myself to Captain Tor and Dahlia that I justified my actions to myself. I fought with all my strength, whether we were raiding on the Lost Isles or fighting Ragnar's warriors on Barskal. When Ragnar surrendered, Captain Tor told us we were going to transport Ragnar and some of his people to Gren. As far as I knew, we were going to drop them off, and then I'd sail back to Holdgate with Thunderclap. Imagine my surprise when we reached Gren and Captain Tor ordered me thrown off the ship. He told me I belonged to Ragnar now."
"Damn," Abbey exclaimed. "That's cold."
Sid looked at Sigmund and Hekla.
"What about you two? You fought on Ragnar's side in Barskal, I take it?"
"Proudly." Sigmund held his head high. "And I'd do it again. The man was a true leader. He turned down Thunderclap's offer of help because he knew too many civilians would suffer at the Storm Raiders' hands if they became involved in the conflict. He never expected they'd offer help to his enemies."
Dustin frowned. "And yet he demanded Thunderclap provide him with slaves, including Elliot. And his first move when he got to Gren was to attempt to conquer it," Abbey added. "Let's not pretend he's a hero."
"The truth is a bit more complicated than that," Elliot argued. "He knew he was coming to a foreign land where the Barskal were reputed to be savage warriors. If we were going to survive, he knew he was going to have to carve out a place for us. In truth, we were blindsided by the existence of stone shapers. All the legends we'd heard about Gren involved giants. We'd never heard anything about stone magic."
Abbey glanced at Sid and saw that her friend was hanging on her brother's every word. It was going to fall to her to play the skeptic. "So you'd have us believe all Ragnar's actions were noble? That his war against the stone shapers was self-defense?"
Elliot held up a hand. "No, I wouldn't go that far. Look, the man was a warlord. I'm not saying he was a hero. He did many terrible things. What I am saying is that he won me over. I was a captive with every reason to hate him, but he had an undeniable genius on the battlefield I came to respect, and he was willing to do anything to keep his people safe. After a time, I willingly fought by his side."
"Ragnar could be brutal to his enemies, but he would do anything for his friends," Hekla said. "Working together, we held out against the stone shapers far longer than we had any right to expect." "How'd you do that?" Sid asked.
"We struck from the shadows, often at night," Elliot replied. "We hit our enemies hard, and then we ran away. The bow became an important weapon, since it allowed us to attack from range. Fighting a stone shaper up close is suicide, but if you surround him and fire from a distance, he's as easy to take down as any other man." Sigmund nodded his agreement. "Our goal was to claim some territory in the north, a place with access to the sea that was defensible. And yes, we attempted to drive out some locals to make that happen. In the end, we pushed a bit too far south."
"How'd they finally take Ragnar down?"
Abbey asked. "With trickery." The disdain was thick in Sigmund's voice. "They asked us to meet under a white flag to discuss peace," Elliot said. "It turned out to be a trap. They ambushed us at the meeting. Most of Ragnar's men were captured. We three were among the lucky few who escaped."
"But that's only half of it," Hekla said. "While we were away, Thunderclap attacked our settlement, burning it to the ground and killing those who had stayed behind. With our leader taken and most of our allies dead, we had no choice but to flee into the woods, Elliot told them. And we've been there ever since.
Wow, Sid said. It's amazing that you've survived this long.
Abbey leaned forward and looked Elliot in the eyes. It is, but it doesn't explain what you're up to now. Why are you raiding Stone Shaper villages? Elliot and Hekla exchanged a glance before he answered. That's a complicated question, which we'll answer shortly. But first we want to hear your story. What are you doing in Gren, and why do you have a Stone Shaper with you? Sid answered, detailing a brief history of their adventures. She told them how they'd taken down Thunderclap and how Abbey had killed Captain Tor. Sigmund and Hekla practically cheered when they were told about freeing King Elias's secret stormcallers and vanquishing his fleet. She told how they'd captured Dahlia and how she'd bargained for her life. Finally, she spoke about their meeting with Chief Magnus and how he'd given them 7 days to find the rebels. And we made it with 4 days to spare, Dustin grinned. Elliot was silent for a long moment when Sid finished. I never thought I'd see you again. It's incredible. And I want more than anything for you to understand what I've been doing here for so many years.
I want to understand, Sid said.
Good. Because the next part of the story is going to be harder to believe. Chapter 10. The next time Edvard came to the Foggy Day, he brought 2 other guards with him. Most of the crew laughed as the Stone Shapers approached. To them, it was evidence of how badly Benjamin had shaken Edvard. In their current situation, living aboard a ship waiting for a fight they were pretty sure was coming and which they would almost certainly lose, they considered this a small victory. But not Benjamin. The blacksmith understood what was at stake. By showing his magical abilities, he'd tipped his hand and thrown away one of the few advantages they had. Now the Stone Shapers would press him, hoping to learn more. Still, if it lifted the spirits of his crew, it wasn't all bad. He'd done his best to keep the stormship sailors busy, leading daily combat drills, spending time talking to each of them, and giving them unnecessary tasks. He was running out of ideas for work to give them, though. Every inch of the ship was spotless, and he wasn't enough of a sailor to know what else might need to be done. Benjamin was also spending more and more time with Victor's friends, the 3 Barskull Stormcallers. He wanted to fully understand what they could and couldn't do just in case it came down to a fight. When Edvard and his 2 companions, a man and a woman, approached the gangplank, they were met with laughter. Melwyn called out to them as they climbed aboard. Had to bring some friends, did you? Guess you didn't have the stones to face us alone. The other sailors roared with laughter at that one, and even Benjamin couldn't help cracking a smile. Enough, Benjamin called to the crew. We'll treat our guests with respect. For now, he didn't need to add. When Edvard came aboard, he didn't acknowledge any of the comments the crew had made, and he didn't introduce his 2 colleagues. Benjamin played along, ignoring the other Stone Shapers. He took them below decks to see Dahlia, then brought them back up when they said they'd seen enough. Back on the main deck, Edvard turned to Benjamin. Chief Magnus has asked me to find out a little more about your fire magic. Benjamin grimaced. He'd expected as much. There's not much to know. You saw the extent of it yesterday. It's more of a parlor trick than anything else. Right. And does everyone aboard know this parlor trick? Just me. That's why the captain left me in charge. Edvard scratched his chin a moment. I'd like my friends to see it. Make the fire like you did yesterday. Benjamin hesitated. I'd rather not. The ship's made of wood, and wood and fire don't mix. Edvard smiled. Just a small demonstration, then. Reluctantly, Benjamin created a fireball in his hand. He let it burn for a moment, then made it disappear. Edvard exchanged a glance with his fellow Stone Shapers. The woman nodded. One more thing before we leave, Edvard said. We've seen you practicing with a sword on the deck. Drilling your crew in combat. It helps sharpen the mind as well as the body, Benjamin said. He was doing his best to keep this light, hoping they'd get off the ship quickly if he appeased them. I completely agree. In fact, I thought you might spar with me,
Edvard smiled. In the interest of sharpening our minds and bodies. Benjamin hesitated. On the one hand, it would be nice to take the full measure of this stone shaper. On the other hand, the last thing he wanted was to escalate things further. Perhaps another time. Every eye on the ship was watching Edvard and Benjamin now. I insist. Edvard held up both hands, and for the first time Benjamin noticed he was holding a stone in each hand, rather than just the usual stone in his right. The blacksmith sighed. There would be no getting out of this without a fight. All right, let's spar. Would you like to borrow a sword? The stone shapers chuckled. I think not. We prefer to use other weapons. Benjamin drew his sword and widened his stance, preparing for combat. Edvard's eyes went black. Let's begin. Suddenly, the stone in his left hand transformed, elongating into a spike that shot toward Benjamin's face. Benjamin dodged right, and the spike missed his face by mere inches. If he'd been just a little slower, he would have been impaled. Just as quickly, the stone returned to its original form and rested in Edvard's hand. Benjamin grimaced. So that was how it was going to be. He'd hoped to get out of this without further embarrassing the stone shaper, but it looked like that wasn't going to be possible. If it was a real fight Edvard wanted, Benjamin was willing to oblige. "Kick his ass, blacksmith!" one of the crew called down from the quarterdeck. Edvard smiled, his eyes dark. Yes, blacksmith. Kick my ass. Now both stones transformed into spikes. Benjamin knocked the first aside with his sword, even as he dodged the second. The spikes retracted, then shot forward again. And again. Benjamin was on the defensive. It was everything he could do to avoid getting impaled. Edvard was pushing him backward toward the starboard rail, never letting up on the attack. This wasn't working. Benjamin was going to have to go on the offensive or risk being impaled. He remembered what he'd taught his crew about fighting warriors with shields. It was all about sideways movement and getting behind your enemy's defenses. This was no different. Ducking around another assault by a stony spike, Benjamin lunged at the man's shoulder and slapped it hard with the flat of his blade. Edvard cried out in pain and staggered to the right. Benjamin shuffled his feet, shifting his position so that Edvard had his back to the rail now. Edvard let out a growl of anger, and 2 stone spikes shot at Benjamin's face. Instinctively, the blacksmith raised his hand and pushed with magic. Apparently, he used more force than he'd intended. The stone shaper reeled backward, hit the rail hard, and tumbled over the side. As he splashed into the water below, a cheer went up from the crew of the Foggy Day. The other 2 stone shapers ran to the rail and looked over. Benjamin did the same and saw Edvard flailing wildly in the water below. "I thought he'd sink like a stone," one of the crew women yelled, and the other sailors roared with laughter. "Things got a bit rocky there at the end, didn't they?" called another. The female stone shaper spun toward Benjamin. "It was supposed to be a friendly sparring match." "My friends, don't try to stab me in the brain with stone magic," Benjamin said. But even as he spoke, he felt a twinge of worry. There were 3 more days until Abbey and the team were due back, and he'd just escalated things with the stone shapers. He silently wondered what Edvard would bring with him when he returned tomorrow. "You have to know a little about the geography of Gren to understand what I'm about to tell you," Elliot began. "There have always been 2 types of people who live here, those who live on the coast and those who live inland. The vast majority live on the coast, where they have access to the sea. Going back to the Mad Days, and probably before that, people on the coast survived by fishing. Not all that different from Holdgate." "What about the inland people?" Abbey asked. "The inland of Gren is almost unlivable. It's mostly ice, and it's bitterly cold most of the year. There were a few hardy tribes who managed to eke out an existence, and I'm told that's where stone shaping got its start." Sigmund nodded. "The people lived in caves, hiding underground most of the year. At some point, a man named Tomas discovered he could change the shape of the stone walls of the cave. He taught his friends and family, and over the years they built a vast network of tunnels all over Gren. They lived underground and cultivated mushroom farms. They came up to hunt, but most of their lives were spent below the surface." "Fascinating,"
Abbey said dryly. But if I wanted a history lesson, I would have invited my father and his friend Jarvie. Elliot held up a hand. I promise, this will all make sense soon. The main thing to understand is that for the people who live underground, the Way of Stone is a religion. It's sacred. They believe it saved their lives, and the mere idea that it would be used for anything but good is abhorrent to them. However, there was one young boy among them who felt differently. He wanted to see the larger world, and he believed his stone shaping could be a powerful weapon. He convinced a group of his friends to join him in his quest. Let me guess, Dustin said. His name was Magnus. Elliot nodded. Nice guess. Magnus convinced the Stone Shaper elders to let him and his friends leave, but the elders made him promise he would only use his powers to help the coastal people, and they vowed to check up on him. As powerful as Magnus and his friends were, they were only a small minority of the Stone Shapers. If the people who lived underground ever mobilized against him, he'd be crushed. Abbey thought about the city of Amas. Was it possible it had been crafted in only one generation? Or was it an existing village Magnus and his friends had rebuilt in their own image? As a sign of good faith, Magnus invited the inland stone shapers to visit the most remote villages in Gren any time to prove that even they were prospering with the help of him and his friends. I take it Magnus and his friends defeated the coastal people? Abbey asked. Yes, Elliot replied. Some of them fought on for years, but all were eventually brought to task with Dahlia's help. Magnus and his friends called her the Queen of Storms. Dustin rolled his eyes. Yeah, we heard. Sid touched her brother's arm. This is all interesting, Elliot, but it doesn't explain why you're raiding these villages. Elliot nodded to Hekla. Let's show them. Hekla walked across the room and grabbed a bag from under a table. She brought it over and dropped it in front of Sid. Take a look for yourself. This is what we've been stealing from the villages. Sid opened the bag and peeked inside, and her eyes widened in surprise. Then she handed it to Abbey. Abbey looked into the bag, and what she saw surprised her. Is that fish? Indeed it is, Elliot said, dried and salted for preservation. You're stealing food from a hungry village? Abbey asked. How's that noble exactly? Are you going to tell us how you kick puppies next? Think about it this way. To inland stone shapers living underground, any meat is a valuable commodity. Fish is so exotic, it's almost unheard of. When the inland stone shapers come to check on Magnus, they visit the villages closest to them, so Magnus has these villages stocked with dried fish, and the villages are forced to present them to the inland stone shapers as tribute. The stone shapers think that if even these remote villages have extra fish, Magnus must be helping the region prosper. He also stations a few of his stone shaper guards in each village, Hekla interjected. The guards rule the villages with an iron fist. Or a stone fist, Dustin joked. Hekla smiled. That too. When the inland stone shapers come to check on them, the guards give them this dried fish as a gift. Thus the inland stone shapers are convinced everything is good. It's sick, really, Sigmund said. We've seen so many villages starving, and these people are forced to hold on to this dried fish and pay it as tribute to the inland stone shapers rather than using it to feed their families. Abbey thought about that for a moment. When they'd visited the village, Gideon had talked about how the villagers were resentful they had to pay tribute. Abbey had assumed he'd meant it was tribute to Magnus. So let me get this straight, she said. You attack these villages and steal their tributes to the inland stone shapers. Why? It was Elliot who answered her. We hope that if we steal enough tributes, the inland stone shapers will realize everything is not going as well as they have been led to believe in Magnus's realm. We hope it will cause them to investigate further. Sounds like a long shot, Dustin said. It is. We know that, but it's the best one we have. For over a decade after Ragnar's capture, we did nothing but hide. Eventually, we decided we had to help. When we attacked the villages, we only hurt the stone shaper guards, Sigmund pointed out. We're trying to help these people. After we steal the fish, we secretly distribute it to other hungry villages, ones without stone shaper guards to steal it back. Sid looked at her brother. Okay, I understand what you've been up to, and it's noble. But you've done enough. Come with us back to the Foggy Day. Abbey's eyebrows shot up at that. Is that a good idea, Captain? If Magnus sees Elliot... Well, he doesn't seem like the forgive and forget type.
More like the crush and dismember type, Dustin said. Sid frowned. We'll find a way. We always do. Elliot shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not leaving Gren. Not while Magnus is in charge. If you'd seen the things I have, the way he's starving these people, you'd feel the same way. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That's it. You should come with us. Abbey was almost afraid to ask. Come with you where? On a raid. There was excitement in his voice now. You can see how we take the tribute, and you can see how we give it to a hungry village. Abbey opened her mouth to answer, but Captain Sid spoke before she could. We're in. Chapter 11. Abbey waited behind a tree, watching for the signal. You sure you want to do this, Abbey? Dustin asked quietly. She shook her head. It's a bit late to ask that now, you damn idiot. We're 30 seconds from raiding this village. I know that. What I mean is, are you sure you believe their story? She looked to where Elliot was hidden 30 yards away. She couldn't see him through the trees, but she knew he was there. I believe them. To go through all this just to steal some dried fish? He has to be telling the truth. Maybe. The Storm Caller didn't look convinced. Besides, this is our chance to make sure their raids are what he said. We'll find out if they leave the civilians alone and only attack the stone shapers. Earlier that morning, Abbey had asked Elliot if he wanted to use Dustin in the raid. After all, fog and heavy rains were the classic tools of storm raiders. He'd declined, saying, I don't want anything to limit my visibility. That had made her feel better. If Elliot had visibility, so would they. Sid, Dustin, and Abbey were there to observe. They wouldn't be taking part in the raid. Sid was crouched near Elliot in the thick of the action. Olaf, Fanar, Clemens, and Victor had stayed behind in Berg Gigur, as had Gideon. The stone shaper could move freely around the camp, but his stone had been taken and he wasn't allowed to leave. He'd been furious ever since they'd entered the camp, angry that Sid and her crew weren't helping him capture the rebels, even after Abbey had explained the reasons behind what they were doing. 10 of Elliot's Ekya had stayed behind to guard him. The village they were raiding was larger than the last one the tall grass raiders had hit, but it was still quite small. This one had 4 guards stationed rather than 2. There was no stone wall around this village, but massive boulders sat on either side of the road at the edges of town, and more of them were placed throughout the village. Abbey waited silently, her eyes fixed on the guards nearest the stand of trees where they hid. Suddenly a bowstring twanged, and a guard fell to his knees, an arrow sticking out of his chest. That was the signal the runners and burners had been waiting for. The burners lit their torches as a barrage of arrows flew at the guards, and the raid began in earnest. The tall grass raiders poured out of the trees and descended on the village. Abbey kept her eyes on the ones carrying torches, the burners. They ran into town and set small fires, throwing their torches into wagons. She noticed they weren't randomly burning everything they saw, but were starting their fires near the guard stations. One group of burners ran past a wagon of hay outside a home. It would have been a perfect target for a torch, but the burners ignored it, heading for the guard station on the far side of town. The runners were close behind. Elliot and his Ekya had identified the building they thought most likely to contain the tribute for the inland stone shapers. It was located near the center of town, and it was one of the few buildings built from wood rather than stone. In a village where some of the residents could magic their way right through a stone wall, wood was a much safer building material. Apparently the stone shapers didn't even trust all of their own people to leave the tribute alone. Abbey had a view of the front of the building from her position, and she saw the runners try the door. It must have been locked because one of them started hacking at it with an axe. They're certainly efficient, Dustin said. It's impressive the way they plan their routes to avoid friendly fire from the archers. Yes, I was thinking the same. Suddenly, the door to the storage building flew open, and a dozen men ran out, all wearing black sashes. Stone shapers, Abbey muttered. Elliot's shout came from the trees to Abbey's left. Runners! It's a trap! Get out of there! But it was too late. The stone shapers quickly flanked the runners. One of them ran to a nearby boulder and touched it. The stone seemed to melt, and then it reshaped itself into a giant blade. It rose into the air and then fell. The runners managed to dodge out of the way, but just barely. Elliot called out again. "Archers! Hold! We'll just kill our own people if we loose now." Abbey clutched the hilt of her sword. "There's no way they're going to make it out of there. Dustin, I need a strong wind at my back." "Are you crazy? We're not even sure these are the good guys. You're going to risk your life for raiders?" "They're the good guys. Besides, saving a life is saving a life. Now give me some wind, Storm Boy." Storm Boy? He planted the tip of his staff on the ground and closed his eyes. You could have at least gone with Storm Man. A moment later, a strong wind pressed against her back. "Aren't you supposed to be the one who talks me out of dumb stuff like this?" Abbey asked. He opened his eyes a sliver. "What? I just tried." Abbey smiled. She loved torturing him with mixed messages. She drew her sword and channeled her magic, shifting her weight until she was no heavier than a leaf. The wind carried her forward, and she stretched her sword out in front of her, pointing it directly at the nearest stone shaper. His eyes widened as he saw the woman flying toward him. To his credit, he reacted quickly, touching the boulder next to him. "Whoa!" Abbey shouted. The boulder had been transformed into a stone wall that now stood between her and the stone shapers, and she was speeding right at it. Quickly, she increased her weight, and she landed face first in the grass. Her forward momentum kept her moving, and she slid painfully to a stop. Not exactly the heroic entrance she'd been going for. She sprang to her feet and started to run around the stone wall, but it was already changing, morphing back into a boulder. "Screw this," she said. She reached out and touched the rock, now the shape of a flattened oval 10 feet wide. Grabbing the edge of the rock, she channeled her magic, then lifted the massive object, which now weighed no more than her sword. She turned to the tall grass raiders gawking at her. "You're runners, aren't you? Run!" The runners took off for the trees, where Elliot and the archers were waiting. The stone shapers stared at Abbey in surprise, too, but she knew they'd soon regain their composure. She had to end this. She clutched the rock, holding it above the guards for just a moment. Then she let it go. The stone immediately returned to its natural weight and crashed down on top of them. Their cries of pain and surprise rang in Abbey's ears as she turned and sprinted back toward Elliot and the tall grass raiders. "This is really the reward?" Abbey asked. Elliot smiled. "It really is. You put in the hard work, so you get to experience the payoff." They were headed south toward another inland village. Their raid earlier that day had been a failure. They'd been unsuccessful at stealing the tribute of dried fish meant for the inland stone shapers. But they'd all escaped with their lives, and that was victory enough. A portion of those who'd gone on the raid were now being given the opportunity to accompany Elliot to deliver the dried fish they'd stolen a few days ago to a hungry village. Seemed like an odd reward to Abbey, but she was along for the ride. "So, you going to tell me about those strange powers of yours?" Elliot asked her. She was riding in the front of the wagon with him. Dustin, Sid, and a few tall grass raiders sat in back with the bags of dried fish. There was one more person Elliot had insisted go along with them. Gideon. The stone shaper wore a dour expression. They'd made him leave his black sash back at Ber Gigur so no one would know he was a stone shaper. Abbey smiled. "Not much to tell. It's just something I can do." "Huh," he said. "And your storm caller? I suppose calling a wind without any seawater in sight is just something he can do?" "I suppose it is, Mr. Curious." Elliot chuckled. "I'm not trying to pry. Just not something you see every day. Or ever." Abbey wanted to change the subject. She was only just wrapping her mind around the concept of the etheric, and she wasn't ready to discuss it with this near stranger. "Maybe we should talk about those guards hiding in the storehouse. How'd they know you were going to be there?" A shadow crossed Elliot's face. "That is an excellent question. My guess is that we just got careless. They must have stationed extra guards in the storehouses of every village in the area. We should have struck somewhere farther away." He glanced toward the stone shaper in the back of the wagon. When he spoke again, he did so in a quiet voice. "The only thing that makes me question that theory is it seems like they'd coordinate that kind of thing with Gideon. He's the one who's been hunting us for a year." Abbey considered that. "I get the feeling Magnus and Gideon aren't exactly best buddies. Like maybe Magnus sent Gideon on the hunt to get him out of his hair. Gideon mentioned he hasn't had the support he needs." "Oh, was that his excuse?"
Abbey laughed. Elliot was overconfident in a way she found charming. Not like Olaf, who just assumed he was better than everyone. More like her father. They were men who knew they could handle themselves in tough situations. Elliot stared down the road. "We're almost there. It's just around this next curve." "I take it you've brought these people food before?" He nodded. "We figured we could either help many villages a little or help a few villages a lot. We chose the latter. This village in particular has been struggling to feed its people." "I don't understand. The ocean is what, like 50 miles east of here? Couldn't they just move to the coast and fish?" "Not with Magnus in charge. He's worried about too many people living on the coast. They'd outnumber his stone shapers. So he tells them they can't relocate, and he sends his guards on a regular basis to make sure they don't." "And they just obey him? I'd be on the first wagon for the coast the moment those guards turn their backs." "Then your family would pay the price." Elliot's voice was filled with sorrow. "These people are in a really bad situation here. There are no easy answers. That's why we decided to take action. We were tired of watching people suffer." Up ahead, she saw a man standing at the edge of the road. He seemed like some kind of lookout, but he wasn't wearing the black sash of the stone shapers. When he spotted the wagon, his eyes widened. Then he turned and took off running down the road in the opposite direction. Abbey grabbed the hilt of her sword. "We've been spotted." Elliot let out a loud laugh. "Would you relax? Man, you've been fighting too long. He's not our enemy. He's going to tell his friends the good news that we're here." The raider leader was quickly proven correct. As they rounded the curve and entered the small village, the man was running through the street, knocking on doors. Even from the wagon, Abbey could hear his excited voice. "They're here! Elliot's here!" Elliot pulled the wagon to the side of the road and everyone climbed out. Sid helped Gideon out of the wagon since his hands were bound. It wasn't long before the villagers began crowding around Elliot and the other tall grass raiders. One look at them confirmed that the villagers were underfed. It was especially obvious among the children. Abbey felt a twinge of worry. With all these villagers and so little food, would a fight break out? But she soon realized that the villagers weren't clamoring for the food at all. They were genuinely excited to talk to Elliot and his friends. And when the time to hand out the food arrived, the villagers were methodical about making sure everyone got their fair share. They stayed in the village until sundown, talking with the people, helping them with odd jobs, and playing games with the children. Abbey learned a fun game that involved hiding in the woods on the edge of town and attempting to sneak to a tree designated goal without being spotted by the other team. Since she was a foot taller than most of the children, she got caught every time, but the children's laughter gave them away just as often. The villagers offered them dinner, but of course they refused. They weren't going to use up these people's meager resources. When it was time to leave, the process took nearly 20 minutes. Every man, woman, and child in the village wanted to give each member of their group a hug or a hearty handshake before they left. Sid clapped Elliot on the back before they got on the wagon. "You've done well, big brother. I would have loved you no matter what, but it's good to see you're not the monster the stone shapers claim." "Well, that's good to hear." Elliot turned to Gideon. "Do you understand why I wanted you to see this?" There was a long pause. "Yes, I understand." The stone shaper's voice was heavy, and he didn't meet Elliot's eyes. He sat down in the back of the wagon and closed his eyes. Elliot turned to Abbey. "How about you? Do you understand why this trip is a reward now?" She considered how to answer the question. In truth, she couldn't think of a single afternoon that had been more fulfilling. There was a grim joy in battle, in defeating evil and crushing one's enemies. But seeing the children's glee and the gratitude on their parents' faces was a whole new experience. And yet, it somehow made the fire to avenge the wrong burn even more brightly inside her. She looked at Elliot. "I do understand. I understand that we have to do more for these people." Chapter 12.
"Thank the seas you're back, boss," Clemens said as Abbey climbed out of the wagon. "I think the raiders are about to kill Olaf."
Abbey sighed. She'd hoped to have some time to think before she met with Elliot and his friends again, but it looked like that was not going to happen. What did he do?
It's not one thing. More like everything. First he told them why their houses were built wrong. Then he told them he could devise a more effective raiding method. Last I saw, he was off showing their archers the proper way to hold a bow.
Abbey shook her head. Point me to him. She found Olaf near the edge of Bear Gigur in a stand of trees. He was speaking with someone, but in the dim light of the torches she couldn't see who.
So then I looked up and saw Dahlia on a ship docked across from us. I knew if she set sail, we'd all be in real trouble. I couldn't let her escape and get back to the Barskull fleet. For a moment, I was stumped.
A female voice answered, surprise in her voice. You? Stumped?
Yeah, but just for a moment. Then I remembered Abbey could reduce her own weight, so I told Dustin to give her an updraft, and I told Abbey to fly over to the ship and grab Dahlia. She seemed a little nervous, but I told her I'd be over to help in a minute. And that was when I first had the idea of Dustin and Victor using their powers together against the Barskull fleet.
Abbey cleared her throat. Is that how it happened?
Olaf spun around in surprise. Yeah, pretty much.
He subtly nodded toward the woman standing in the shadows and mouthed, Be cool. The woman stepped out into the torchlight, and Abbey recognized her from the raid. Hekla! Getting to know Olaf, I see.
Hekla nodded. I'd like to get to know him better. He says so many dumb things, but he has a pretty face.
Abbey stifled a laugh. There were a lot of things she'd call Olaf, but pretty wasn't one of them. Olaf tilted his head, clearly considering whether Hekla's statement was a compliment or an insult. After a moment, he shrugged.
You know what? I'll take it.
Okay, well, you two kids have fun. Abbey turned and walked back toward the rest of her friends.
Sid looked relieved when she saw her. There you are. Elliot wants to discuss something with us. Apparently you gave him an idea.
A few minutes later, Sid, Dustin, Abbey, Elliot, and Sigmund were once again gathered in Elliot's home. Hekla was the last to arrive. She looked flushed and a little annoyed.
I was having a nice conversation with the pretty man. That'll have to wait. Elliot turned to Abbey. I've been thinking about what you said, and you're right.
Abbey searched her memory, wondering what the hell she'd said that might have caused further thought. She remembered telling him that she liked his bow, but that probably wasn't what he was referring to.
You told me we needed to do more to help the starving villages, and you're right, Elliot said. I think we need to attack a larger city and raid their food supplies.
Sigmund and Hekla stared at him, mouths agape.
Wait, so when the hot girl says it, it's a good idea? Sigmund asked. No, it's not that. Besides, I'm not talking about a moss. Something smaller. Near the coast.
Hekla scratched at her chin.
How about Nur? It's on the coast, and it's mostly stone shapers. They pushed out the fisher folk.
Sigmund nodded.
They live like kings and queens while the people in the villages starve. When do you think we should do this?
Elliot thought a moment.
As soon as we can safely plan it. 3 or 4 days should be plenty. If I'm right, we'll get more food from this raid than from all the others we've done altogether.
Abbey felt herself getting caught up in the idea. She imagined the looks on those village children's faces when they saw a wagon overflowing with food pull up. Raiding a city full of stone shapers is going to be different than raiding a tiny village with 4 guards, she said. It won't be easy. Elliot flashed her a smile.
Nothing worthwhile ever is.
Sid held up a hand.
Okay, let's all just hold on a minute. You're forgetting a crucial detail. Chief Magnus put us on a deadline. We only have 3 days left to get back to the Foggy Day.
Abby's stomach turned. Somehow she'd managed to push the deadline out of her mind. But Sid was right. If they didn't figure out what they were going to do soon, her father and her shipmates would be killed. Of course, they might be killed even if she did figure things out. Dustin scratched his chin. We have to find a way to get the ship past the pillars and out of the harbor. If we got into open water, there's no way they could catch us.
Yes, Sid said, but they're not going to let us leave peacefully as long as the tall grass raiders are free.
Hekla frowned at Sid.
What would you have us do? Should we turn ourselves over to Chief Magnus so you and your friends can go home safely? No, that's not what I'm saying. I want us to work the problem. There's a way out of this. We just need to find it. Wonderful, Sigmund said. When you figure out a solution that will free your friends from the Stone Shapers, alleviate hunger in the villages of Gren, and pardon us for our so-called crimes, you let me know. In the meantime, we are planning a raid. Sid leaned toward the man, an angry snarl on her face. What I'd like is for you to work the problem. If you want to spend time talking about how impossible things are, I'm sure you can find someone to grumble at outside. If you're going to stay in here, you are going to help us look for a solution. Sigmund glared back at her, and their eyes locked in a tension-filled, angry stare. Then Sigmund burst out laughing. Very good. You're just like your brother. You're both pig-headed and far too serious. Sid raised an eyebrow, then turned to Elliot. Her brother just shrugged. What can I say? He likes to test new people. Sid shook her head, but she cracked a smile. A knock at the door interrupted them. Come! Elliot shouted. The door opened, and a tall grass raider came in. His face was pale, and he was panting. Fanar was standing behind him, sea-axe drawn. He pushed past the other man. What is it? Elliot asked, concern evident in his voice. It's that damn Stone Shaper, Fanar said. He's escaped. Elliot stormed out of his house and into the torchlit night. A group was gathered in the center of the homes. What the hell happened? He asked. The tall grass raiders all looked at each other. We're not sure, one of them said. Elliot stared at them incredulous. You're not sure? You damned well better figure it out. He had a stone, Clemens said. He shifted the damn thing into a blade and cut himself free. Elliot wheeled on him. And how do you know that? Because he tried to stab me with it. Thankfully, Olaf tackled him before he could land the blow. Olaf smiled. Did you expect any less? Huh, Abbey said. You had him down? How'd he get away? The smile faded from Olaf's face. He's more slippery than he looks. Elliot cursed quietly. I don't understand. Where'd he pick up a rock? This place is clean. The tall grass raiders were silent. Say it, Elliot ordered. One of them cleared his throat. We think he must have brought it back from the village. Son of a bitch! I thought we checked him. Not well enough, apparently. He sighed. All right, pair up and spread out. We have to find this bastard. If we don't, we're done in Bergigur. If you see him, start screaming your damned head off and the rest of us will come running. Abbey turned to Dustin. Pair up with me? Dustin grinned. Naturally. They grabbed torches and headed south, the direction Gideon most likely would have gone. There was nothing to the north but more wilderness. They followed a small animal track, moving quickly, hoping to catch Gideon before he got too far. As they ran, Abbey turned to Dustin. Man, you're in better shape than you used to be. Remember when you could barely make it up that mountain with Sid and me? Don't remind me. Hanging out with you is pretty much its own workout. What are you talking about? I'm a pleasure to hang out with. Everyone says so. Dustin's breath was getting heavy now. I won't disagree. I'm just saying that every time we go somewhere together, we end up either running away from someone or running at them. Usually both, Abbey added. Beneath the easy banter, Abbey could tell Dustin was just as concerned as she was. It was their fault Gideon had come to Bergigur. He would never have found it without Fanar's translation of the name. And now he'd escaped. Elliot was right. If Gideon made it to a Stone Shaper city, Bergigur was done. He'd bring an army of Stone Shapers back to the camp with him. Elliot and his friends would have to find somewhere new to live, or they'd face capture. Abbey silently cursed herself for being so lax with Gideon. Just because they'd spent a few days with him and he'd been a pleasant traveling companion, she'd assumed the best in him. Granted, they'd kept him restrained, just in case, but deep inside she'd assumed they'd be able to win him over. Especially after he saw the village. How could anyone meet the starving children in that village and not understand the evil Chief Magnus was bringing to Gren? Abbey couldn't fathom it. And yet there was a tiny part of her that could. Chief Magnus was Gideon's brother. Even if they didn't get along, that meant something.
Turning your back on family was difficult. Hadn't Cid given her brother the benefit of the doubt when she'd arrived in Bergigur? She'd assumed the best even before they had any reason to believe the tall grass raiders weren't evil. Another thought struck Abbey. Once word got back to Chief Magnus that Cid and her crew were working with the tall grass raiders rather than trying to bring them in, the foggy day would be destroyed. The 7-day deadline would be thrown out, and every person aboard that ship would be killed. With the possible exception of Dahlia, which only made things worse. If she wanted to save her father's life and the lives of her crew, there was no option here. They had to find Gideon. As they moved farther down the trail, Abbey began to doubt their chances of success. They could only see as far as their torches allowed, which wasn't far, and they were blind to anything beyond the reach of their lights. Still, they searched until they saw the sunlight peeking over the eastern hills. They were still searching when they heard a horse approaching from behind them. They stepped off the trail. Abbey drew her sword in case it was Gideon. The horse appeared a moment later, Elliot on its back. "Any of the other groups have any luck?" Abbey asked him. He just shook his head. "Damn it," Dustin said. "I know he's been looking for you in this area for a long time, but it really didn't seem like he knew his way around that well." "Could be he didn't," Abbey said. "He might be holed up under a bush or something, waiting for the search to die down." "Possibly," Elliot allowed. "And if he is, we'll find him. We have people looking." Abbey stared up at him. "Elliot, I just want to say I'm sorry. We brought a stone shaper into your camp. It was idiotic. If we'd only—" He held up a hand. "Stop. You brought my sister back to me. You don't have to apologize for anything." "So what now?" Dustin asked. Elliot sighed. "We keep searching. But I want you two to go back to Bergigur and get some rest. I need you fresh." "For what?" The last thing Abbey wanted to do was sleep while others tried to clean up her mess. "Near as I can figure it, the smartest move would be for Gideon to head for the closest stone shaper city. That's Nur. If he's on foot, that'll take 2 days. Maybe longer." "Okay," Dustin said. "I'm not seeing the plan here." "We were going to raid Nur anyway, right? We just move up the timetable. We head that way this afternoon, and we search for him along the way. If we find him, great. If not, we assume Bergigur is exposed, and we never come back. We carry on with the raid." Abbey raised an eyebrow. "Is that such a good idea? I mean, is raiding for food really our top priority? We've got Gideon to worry about, not to mention finding your Ekya a new home and saving our friends on the foggy day. They'll die if Gideon tells Magnus we joined up with you. Food isn't worth that." Elliot smiled. "Oh, we're not raiding for food. Nur is a coastal city, remember? I've got a better idea." After a moment, Abbey got it, and she let out a laugh. "I like where your head's at, and I guarantee Dustin's up for it." Abbey and Elliot both turned and looked at the Storm Caller. Dustin looked back at them blankly. "Up for what?" Chapter 13. Benjamin stared into the darkness as he lay awake for the 3rd straight night. He'd been trying to go to sleep for hours, to no avail. His responsibility for the men and women of the foggy day weighed on him, and with each day that passed, the 7-day deadline drew nearer, and the weight grew heavier. He trusted Cid. He trusted Dustin. And most of all, he trusted Abbey. If anyone could complete their nearly impossible mission, it was those 3. Yet he was in charge of the ship, and he had to face reality. If they didn't come back, it would be up to him to lead his crew in a defense of the ship, one they were certain to lose. It didn't help his efforts to sleep that the night crew were stomping around topside like they were trying to wake up their fellow stormship sailors. He swung his feet off the cot and sat up. It was no use. He might as well go check in on the night crew. He put on his outer cloak and turned to go, but turned back at the last moment and grabbed his sword belt. As unnecessary as it seemed, they were in enemy territory. One couldn't be too careful. As he stepped onto the main deck, the cool night air hit him. Suddenly, even the smallest thread of fatigue was gone. He knew he'd get no sleep that night. He looked at the city of Amas. A few windows showed light, but most were dark. The city was asleep. Turning in the other direction, he could just make out the twin stone pillars in the moonlight. He made his way to the quarterdeck and was surprised to find it empty. Who was supposed to be stationed here? He racked his brain, but he couldn't remember. He started to take another step, then paused. Something lay in a pile on the deck in front of him. He bent down to take a closer look. No, not something. Someone. He rolled the man over and the body thumped onto its back with no resistance, revealing a gaping hole in the man's chest. Davenport. That was the name of the man who'd been stationed on the quarterdeck. And now he was dead. Benjamin ran to the rail and looked over. A dozen stone pillars stood just below deck height next to the ship. There was no one on them. The boots he'd heard on the deck. A shadow climbed through a hatch onto the main deck. Another quickly followed. Then another. Dahlia! They were there to rescue their damn Queen of Storms. Benjamin drew his sword. All hands on deck! We are under attack! Fight, sailors! The shadows on the main deck froze. The blacksmith sprinted toward them, sword raised, yelling as he ran. Fight for your captain! Fight for your storm caller! Fight for your ship! He reached the first marauder. The man was completely dressed in black, but he still wore that idiotic black sash over it. A stone shaper, as if it were any surprise. The stone shaper raised his hand, revealing a stone that quickly morphed into a blade, but Benjamin was quicker. He had his sword in the man's heart before the stone finished changing. As his first opponent fell, Benjamin spun toward the next. He heard the clamor of running feet as those on night duty rushed to join the fight. Sounds of battle came from below decks as well. "They're stone shapers!" he yelled. "Watch the rocks!" He raised his hand and threw a fireball at the man in front of him. The stone shaper screamed and reeled backward. Benjamin pushed him with magic, sending him over the side. He'd reacted instinctively, and he cursed himself for the stupidity of using fire. Wooden ship, he reminded himself. Pitch. And tar. Who was the Barskull Stormcaller on duty? It took him a moment to recall the name. Ludwig! Get your ass over here! He spun toward the next stone shaper, this one a woman. She was ready for him. He'd no sooner turned to face her than a stone spike brushed past his cheek. He swung his sword at her, but she morphed the stone in her other hand into the rough approximation of a shield and deflected the blow. He stepped to his left to get around her shield and plunged the sword into her neck. You called me, sir? It was Ludwig. Yeah, we need to let them know their Queen of Storms isn't the only game in town. We need fog, rain, lightning, whatever. Enough to show them we have power too. Okay, sir. It's just... As I've explained before, it takes time for a Barskull to develop weather patterns, and we work best at a distance. Also, we need to be submerged in water to storm call, so... Benjamin grabbed him by the collar. I don't care if you have to jump over the side and doggy paddle. Call me a damn storm. Yes, right away, sir. As Ludwig rushed off, Benjamin turned back to the fight. A blond man stood staring at him with a slight smile on his face. Hello, Edvard. Hello, Benjamin. Edvard wasn't dressed like his companions. He wore the black sash, but under it was a strange, smooth breastplate the color of dry earth. Benjamin had never seen its like. The blacksmith raised his sword. What happened to the 7-day deadline? Oh, that deal was with Magnus. As far as I know, it still stands. You had no such arrangement with me and my friends. Uh-huh. And how's the chief going to feel when he hears about your attack? Edvard shrugged. He'll understand, especially when I bring him the Queen of Storms. Seems like a gamble. He nodded toward Edvard's empty hands. You're not holding any stones. I don't need them. Give me your best shot, Holdgatesman. Now it was Benjamin's turn to smile. Actually, I'm from Arcadia. He thrust his sword forward, aiming at Edvard's neck. His blade stopped with a jarring clunk. Edvard's breastplate had shifted to protect his neck. Your breastplate is stone, Benjamin said. Isn't that handy? You have no idea. Suddenly the stone began to snake its way up the blade. Benjamin tried to pull the sword back, but the stone had it locked in its grip. The stones we carry are just for self-defense.
When we go into a real battle, we mold a thin layer of stone to our torso. Serves both as armor and a weapon." Benjamin tugged at the sword, but he still couldn't budge it. "Yeah? What about your buddies? Why aren't they wearing it?" "They don't take you seriously as a threat. I do. Consider it a compliment." The stone was almost to the hilt of the sword now. Just before it reached his hands, Benjamin let go and stumbled backward. Edvard grabbed the sword, and the stone shifted back to its original location. He gazed at the weapon for a moment, then tossed it over the side. Benjamin snarled at his opponent. "I really liked that sword." "Well, at least you had it during your final battle." The stone on the breastplate quivered, the telltale sign it was about to morph into a new shape. Swordless, Benjamin knew his best chance was to use his second favorite weapon. His eyes went black, and a fireball shot out of his hand. Edvard screamed as the fire hit him in the face. Benjamin let the fire burn for a moment. It was a risk, but if something caught on fire, he could dampen it with ice magic before it got out of control. As Edvard began to fall, Benjamin reached out with magic and gave a mighty push. Edvard hit the rail, and something cracked loudly. Whether it was the rail itself or Edvard's insides, Benjamin did not know. He pushed again, and Edvard went over the side. If the fireball hadn't killed him already, the stone breastplate would ensure he drowned. Thunder rumbled overhead, and a moment later a light rain began to fall. "It's about time, Ludwig," Benjamin muttered. It took 5 more minutes to dispose of the rest of the stone shapers. In the end, they lost 8 of their own people and took out all 12 enemies. For a ragtag crew of stormship sailors facing off against magic users, that wasn't half bad. The stone shapers had underestimated them, but Benjamin knew it wouldn't happen again. He heard splashing on the starboard side, and he ran to the rail to look over. In the moonlight, he could just make out Ludwig dog-paddling below, a wide smile on his face. "How'd we do, sir?" "Better than we had any right to," Benjamin said, "but not as well as I intend to do next time. Next time we'll be ready." Elliot's plan was straightforward, aggressive, and ballsy as hell. That was why Abbey liked it. They'd left Berg Gigur late morning. It had been a somber goodbye for the Ekja. They left knowing this could be the last time they saw their home. Something struck Abbey as she watched them gather the things they considered essential and load them onto a handful of wagons. She saw Sigmund nearby, and she went to ask him about it. "Hey, Sig. I haven't noticed any kids in Berg Gigur." "Astute observation," he answered dryly. "So why aren't there? I mean, you put a group of men and women in a boring hideout in the woods, you're bound to get some pregnancies eventually, right?" He chuckled. "You're more right than you know. When we made the decision to start raiding, we knew it would be dangerous. If we were caught, the stone shapers would probably find our homes and burn them to the ground. Those of us without children left our old village, which is hidden in the south, and we built Berg Gigur. The tall grass raiders are the select few, the small segment of Ragnar's Barskal who remain childless." They had searched for Gideon on the way to Nur, but it proved fruitless. Honestly, their search had amounted to little more than looking among the undergrowth along the side of the road. Elliot had his mind set on the coming engagement. They reached Nur mid-afternoon. It was smaller than Amas, but it had a similar layout. Stone houses, each with its own style, lined the strangely winding streets. When they entered the town, they split up into groups of 4 or 5 so as not to attract attention. The key players, Elliot, Abbey, Dustin, Hekla, and 2 other archers, stayed together. Sid had agreed to lead one of the other squads, as had Sigmund. Abbey and her team hid in a dead-end alley at the end of a twisting road, while Hekla scouted ahead. They didn't speak as they waited, each deep in his or her own thoughts about the battle to come. Abbey and Elliot each carried rope, and it was difficult for Abbey not to fiddle with it while they waited. They could hear the chatter of the people passing on the street outside the alley. Most complained about their duties or the dry weather, but one conversation in particular caught their ears. "First voyage south. Was it everything you'd hoped?" a male voice asked. The other person was female and sounded a bit younger, around Abbey's age. "It was that and more.
I'll be happy to sleep in my own bed tonight, but I'm sorrowful that the trip is over.
Tell me the gossip, then. Is the storm ship still there?
It is. They've got it locked down in the harbor. I heard there was some trouble yesterday. Some shapers paid them a late-night visit.
Serves the foreign bastards right.
Agreed. But apparently they fought the shapers off. I wasn't able to get all the details, but it sounded like...
The voices trailed off as the couple walked out of earshot. Abbey grimaced. At least they're still alive, Dustin whispered.
Yes. But how many of them?
Hekla crept back into the alley.
I found one. It's perfect. Large enough for all of us. And there's a building right across the street, and a small alley behind it.
Perfect, Elliot said. Hekla showed them to the alley behind the building, then went off to make sure the other squads were in position. Abbey grabbed Elliot's arm.
You ready?
Elliot drew a deep breath before answering. Honestly, I've never liked heights.
You'll get over it. Dustin?
The storm caller gripped his staff and closed his eyes. A moment later, wind hit them from below as if it were coming out of the ground. Abbey channeled her magic, and suddenly she and Elliot shot upward, almost weightless. She felt Elliot gasp. As they reached the top of the building, she angled herself forward and increased their weight, and they stepped onto the roof. Elliot's face was as pale as a cresting wave.
You're welcome for the ride,
Abbey winked. She set her rope on the roof. I'll be right back. With that, she stepped off the roof and drifted to the ground below. She made 4 more trips, first carrying each of the archers to the roof, and finally Dustin himself. When they were all in place, she stood on the edge and watched. Before long, Hekla ran into the alley and nodded at her.
Hekla says everyone's in position, she told Elliot.
Excellent. It was clear from his voice he was still a little shaken from his flight. Abbey raised an eyebrow. Are you going to be able to accurately shoot an arrow? He swung the bow off his back and pulled an arrow from the quiver on his hip. We're about to find out. Abbey looked at the preliminary target, a stone shaper guard standing on the dock below. 2 other stone shapers stood on the deck of the ultimate target, a large fishing vessel. The other 3 archers readied their weapons. They were in charge of taking out the 2 stone shapers on the ship. As soon as the guards were down, it would be Abbey's job to get Dustin to the ship as quickly as possible. He'd begin storm calling while Elliot and the archers rappelled to the street and made their way to the ship. The other groups were to run to the ship as soon as they saw the guards fall. With any luck, the whole mission would be over in 2 minutes, and they'd be sailing south to help free the foggy day. Elliot took one last look around. Everyone ready? The archers and Abbey confirmed they were. And you know I am, Dustin said. Let's steal their damn ship. Elliot knocked and loosed in one smooth motion, and the arrow flew true. The first guard fell. The heist of the fishing vessel had begun. Chapter 14.
Would you like some food, dear? We have rabbit.
The old woman wore an expectant smile that made it clear she'd like nothing more than to feed a guest. Perhaps just a little, Gideon replied. You're very kind. A part of him felt guilty for eating some of the elderly couple's food, but another part, a much louder part, roared with hunger. That part drowned any moral qualms he might otherwise have had. He still couldn't believe he'd done it. He'd found a stone in the village they'd visited. He'd almost tried to escape immediately, but they'd watched him closely, both in the village and during the journey back to Bear Gigur. He'd hidden the stone, shifting it between his hands and his mouth as the situation dictated. Then, when the leaders of both the Foggy Day crew and the Tall Grass Raiders retired to Elliot's home for a meeting, he'd made his move. He'd almost had to stab Clemens, but thankfully that big idiot Olaf had tackled him, moving him away from Clemens and giving him a clear path to the woods beyond Bear Gigur. But the most unbelievable thing, the thing he still couldn't wrap his head around, was that he'd somehow avoided capture. Even though Elliot and his Ekya knew the woods and he did not, he'd managed to evade them. He'd run all through the night, keeping his eyes fixed on the crossed stars, a constellation that would lead him south. Not long after dawn, he'd stumbled across a decrepit old home. He'd assumed it was empty, But as he approached, he'd heard voices inside. The old married couple, Albert and Sophia, had invited him in with almost no questions. He'd spent most of the morning sleeping in their home. Now the sun was high. Gideon guessed it must be mid-afternoon. He consumed the rabbit that was offered to him with gusto. When the final bone had been stripped of meat and placed back onto the plate, he leaned back in his chair. "Thank you both. You have no idea how much better I feel now that I have food in my stomach." Albert waved the thought away. "A stranger did me a service once when I was young. This was before the stone shapers came, of course, back in the time of madness. Ever since then I've tried to help people where I can. Besides, I haven't seen a face other than Sophia's in 6 months, not counting the damn stone shapers. It's nice to visit with someone without lady parts." Sophia cackled with laughter. "Don't lie. You love waking up to my face every morning, and my lady parts. Let's not be crude at the dinner table, dear. You think that's crude? I'm just getting started. Wait until I start telling him about your equipment." Gideon held up a hand. "I don't think that'll be necessary. Thank you both for the meal and for letting me rest here. Tell me, how far are we from Nur?" Albert raised an eyebrow. "No more than a few hours, if you have a decent team pulling your wagon. But I wouldn't recommend going there. They don't much like anyone not wearing the black sash." "Aye," Sophia agreed. "They're likely to throw you in the stocks on some trumped-up charge and then sentence you to a couple months on their fishing ships as punishment." Gideon smiled. "You're pulling my leg. It can't be that bad." "Oh, it's worse," Albert replied, "because once you're in their labor force, you'll never get out. They'll accuse you of a minor infraction to extend your sentence, and they'll continue doing so until you're either dead or too old to be useful to them." Gideon nodded politely. He knew it didn't work like that. Granted, his brother and his lieutenants in Nur did sentence criminals to labor on the fishing vessels, but it wasn't like they were describing. Was it? Albert leaned forward in his chair. "Point is, I'd avoid stone shaper cities if I were you. Hell, avoid shapers altogether if you can, though that's nearly impossible these days. They spread like rats, don't they?" Gideon struggled to keep his face even. "I suppose I wouldn't know." He'd known that some in the villages disliked the stone shapers, but he'd never heard it discussed so openly. He wondered what else he'd learn if he traveled more frequently without his black sash. "You're lucky, then." Albert took a long pull from his cup of brownish water. Sophia stood up suddenly, her eyes fixed out the window. "Speaking of rats—" Albert glanced out the window. "Son of a bitch. Already?" He turned to Gideon. "They come every week, take what little we've got, and call it a tax." Gideon stood and looked outside. 2 men on horseback were approaching, and both wore black sashes. A few moments later, the 2 men were at the door. They offered no greeting. One of them, a short, fat man with a patchy beard, glared at Albert. "You know why we're here. Let's not dawdle." His gaze drifted to Gideon and settled there for a long moment. Then his eyes widened. "Wait. I know you. I saw you at court last year when I was getting my commission. You're Gideon." Gideon had no memory of the man, but he nodded sharply. "Greetings." "Where's your sash? What have they done to you?" He looked at Albert and Sophia, anger in his eyes. "You know who this man is?" Gideon held up a hand. "It's all right. They helped me. They deserve our thanks." Albert stared at Gideon. "You're a stone shaper?" The hurt was clear on his face. Gideon stayed focused on the 2 men in the doorway. "They fed me when I was hungry. Whatever taxes they owe, waive them for the rest of the year." If Albert heard, he gave no indication. "A damn shaper at my table, eating my food, as if I haven't given you bastards enough." The fat stone shaper scratched his head. "I don't know, Gideon. We have quotas to meet. If we don't collect the taxes—" "Do you know who I am?" Gideon snapped, echoing the man's words from moments before. "Yes, sir," the fat one said. "Then act like it." A few moments later, they were ready to leave. Gideon tried to thank his hosts again, but Albert ignored his outstretched hand,
and Sophia spat on the ground. It disappointed Gideon, but he didn't have time to worry about it. He had more important matters on his agenda. After all this time, he'd finally found the tall grass raiders. He needed to tell Magnus the good news. The 3 archers loosed their arrows, and the 2 guards on the ship fell, one with 2 arrows sticking out of his chest. Now that the guards were down, Dustin could begin his work. Abbey set her feet, preparing herself. "Remember, we need a straight, hard wind at our backs. I'll take care of getting us down. You just make sure the wind pushes us straight out." Dustin cracked one eye open. "Could you maybe not tell me how to do my job for once?" She shrugged. "It's worked out pretty well so far. Why mess with success?" He shook his head and began storm calling. There was a bustle in the streets below as a passerby noticed the guard on the dock with an arrow in his chest and called to his friends. The wind was stirring, but it wasn't strong enough. Not yet. "Come on, Dustin," Abbey grumbled. As if spurred on by her words, a sudden gust hit her in the back. Without even asking to see if he was ready, she grabbed Dustin's arm and made them weightless. They shot forward, and a thrill ran through Abbey as the now familiar sensation of her feet leaving the ground took hold. As they crossed the street, she increased their weight in tiny increments, causing them to descend in a smooth arc. Their feet touched down smoothly on the deck of the ship, and Abbey immediately ran to the mast and went to work raising the sails. On the docks, a small group was gathering around the fallen guard. Somehow they'd failed to notice Abbey and Dustin soaring over their heads and landing on the ship. "Wait, he's alive!" one of the gawkers cried. "We'll get you help, buddy." "What's he pointing at?" another asked. The first man spoke again. "The bell! He wants us to ring it!" At that, Abbey's gaze shot to the end of the dock. Sure enough, there was a bell hanging from a post. Ringing it would raise an alarm. One of the gawkers trotted toward the bell. Abbey frantically tried to figure out a way to stop him, but he was too far away. He reached the bell and rang it hard. "Abbey, what are you doing?" Dustin asked. "Get that sail up fast." She went back to work. As she did, she glanced at the street. 2 of the archers were rappelling down the rope on the side of the building. Elliot and the other archer were still on the roof. Squads of tall grass raiders were running toward the ship from both directions. The gawker kept ringing the bell, and stone shapers began pouring out of nearby buildings. The fallen guard and the crowd around him captured their attention first, but one of them quickly noticed Abbey and Dustin. "Over there! What are they doing?" It was a tall stone shaper woman who spoke. "Damn it!" Abbey considered charging at the man ringing the bell, but she wasn't sure it would help at this point. Other bells up and down the dock were ringing now, too, as more took up the alarm. The 2 rappelling archers touched down, and Elliot and the other archer started their descent. The scene on the street was quickly devolving into madness. The tall grass raiders pushed their way through the crowd, trying to get to the ship. Stone shapers ran through the streets, futilely trying to identify the trouble that had caused the alarm to be raised. The benefit of the chaos was that no one was fighting yet, which was good, because the tall grass raiders were greatly outnumbered. One of the stone shapers pointed up at the building across from the ship. "Look!" Dozens of eyes turned toward the building down which Elliot and the other archer were rappelling. At that moment, a wagon raced up the street and pulled to a halt, and 10 stone shapers jumped out. These men were dressed in matching uniforms. The city guard, Abbey thought. A man with a slightly fancier uniform pointed at Elliot and the archer. "Enclose!" 5 stone shapers ran to the building and pressed their hands against it, and the building began to change. The wall shifted, reaching out and grabbing Elliot and the archer. It wrapped itself around their legs and began to crawl upward. Abbey decided she'd had enough of this. She stepped onto the dock. Luckily, every eye was on Elliot and the archer as the stone wall slowly enveloped them. Abbey pushed her way through to the street. "Ekya!" Elliot called. His voice sounded strained. The stone was up to his mid-thigh now. "Scatter!" "Sink the ship!" one of the stone shapers called. "Don't let them take it!" A cry of delight went through the crowd, and people charged toward the hull and began punching holes in it with their stones. Dustin jumped off the ship onto the dock. Abbey reached the guard's cart and grabbed the fancy stone shaper. Channeling magic, she reduced his weight and lifted him into the air with one hand. Her other hand held her sword, which she pressed against his stomach. "You're dressed fancy and you're shouting orders. Guess that makes you the boss." The Stone Shaper's eyes were wide. "How are you doing that?" "Tell your friends to stop crushing my friends." "Now!" His face hardened. "I am captain of the Noor City Guard. Unhand me or face—" She pressed her sword into his thigh, and the blade sank in a half-inch. "Seriously, tell them to stop. If you think—" She sank the blade deeper and began to wiggle it. The man grunted in pain. His face was beet red. "The next words out of your mouth better be 'release them,'" she commanded, "or I'm going to start cutting a bit higher." Beads of sweat stood on the man's forehead. "Guards! Release them!" The guards returned the wall to its original shape, then stepped back. Elliot and the archer dangled from their ropes, and after a moment, they continued their descent. Abbey suddenly realized that the street was quiet. Every eye was fixed on her. She glanced at Dustin, and he nodded. He began to storm call. Thick clouds began to darken the sky, and a heavy fog settled on the street. Abbey spoke in a loud, confident voice. "We are the Ekya. Do not try to comprehend our power." Lightning crashed above them, punctuating her words. Then the skies opened and rain began to pour down on them. "Do not attempt to pursue us, or we will show you great and terrible things that will make this," she shook the captain in the air, "look like a warm-up. Seriously, we're really bad." She looked at Dustin, Elliot, and the few tall grass raiders who hadn't heeded Elliot's order to scatter. "And now," she said, "we go." On the word go, she threw the captain into the crowd, jumped off the wagon, and sprinted north. She didn't stop to see if her friends had done the same. She just hoped they all made it out alive. Chapter 15. Abbey made it to the prearranged rendezvous point south of town an hour after sunset. The escape from the city had been difficult and nerve-wracking. Fleeing through a strange and confusing city knowing that stone-shaping guards were after you wasn't fun. Every time she heard footsteps or when a door opened, she'd assumed her pursuers had caught up with her. In truth, her biggest enemy had been her sense of direction. She'd gotten lost 3 times before she finally found her way out of the city. When she reached the meeting place, she was relieved and delighted to find most of the group already gathered there. Most, but not all. After exchanging greetings, she brought up the fact that some were missing. "Where's everyone else?" Hekla lowered her head. "They didn't make it." They'd lost 5 people, all good, solid, tall grass raiders. People who'd once served a Barskull warlord and dreamed of conquest, but who had left that all behind so they could use their skills to help the villagers of Gren. Thinking of what they'd given up for this ill-conceived plan broke Abbey's heart. Elliot's voice was heavy with sorrow when he spoke. "I was arrogant. Because of our success in the villages, I assumed it would be just as easy in a larger city." Tragic as it was also incredible they'd lost so few in what had been a complete debacle. Abbey nudged Dustin. "Good work calling that storm. We wouldn't have escaped without it." "I told you I knew how to do my job," he said with a sad smile. After they'd taken a few moments to think about their fallen friends, Sid spoke up. "I think our best option now is to head south across land." "To Amos?" Elliot asked. "Of course. As soon as Gideon gets word to Magnus that we're working with you, the Foggy Day is royally fucked. We have to beat him to the city." Abbey wrapped her fingers around the hilt of her sword. Just the thought of the trouble that Stone Shaper had caused them made her furious. Sid continued. "We get down there as quickly as possible, then we have Dustin and Victor call the biggest storm Gren has ever seen. Hopefully that will be enough to let us sail past those idiots on the pillars. We'll head east and never look toward Gren again." Elliot looked troubled. "What is it?" Sid asked. "I can't do that. I can't leave Gren, not in the state it's in right now." Sid glared at her brother. "What are you talking about? That's why I came all this way, to rescue you and bring you home." "I know, and I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. But that doesn't change the facts. People are starving here in Gren, and it's because of Magnus and his followers. I promised to help those people.
You did help them. Sid's voice was getting loud now. You fed them for a year. You became an outlaw and lived in hiding. What more could anyone possibly expect of you?
Elliot held up a hand. I understand where you're coming from. And believe me, I want to go home. For a long time, I dreamed of nothing else. But I have a responsibility. Some of my friends died for this today.
Sid took a deep breath. I know that. But if we don't go to Amos right now, my friends will die.
Something occurred to Abbey. She touched Elliot's arm. Maybe you've been thinking about this wrong.
What do you mean? He asked.
You've been trying to get the attention of the inland stone shapers, right? So you can let them know what Magnus is up to? Well, maybe you should take a more direct route.
Elliot looked skeptical. Are you saying we go inland and talk to them? We tried that once. It did not go well.
So you're just going to give up? Try again. Keep trying until they either listen to you or drop a stone on your head.
You're talking like someone dropped a stone on your head, Sid interjected. Once we free the Foggy Day, we won't have time to talk to this supposedly kind Stone Shaper tribe. We are going to have to get gone, or we'll face some serious consequences from Magnus.
Elliot turned to his sister. That's why you have to leave me here.
If only we could be two places at once, Olaf mused.
Abbey snapped her fingers. That's it!
Olaf's eyes widened. Wait, did you develop a new magic power? Can you be two places at once now?
No, but we can split up. Think about it. We don't need a giant group to visit the inland stone shapers. Elliot and a couple others can win them over while the rest of us go free the Foggy Day. Elliot nodded slowly. You know, I think she might be onto something here. Last time we went with a huge group, and we didn't get far.
Sid shook her head. I'm not leaving my brother again. If we do split up, I'll go with him to the Stone Shapers.
No. Clemens's voice was firm, and every eye turned to him. He'd been quiet for most of the trip. I'm sorry, Captain, but that's just not right. You have a responsibility to your crew. Hell, leaving them for this long was practically dereliction of duty. He looked embarrassed, realizing he'd gone too far. If you'll pardon the expression. Sid looked abashed, but she nodded after a moment.
You're right. My place is with my ship.
She looked at Elliot.
You'll have to do this one without me.
Then I want Abbey. Abbey looked up in surprise. Why? I mean, wouldn't I be of better use fighting for our ship? You've got a quick mind, he explained. From what I know about the Stone Shapers, we're going to need someone who can think fast. I'd also like to bring Hekla. He paused a moment, then pointed at Clemens. And you. You were bold enough to stand up to your captain. Do you need any fire magic? Olaf asked. Abbey just rolled her eyes.
It's settled, Ben, Sid said. We free the Foggy Day from Amos, and you convince a tribe of reclusive magic users to enforce justice. How difficult could it be?
This is going to be very difficult, Elliot grumbled. The four of them were headed west on the smallest of the tall grass raiders' wagons. It still felt too large for their group, especially when they thought about how the other wagons must be jam-packed with people. But speed was of the essence. They needed to reach the inland stone shapers as quickly as possible. According to Elliot, the entrances to the realms of the inland stone shapers were no secret. There were multiple spots throughout the region, all of them roughly similar in appearance. Each was a cave mouth built into a hillside, guarded by a burly stone shaper. Not many attempted to gain access to the underground kingdom. Magnus's stone shapers were bad enough. Who wanted to hang out with their supposedly more hardened cousins? On the rare occasion someone did try to get in, there were 3 possible outcomes. Most were turned away at the mouth of the cave by the guard. The lucky few who made it past him either came back out a few hours later looking perplexed, or were never seen again. Tell me about the last time you tried to get into the caves, Abbey prompted Elliot. He seemed a bit disturbed by the memory. This was almost 2 years ago. We hadn't started raiding yet, but we'd seen how bad things were in the villages, and we'd heard tales of the tributes paid to the inland stone shapers. I took a group from the Ekya, a group of what would become the tall grass raiders, and we went to the mouth of the cave.
Were you along? Clemens asked Hekla.
Yes, for all the good it did.
Elliot continued. The guard at the mouth of the cave asked why we wanted to see the stone shapers, so I told him. We needed their help. He allowed us to pass. Lame guard, Clemens said. Why even have one if he's going to let a group of warriors inside? I don't think he lets everyone in, Elliot replied. He checks to see if you have a valid reason, and apparently needing help was valid. What happened in the cave? Abbey asked. Elliot frowned. Frustration? Cold? Confusion?
And bats,
Hekla added. Yes, so many bats. Clemens shuddered. We wandered for hours. It was incredibly frustrating. The cave was a series of interconnected tunnels that split off and twisted around and led to dead ends. You can't imagine. We've seen the dumbass way they build their cities, Abbey interjected. Elliot smiled. Yeah, this is like that, but 10 times weirder. Every time we thought we were getting somewhere, we'd hit another dead end and have to backtrack. And every time our torches began to die, we'd find new ones. It was like they were purposely screwing with us. Hekla nodded her agreement.
I swear to the sea, that place was a maze with no solution.
Eventually we did find an exit, the same one we'd entered through. It seemed impossible, but after wandering for hours, we ended up right where we'd started. The guard told us we'd had our chance, and that it was time to move along. We pressed the point, demanding another chance, but a dozen more stone shapers stepped out of the cave. Where they'd come from, I had no idea. After all, we'd just been in there and we hadn't seen anyone. Clemens shot Abbey a worried glance, but the story only made her more determined. We'll find a way through. We have to. She'd given up the chance to join her friends in fighting for the foggy day. They had to make this work. It was quiet in the wagon for a few minutes as each member of the party was lost in their own thoughts. Surprisingly, it was Clemens who broke the silence. I ever tell you about the time Thunderclap was attacked by a gull? Abbey raised an eyebrow. I can't say that you have. It was the damnedest thing. It was springtime when all manner of creatures feel the urge to continue the family line. Sexually, if you take my meaning.
I think we understand your subtle innuendo, Hekla said dryly.
Right. So anyway, we were docked in Algon, preparing to head out toward the Lost Isles, when we saw a pair of gulls flapping around together. This guy Ross, a big dumb sailor, started throwing rocks at them. One of the gulls started squawking, all angry-sounding. And what's an angry seagull sound like? Elliot asked. Clemens let forth an inhuman squeal that set the other three off in hysterical laughter. I thought that was the end of it, but the bird kept circling the deck, squawking, shitting on us, and occasionally swooping at one of the crew. The ship set sail and it went with us, still circling and shitting. It kept on for the better part of 2 days. He shook his head, as if he still couldn't believe it. I've met men who could hold a grudge, but I've never seen one who could stay as angry for 2 straight days as that gull did. I hope it shit on Dahlia at least once, Abbey interjected. Not that I recall. The crew loved watching that bird. We took bets on how long it could keep up the noise. But the best part was how annoyed Captain Tor got at the gull. He was a man used to controlling every aspect of life aboard Thunderclap, but the gull was beyond his control and it drove him crazy. Maybe we gotta be like that with these stone shapers. Buzz around their heads so long they can't ignore us. Elliot nodded. Perhaps you're right.
What happened with the gull? Hekla asked. Did it give up and fly away?
Clemens shook his head. On the second day, it settled on top of the crow's nest, and Captain Tor had his best archer shoot it. The crew cheered when it landed on the deck. Tor gutted the damn thing and had it stuffed.
Suddenly I like this analogy a lot less, Abbey remarked.
An hour later, Elliot nodded toward a hill in the distance. That's it. We're almost there. Abbey watched as they drew nearer to the hill. Before long, the figure of a man became visible. He stood in front of a dark opening in the rock. His arms were crossed, and his face bore no expression. He didn't even look at them as they approached. Elliot pulled the wagon to a stop and they climbed out. Here goes, he muttered. Bring the torches, your weapons, and anything else you might need for a long walk through a dark cave. If all goes well, we won't be seeing daylight for a while.
That doesn't sound ominous at all, Abbey joked.
The stone shaper finally looked at them as they stepped in front of him, but he didn't speak. Elliot cleared his throat and began in a confident voice. "Hello. We've come to ask for your help. The Stone Shaper Magnus has been lying to you and using stone magic to oppress the people of Gren." The Stone Shaper met Elliot's gaze, but he didn't respond. After a moment, Abbey spoke. "Will you take us to the Stone Shapers inside?" For a moment, it seemed he wasn't going to reply. "No. Each must find his or her own path to the heart of the stone. I will allow you to find yours." He stepped aside and gestured toward the mouth of the cave. Abbey and Elliot exchanged glances. Then she turned to Clemens. "Light 'em up." Clemens lit the torches and handed one to each of them. They prepared to enter the cave. Chapter 16. "You have any advice for us?" Abbey asked the guard at the mouth of the cave. "No." His voice was deep, and it held a hint of annoyance. He stared straight ahead, his hands behind his back, holding a stone in each of them. Abbey realized he was trying very hard to act nonchalant, but his frequent glances at them out of the corner of his eye told another story. That meant there was a chance she might be able to pry a little more information out of him. She decided to try again. "You know, where we come from, guard duty is pretty much the lowest job you can have. He knows what I'm talking about." She nodded toward Clemens. The sailor picked up on her approach and nodded sadly. "She's not lying. I've spent more time as a lookout than I have in a warm bed. I've stood guard in rain, snow, blistering heat, and icy cold, you name it." The Stone Shaper raised an eyebrow. "Cold? You think you know cold?" Abbey smiled slightly. They had him talking now, which was a step in the right direction. "I don't know, man. It gets pretty cold on storm ships. If you haven't felt a winter wind on the open sea, you don't know cold." "Ha!" He turned toward her. "You're in Gren, girl. We invented cold. I'm from the north, where your winter winds would be considered a summer breeze. If a man spits, his phlegm freezes before it hits the ground." Elliot's eyes widened in surprise as he joined in on the show of bravado. "You call that cold? I thought about my mother once on a winter night and the tears froze in my eyes. I couldn't blink for a week." The Stone Shaper chuckled. "Speaking of mothers, mine made sure I was raised as a true Grensman. She didn't give me a blanket until I was strong enough to rip it away from her. I was 10 years old. She gave me a black eye, but I had the first warm night of my life." "You had blankets?" Clemens asked. "I've heard of those. Coverings for weak Southerners who can't handle the cold, right?" Hekla had looked perplexed during the entire exchange, but she spoke up now. "It's so cold in Barskol that—" Her eyes brightened as the rest of the sentence came to her. "It's so cold we have to wear clothes made from thick animal fur or risk being very uncomfortable." Elliot shook his head sadly and turned to Clemens. "She means well." Abbey sidled up to the guard. "The point is, guard duty is difficult. It's uncomfortable. And boring." She touched his bicep and let out a little whistle. "You ever notice how they only put the strongest men on guard duty? They're the only ones who can handle it." The Stone Shaper's cheeks reddened a bit, but his bicep tightened under Abbey's hand. "Well, it does take a certain fortitude." "And strength of will," Abbey added. "You have to remain alert at all times, and I'll bet you go days without a single person trying to get into the cave." "More like weeks, and most of them come stumbling out again in a couple hours." She lightly caressed his arm. "How about the ones who get through? What's different about them?" The Stone Shaper chuckled. "It's only happened once on my watch, and I've been doing this job 8 years. But that group was smart. We're only allowed to give one piece of advice, and they listened to it." "And what's the advice?" She subtly inched closer to him as she asked the question. He grinned at her. "I already gave it, and I'm not going to repeat myself." Abbey patted him on the arm one more time, then stepped back. She'd been hoping for more, but apparently that was all they were going to get out of him. "Thanks. You've been a big help." The grin never left his face as he watched them disappear into the mouth of the cave.
They made their way down the narrow tunnel of stone, their torches illuminating the way. When they were out of earshot of the guard, Clemens nudged Abbey.
Damn, boss, that was pretty good. Sometimes I forget you're a girl under all that fur.
Hey, Abbey objected. I can bring it when I need to.
It? Elliot asked with a sly smile.
She's referring to sexual prowess, Hekla said. Abby's cheeks reddened. Thanks, Hekla. That was very helpful. The Barskull woman nodded. It did make me miss Olaf, though. Why didn't we bring him instead of this annoying man? She gestured to Clemens.
Clemens let out a short laugh. I don't know, but you and he deserve each other.
They walked for 10 minutes before they came to the first split in the path. The tunnel forked exactly in the middle. They stopped, and Elliot held his torch down each fork, but both showed identical columns of black beyond the limited illumination. He turned to Abbey and Clemens. What do you think? It didn't work out so well last time Hekla and I were down here. You two should choose. Abbey was about to tell him both ways looked identical to her when Clemens spoke.
Actually, I have an idea. You said this place is like a maze, right? I'm pretty good at mazes. I knew an old sailor who was obsessed with them. He spent every penny he had on parchment and designed these elaborate labyrinths. Most of the sailors made fun of him, but I liked trying to complete them. I learned a thing or two about mazes.
Okay, Abbey said. So which way do we go?
Clemens smiled. It doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
I mean, of course it matters, boss, but we have no way of knowing which way is correct, so the best thing we can do is pick a direction. Let's say right. We keep turning right at every opportunity. It won't be the quickest path, but we'll eventually work our way to the end of the maze. See, Hekla? That's why we brought him instead of Olaf.
Elliot looked at Abbey.
What do you think?
Abbey shrugged. It's better than anything I've got. Let's do it. With that, she turned down the right-hand path and headed deeper into the cave. They'd been walking through the tunnels for nearly an hour, their footsteps and the squeal of bats the only sounds, when Abbey noticed their torches had started to burn down. She was just about to say something about it when they reached a place where the tunnel walls widened. 4 unlit torches lay in the middle of the path in front of them. Huh, Abbey remarked as she picked up one of the torches. That's a little too convenient. Elliot sounded thoughtful when he replied. Of all the places we could be, all the possible paths we could have taken, they somehow knew exactly where we'd need new torches? Seems impossible. Abbey tossed the unlit torches to Hekla, Elliot, and Clemens. They lit them and set the old torches along the right side of the tunnel. Clemens had been quiet during the journey. He touched the right-hand wall as he walked, dragging his fingers along it as if he might forget to take the next right if he lost contact. But he moved quickly and confidently, leading the way and turning right every time they came to a fork, which was frequently. For Abby's part, she was happy not to be in the lead for once. Clemens's theory made sense, and she was content to let him test it. At the same time, something felt off about this place. Even before they'd found the torches, she'd had the distinct feeling of being watched. She imagined stone shapers waiting just beyond the reach of their torchlight, observing from the safety of the darkness. It was nothing more than a feeling, though. A few times she had signaled for her friends to halt, but she never heard anything other than the bats and the occasional distant sound of running water echoing through the cave. Elliot and Hekla seemed to notice something strange as well. They moved more hesitantly than usual, and they held their torches in their left hands and kept their right hands close to their weapons. 20 minutes and 2 more right turns later, Clemens halted suddenly.
You gotta be shitting me. Boss, check this out.
Abbey trotted up alongside him and saw what he was looking at. No way. Their 4 torches lay along the right side of the path.
Clemens shook his head in disgust. This is impossible. Even if we somehow circled back, we'd be coming down the path the other way. The torches would be on our left.
Abbey grimaced. He was right. They were heading down the tunnel exactly the same way as 20 minutes ago.
I'm telling you, this is impossible. Frustration was clear in his voice. I've done 100 mazes. My method works.
Elliot grunted in annoyance.
We're stupid.
Abbey shot him a look. Speak for yourself. No, I mean, Clemens is right. This would be impossible. Except that this place was built by stone shapers. It doesn't follow normal rules.
Clemens frowned. Wait, you're saying they're changing it as we walk?
I'm afraid so, which means this whole thing is pointless. We won't make it through here unless they want us to. Hell, we may have been walking in circles this whole time.
Abbey looked up suddenly.
You're right.
Elliot grinned.
Finally, somebody gets me.
She couldn't help but smile. Something about being around Elliot, even in this dark, cold cave, warmed her.
You're right. But you're also a terrible listener.
His face fell.
What do you mean?
Remember what the guard said at the mouth of the cave? Each must find his or her own path to the heart of the stone. I will allow you to find yours.
Must be stone shaper, for wander around in the dark for a few hours while we fuck with you, Hekla muttered.
Abbey shook her head. Think about it. Each must find his or her own path. Realization dawned on Elliot's face.
They want us to split up.
It was quiet for a minute. Then Clemens broke the silence. No way. All we have is each other. If we let them split us up, we're helpless.
We're standing in a cave controlled by stone shapers, Elliot countered. We're pretty damned helpless already.
Abbey put a hand on Clemens's shoulder.
We don't have a choice. Not if we want to get through these caves.
After a moment, Clemens reluctantly agreed. The group continued until they got to the next fork, then Clemens went right, and the other three headed left. Hekla split off at the next. Finally, Elliot and Abbey were alone. The two of them only had covered 30 yards before the path split again. Abbey turned to him and grinned.
This is it. Race you to the stone shapers.
He looked like he was going to turn away. Then he impulsively reached out and took her hand. She felt a bolt of excitement as he touched her.
Abbey, we have to be smart if we want to survive this. Please be careful.
One thing I've learned is, being smart and being careful are rarely the same thing. She squeezed his hand, then turned and trotted down the right fork. It took all her willpower not to look back to see if he was watching her. She moved down the trail with brash confidence, not hesitating. Somehow, knowing that she was being watched instead of just suspecting it was a relief. Now that she knew the way she was walking didn't matter, she didn't pause at the forks. She just marched one way or the other and kept going. After Abbey had walked alone for 15 minutes, the stone shapers became brasher. They would let her see the tunnel shifting. She'd approach a fork to her right, only to have it close, forcing her to go left.
You creepy bastards better be worth all this trouble, she muttered.
After another 40 minutes and another torch replacement, she began hearing voices. At first she thought it might be her imagination, but they got louder as she progressed, growing from a barely audible murmur into discernible language.
Stranger, a voice said.
Hello? How much farther do I have to go? Abbey called, but the voices either didn't hear or didn't decide to respond to her question.
Slave to the shape of things,
said another.
You walk the stone. We shape it. We mold it with our thoughts. It takes the shapes we command.
Yeah, I get it. You're special. Now show yourselves.
Why do you go where you don't belong? Turn around, or you will be buried.
Not on your life, buddy, she muttered grimly. Then, in a louder voice, I'm not stopping. I just want to talk to you. The strange echoing voices continued for the next hour. She tried speaking to them, ignoring them, and asking questions, but none of it worked. They just kept babbling in a strange mix of cryptic insults. Just when she thought it was never going to end, another voice, a new voice, spoke.
Do you mean us harm?
No, Abbey answered loudly. Her voice echoed down the tunnel.
Are you here to steal our secrets?
No.
Do you seek our help?
Yes. She practically yelled the last answer. Then she stopped short. A stone wall stood in front of her. There was no way forward.
Then you may enter.
The wall quivered. Then all at once an opening appeared with a whoosh. Abbey took a deep breath and stepped into the home of the inland stone shapers.
Chapter 17. The man on the other side of the opening looked as old as the stones surrounding him. His hair was gone, revealing a perfectly round head. Deep creases lined his face, looking like cracks in stone. Even his mouth reminded Abbey of a jagged slice in a rock. A guard stood on either side of him. Abbey noticed none of them wore shoes.
"What brings you to our home?"
the old man asked bluntly. Abbey recognized the voice as the one who'd asked her the final questions as she walked. "I told you. I need your help." The man groaned thoughtfully, a rough sound like rock sliding against rock. Abbey peered past the three men into the cave beyond, but saw only blackness. "Where are my friends?"
"They'll be here soon,"
the old man told her.
"Or they won't. Up to them, really."
Abbey grimaced. She wanted to tell this doddering old fool he could take his cryptic remarks and shove them up his personal cave, but she held her tongue. There was too much at stake to go shooting off her mouth. For now. "My name's Abbey. I'm from—"
"The Caldfell Peninsula,"
the man said, cutting her off.
"It's obvious. I knew a few of your kind years ago."
He tilted his head, distracted.
"One moment."
The old man inched his right foot forward, and the cave around them began to quiver. A tiny opening appeared in the wall to his right. He leaned forward and spoke into it.
"Do you mean us harm?"
"No," a distant voice responded. It was Elliot.
"Are you here to steal our secrets?"
"No," Elliot replied.
"Do you seek our help?"
"Yes." The old man wiggled his toe, and an opening appeared in the wall. Elliot stumbled through, blinking hard as he entered the brighter cavern. Abbey smiled. "Beat you." Elliot ignored the comment and turned to the old man. "We need your help. Are you the one in charge here?" There was a long pause before the man answered.
"I guide and advise my people. I suppose you could say I'm one of the people in charge."
"I'm Elliot." The old man simply nodded, not supplying his name in return.
"Tell us about this help you need."
Elliot gave a brief explanation of Magnus's rule, the way he was oppressing the people of Gren and their plot to deceive the Stone Shapers. In the middle of the story, the old man held up a hand. "One moment." He then opened another small hole in the wall and asked his questions. This time it was Hekla who answered, and she came stumbling through the opening a few moments later. "Seas and stone, that was annoying," she muttered. After Elliot finished, the old man said nothing for a long while. The only sounds were the strange, thoughtful grunts he continually emitted. Abbey's patience was beginning to wear thin. Images of Dustin, Sid, and her father surrounded by Magnus's stone shapers filled her mind. This was beginning to seem more and more like a waste of valuable time that would have been better spent fighting for her friends' lives. Eventually, the old man spoke.
"It seems my instincts about Magnus were correct. I never should have let him venture into the coastal areas. He should have stayed here where I could keep an eye on him."
Abbey and Elliot exchanged glances. If this man had allowed Magnus to leave, that meant— "You're Tomas," she said, "the first stone shaper." He nodded.
"That I am."
A slow smile spread across his weathered face.
"They've heard of me on the Caldfell Peninsula, then?"
Sure. You're very famous there."
"Good. Good."
Abbey waited, but Tomas didn't continue. "Are you going to help us?" The smile faded from his face.
"You topsiders, always in a rush. You've only just told me the problem, and you already expect a decision?"
Elliot held up a hand. "We don't mean to rush you, sir, but time is a factor. We have friends who—"
"You have friends?"
Tomas's eyes flashed with anger.
"I thought this was about the people of Gren. Now it's about friends."
"Our friends are just another example of how Magnus is using his power to oppress," Abbey explained. Tomas thought for a long moment.
"No."
Elliot took a step toward him.
No. No. I will not take your side. I barely know you. The council would never approve this based only on the word of 3 outsiders, and I can't make a decision this big on my own."
Abbey and Elliot exchanged another glance. "There's a council?" she asked. "Let us speak to them."
Tomas let out a gruff laugh. "Impossible. The council is in Hörg, our city. Outsiders who enter Hörg are never allowed to leave. Even stone-shaper children aren't allowed to enter. Only full citizens, those who have walked the path, may enter the great city."
"Walk the path? What does that mean?"
Tomas sighed. "It's a test. Our children take it when they come of age to gain the rights of citizens."
"What about an outsider who walked the path?" Abbey asked. "Would they have the rights of citizens? Would they be able to see the council?"
Tomas laughed again. "That would be impossible. The training takes years."
Abbey knew this was foolish, that they should leave and head toward Amas where they could do some actual good. But she couldn't help herself. The fact that there was an entire society of stone magic users hiding underground while Magnus starved the people of Gren infuriated her. As crazy as it was, she had to try. Besides, she had the etheric on her side. She could do this. "Let me walk the path."
Elliot looked at her sharply. "Abbey, no."
"Shut up. This isn't your decision."
She turned back to Tomas.
"Will you let me walk the path?"
There was a long silence before he answered. "To fail is to die. But if you wish to walk the path, I will not stop you."
She set her jaw. This test was almost certainly created for people with stone magic, but she wouldn't turn back. "Excellent. Take me there."
"One moment."
Tomas opened another hole in the wall and asked his questions. A few moments later, Clemens walked through the opening, a wide smile on his face.
"Ha! I told you guys. All I had to do to make it to the end was to keep turning right."
Hekla rolled her eyes. Tomas touched Abbey's shoulder.
"I will take you to the path, if you're prepared to die."
"I'm not prepared to die," she said. "I'm prepared to win." The wagons headed toward Amas, and the storms followed. Olaf, Victor, and Fanar rode in the lead wagon. Dustin and Sid took up position in the rear wagon. If trouble came at them, it would be from that direction, and they wanted to have their leaders face it head-on. Dustin was doing everything he could to ensure that wouldn't happen. He stood in the back of the wagon, the end of his staff pressed against the boards, and called the storm that followed them. It was strange to be storm calling in a moving vehicle. He'd become reliant on the connection to the dirt when there was no seawater. But Dahlia had storm called in the back of a wagon in Holdgate, albeit one filled with seawater. If she could do it, so could he. The biggest challenge so far was keeping his balance while the wagon bounced along the dirt road. Sid nudged his leg. "Nice work. Anyone who wants to follow us is going to have to get through a hell of a lot of mud."
"That's the plan."
It was probably paranoid of him to still be storm calling 5 hours after leaving Noor, since any pursuers would have been caught in the mud long ago. But he wasn't taking any chances.
"So what's the plan when we get to the city?"
"Plan?" Sid asked, a smile in her voice. "We do plans now? I thought that was Abbey's department."
"Maybe plan is too formal. Do you have a vague notion?"
"I don't have plans, but I have vague notions aplenty." She paused a moment, and her voice was more serious when she spoke again. "I think our mistake in Noor was that we struck from a place of weakness. We hoped the element of surprise would be enough, and it clearly wasn't. We need to be more strategic. I'd like to send a small team to scope out the situation before we move the whole group into the city."
"Seems like a good approach."
"The key is to get to the Foggy Day without being spotted by Magnus and his people. If they see us, they'll want answers."
Dustin grimaced. "Yeah, especially since we're showing up with 2 wagon loads of tall grass raiders."
He turned back to the storm, but before he could focus his attention, the wagon pulled to a stop, sending him stumbling. He only just managed to keep his feet. Olaf called from the first wagon.
Captain? We've got a problem."
"Son of a bitch," Sid exclaimed. "How the hell did I forget about those?" Dustin turned toward the front of the wagon and let out his own curse at what he saw. 3 massive boulders stood in the road, blocking their path, and the ground fell away on either side, forming a massive ditch.
Cid glared at Sigmund. "You couldn't have reminded me about this? I thought you were supposed to be our Gren expert."
The big Barskull shrugged. "You guys just left the city like a week ago. How's this my fault?"
Dustin remembered how Gideon had used stone magic to create a gap large enough for their wagon to pass through.
"They're really serious about keeping non-shapers out, aren't they?"
"They really are," Cid muttered. Olaf, Fanar, and a group of tall grass raiders were already out of the wagon, attempting to move one of the boulders. Dustin knew that was a lost cause. The boulders were massive. No way they were budging them. Cid sighed, then called, "Hey, idiots! Save your strength." She hopped off the wagon. "I was going to send a small group into the city anyway. The rest of you might as well wait here for now. Where are those black sashes? I need 6 of them." She selected Dustin, Olaf, Sigmund, Fanar, and Victor to accompany her into Amas. Dustin called a hard rain before they left so they could plausibly claim the wagons were stuck in the mud if anyone showed up and started asking questions. Then the 6 of them put on their sashes, stepped between the boulders, and headed into town. They reached the city in less than an hour. One moment they were cresting a hill, and the next a spread of stone buildings stretched before them as far as the eye could see. Dustin let out a whistle. He hadn't noticed the scope of the place on his initial visit. Amas was even larger than Holdgate. He turned to Sigmund.
"You've never been here before?"
"Once. Long ago. The day they took Ragnar. It was supposed to be a diplomatic meeting to discuss an end to the fighting. We never should have trusted those stone-shaper bastards."
"How'd you make it out?" Cid asked.
Sigmund's face darkened. When it became clear the meeting was a setup, Ragnar ordered us to run. Then he threw himself at Magnus, knowing the stone-shapers would focus on protecting their leader, which would allow us a chance to escape. Even so, only Hekla, Elliot, and I made it out. We went back, told the others, and decided to go into hiding. Since then, the capital city has sort of been off-limits for us."
"Damn," Dustin said.
Sigmund glanced at the strange, misshapen stone buildings all around them.
"I didn't mind the prohibition. This place gives me the creeps."
Olaf adjusted his sash.
"I'm looking forward to finally mixing it up with these stone shapers. I mean, their magic tricks look pretty cool, but I'll bet a bit of Holdgate iron drops them the same as anyone else."
"If you can get close enough," Sigmund said. "Any stone shaper worth his sash would drive a rock through your skull before you got close enough to swing a sword at him. Why do you think the Ekya use bows so often?"
Olaf chuckled.
"Their rocks can't hit me if they can't see me coming."
"Yeah, you're really known for your stealth," Dustin said dryly.
"You can't walk across a deck without waking every sailor sleeping below."
They passed a pair of stone shapers heading the other direction. The stone shapers glanced at their sashes, nodded a quick greeting, and kept walking. Sigmund increased his pace and moved up next to Fanar.
"Tell me, brother, how are things in our homeland?"
Fanar chuckled.
"Pretty shitty, actually. The crops won't grow, the winters are so cold your nuts practically fall off, and every village thinks their neighbors are plotting against them."
Sigmund's eyes sparkled.
"Ah, so it's the same as always. Sea and stone, I miss that place."
"Let's see what we can do about getting you back there," Cid said. For Victor's part, he remained quiet during the walk. Despite all the time Dustin had spent with the Barskull Stormcaller, he still felt he didn't truly know him. It was clear his brain operated differently than most people's, but whether that was because of the abuse he'd suffered at King Elias and Dahlia's hands, or if he'd always been that way, Dustin did not know. He'd grown to appreciate Victor's unique outlook, especially on storm magic. The Barskull thought about it in a very different way than Dustin. He just wished he'd open up to the group more often. After a few wrong turns and a bit of backtracking, the crew reached the water. As the docks came into sight, Cid stopped short.
"What the hell is all this?"
36 stone shapers stood on the docks, staring at the foggy day. The ship appeared to be intact, and Dustin saw movement on the decks. So what were all the stone shapers doing there? He turned to Cid.
"Any vague notions, Captain?"
Cid thought for a moment. "Maybe we can grab one of them. Interrogate him for information."
Sigmund shook his head sadly. "You lot are pathetic when it comes to clandestine work."
Olaf turned to Cid and shrugged.
"He has a point. We usually just stab everyone."
Come with me.
With that, Sigmund marched right over to the nearest stone shaper. He gestured up at the foggy day.
The dirty foreigners are still here, I see.
The stone shaper frowned at him.
Congratulations on your astute powers of observation.
Sigmund spat on the ground.
Aren't you supposed to be doing something about that? They've sullied our waters long enough.
The stone shaper grinned. He spoke in a quiet, conspiratorial tone.
Chief Magnus happens to agree with you. He's tired of waiting. If their friends don't return by nightfall, we're going to destroy their ship.
Sigmund let out a hearty laugh.
I knew old Magnus would take care of them. Hasn't he always? Going all the way back to Ragnar.
Sigmund led the group a block away, then stopped. What now? Fanar asked. Do we go back for the others? Dustin glanced at the sun and saw it disappearing below the horizon. There's no time. Dustin's right, Sid agreed. We have to take our shot, and we have to do it now. Olaf, you said you wanted to tangle with stone shapers. You're about to get your wish. Chapter 18. Tomas led Abbey down a long, narrow tunnel lit by torches mounted in stone holders. Are you certain you don't want to wait until morning? We could have some nourishment brought to you and your friends, and you could rest. Nourishment? What does nourishment consist of down here? We have a wide variety of mushrooms. You haven't lived until you've tasted a stone shaper stew of roasted hare and mushrooms. Abby's stomach began to growl at the mention of roasted hare, but she ignored it. Maybe once I'm through. This really can't wait until morning. We need to speak to the council. The old stone shaper sighed. I can't believe I'm letting you do this. It's disrespectful to the way of stone to walk the path without the proper training. Stone shaping isn't like your storm magic. Wind and water are already moving. You simply learn to direct them. Stone magic is different. We must convince the stone to change the very thing that makes it a stone, its stillness. The way of the stone is much more difficult than the other forms of magic. Abby wasn't so sure. I've been taught that all magic comes from the same place, that it's all different ways of using the same power. Tomas groaned thoughtfully at that. If that is the case, we certainly use the power best. They approached an opening in the stone, and Abby saw sunlight beyond it. Tomas stopped and turned to her. Once you begin, there is no turning back. Your cries for help will be ignored. You must walk the path alone. Are you absolutely certain you wish to do this? Abby nodded, looking past him toward the light. Can we get on with it? I'd like to try that stew. You'd better get going on that because this won't take me long. The stew will be waiting if you survive. Listen, in order to walk the path, you must first go past, then go through, then go out. He stepped aside and gestured toward the opening. Abby raised an eyebrow. Another damn riddle? Tomas frowned. If you were properly trained, it wouldn't be a riddle at all. She clapped him on the arm as she walked past him. You're a cheery guy, Tomas. A real beam of sunlight in a dark cave. She moved through the opening and came out in another narrow passage. Stone walls stood on either side of her, but above her was nothing but open sky. Okay, I can do this. Just need to walk the path. A sound behind her made her turn. The opening behind her had closed with a thump, leaving only a solid rock wall. That was predictable. The only direction available was forward. From the dim quality of the light overhead, she guessed it was almost sundown. If she didn't want to do this in the dark, she had to get moving. She took a deep breath and started down the canyon. First go past, then go through, then go out, she muttered to herself as she walked. Her soft voice bounced off the stone walls, creating an eerie echo. She spotted something in the canyon ahead, a break in the path. She trotted toward it and stopped at the edge. Looking down, she let out a whistle. It was a pit. Abby guessed it was about 20 feet across. The distance to the bottom was more difficult to judge, but it had to be at least 100 feet. The floor of the pit was dotted with jagged rocks. "Go past, huh?" she muttered to herself. "Well, he never said it was going to be easy." The stone on either side of her groaned, and she felt a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. The canyon walls were closing in on either side of her, slowly but steadily. If she kept standing there, she'd be crushed. What would a young stone shaper do to go past this obstacle? There were dozens of possibilities. He could raise the floor of the pit, or create a bridge of stone across it, or stop the walls from moving. But she wasn't a stone shaper, so her options were decidedly more limited, and she didn't have long to settle on one. "Okay, I got this," she said aloud. She took a few steps back and then sprinted forward. Just as her foot planted on the edge of the pit and she launched herself into the air, she reduced her weight. She risked a look down as she floated over the pit, and her breath caught as she imagined what it would be like to plummet to those rocks down there. Then she looked up again and realized she'd miscalculated. For a terrible moment, she thought she wasn't going to make it. She was descending too quickly, and the edge of the path was too far away. She should have made herself even lighter, but it was too late to think about that now. As she descended, she reached out as far as she could. At the last moment, her fingers touched the edge, and she grabbed it hard. She let herself dangle a moment, catching her breath as she held on with one hand. Then she pulled herself up. "Ha!" she shouted. "I'll bet you never thought I'd get past that one, did you? Either your test isn't as impossible as you thought, or I'm just that good." There was no response other than the echo of her voice in the distance, which made the taunt a little unsatisfying. "Fine, be that way," she muttered. Then she started down the trail. She began to trot. The light was fading fast, and she wanted to be done with this nonsense before it was completely gone. "First go past," the old stone shaper had told her. "Then go through." But go through what? A few minutes later, she found out. A boulder, 12 feet tall and almost as wide as the canyon, blocked her path. She gave a little whistle. It was no wonder Tomas assumed a non-stone shaper wouldn't be able to make it through this. The boulder was smooth and would be impossible to climb. Thankfully, she didn't have to. As she bent down to pick up the boulder, her mind flashed back to the years she'd spent in the near isolation of her father's blacksmith shop. Now she was in the mythical land of Gren, trying to get help from a secret tribe of stone magic users. It hadn't been that long since those days in the blacksmith shop, but it sure felt like another life. She channeled magic to reduce the rock's weight. She thought, "My life has gotten really freaking weird." Picking up the rock, she had to remind herself to be careful. The moment she let go of it, it would return to its natural weight. She lifted it over her head, turned around, and carefully placed it on the ground. She let go of the rock an inch off the ground, and it crashed to the stone path with a boom. "Two down, you stony weirdos," she muttered. "What's number 3? "Go out," the man had said. Sounded easy enough. She walked 2 more minutes before she came to the site of her 3rd challenge. She stopped. Well, shit. A craggy rock wall rose in front of her. It stood 50 feet high, and it looked golden in the last of the sunlight. A groaning sound caused her to turn. The canyon was closing behind her. Tomas's words echoed in her ear. "Once you begin, there is no turning back." Looks like I'll have to go out then. Once again, she thought of all the ways a stone shaper would get out of this situation. They could transform the stone into a staircase and walk to the top. They could cut a hole right through the wall. They could even have the stone under their feet rise and carry them to the top. Abbey wasn't so fortunate. She'd have to improvise. There were divots in the stone, as well as small cracks that might not be sufficient to use as handholds at her full weight. If she were weightless, she'd be able to pull herself up with no problem. As she stepped toward the wall, she heard a deep voice from above. "Unworthy." A stone fell from the top of the wall and crashed down next to her, missing her by inches. "What the hell?" she yelled up at them. Another voice spoke from the top of the wall. "Unworthy." This time she was ready. She spotted the rock as it fell and she stepped out of its path. "Seriously, you're starting to piss me off. Stop it." The voices paid her no heed. This time 2 people spoke the word together, and 2 stones fell. Abbey had to press herself against the wall to avoid them. Okay, I've had about enough of this shit. She reached up, grabbed a crack in the stone a foot above her head, and channeled the magic necessary to make her as light as a feather. Then she pulled hard and shot upward.
Unworthy.
This time 3 stones fell, and one nearly hit her square on the head. She grabbed the wall and pulled herself to the right, narrowly dodging it. She scurried up the wall, using her hands to stay upright and pushing herself upward with her feet. Each step took her 10 feet higher due to her reduced weight, so it wasn't long before she reached the top. Grabbing the edge, she gave one last heave and pulled herself up. She shot 10 feet above the wall, gradually returned her weight to normal, and landed in a crouch. 5 stone shapers, including Tomas, stood along the top of the wall, stones in hand. Abbey glared at them. "Thank the seas your aim sucks." Tomas stepped toward her. Surprise was clear in his eyes.
You are worthy.
He held something out with a shaky hand. A black sash. Abbey took it. He blinked hard as he looked at her.
I don't know how you did it, but you have mastered the way of stone. You've passed the test.
She slipped the sash over her shoulder. "Thank you. Now my friends and I would like to see the council." He hesitated only a moment before nodding. He gestured toward a walkway behind him that led away from the wall.
Please come with me. You and your guests are welcome. The city of the Hörg is right this way.
Abbey's friends were waiting for her near a large archway of stone at the end of the walkway. A guard stood on either side of them. Clemens grinned when he saw her.
"What did I tell you? Didn't I say she'd make it?"
Heckler rolled her eyes.
Yes, you wouldn't shut up about it.
Elliot stared at the black sash. "Holy shit! They made you a stone shaper." "I guess. I passed their test." She looked at Tomas. "Am I a stone shaper now?" The old man frowned.
"I tried to tell them it was an idiotic way to test people. Just hand them a stone and see if they can shape it. But no, it needs ceremony, they said. It needs danger. You've proven the system can be gamed."
He paused for a moment, eyeing the sash.
"In answer to your question, you have the sash, which means you're entitled to all the rights of any practitioner of the Way of Stone."
Clemens let out a whistle.
"Nicely done, boss. Seems we can't take you anywhere without you picking up some new magic."
"I repeat," Abbey said, the exasperation clear in her voice, "I don't actually know stone magic. I just passed their dumb test." Tomas led them through the archway, and they made their way up a long stone staircase. "Let me ask you something," Abbey said as they climbed the steps. "In Caldfell, they say that Gren is filled with giants. Any idea where those stories came from?"
Tomas chuckled. "Fear and suspicion, I suppose. We're no taller than the people of your lands."
He paused for a moment.
"Although the courage it took to survive the time of madness here was gigantic. My mother told me stories of those days."
In Arcadia, it was called the Age of Madness. In Holdgate, they called it the Mad Days. It all boiled down to the same thing, Abbey knew. A time before magic when insanity ruled. Creatures possessed with a remnant of the madness of those times still lingered deep in the mountains of the Caldfell Peninsula. Or so Abbey had always heard. Other places, too.
Tomas continued. "Times have always been tough in Gren, but those days were the worst. My mother and a handful of her friends fought to keep people safe, and it wasn't easy. In fact, their base of operations was these caves. They couldn't shape stone, of course. They made do with the natural caves. Poor primitives. Ah, here we are."
They reached the top of the stairs and stepped out under the open sky. It was dark now, and the stars shone brightly overhead. They were in a city surrounded by massive stone walls on all sides.
"Welcome to Hörg," Tomas said. "Let's take you to see the council."
The council was led by a woman named Sika. Tomas and 3 others filled the remaining positions. They sat on large stone seats, not unlike thrones, listening intently as Elliot explained that Magnus had been lying to them for years. When he was done speaking, they sat in silence for nearly 2 minutes. Abbey and Elliot exchanged glances. Abbey was beginning to understand that slow was just the speed they did things here, but that didn't make it any less annoying. Her friends' lives were at stake. Still, she forced herself to remain quiet as she waited them out. She spent the time thinking about the roasted hare and mushroom stew she'd been promised, but still hadn't received. If anyone heard her rumbling stomach, they gave no indication. Finally, Sika spoke.
I fear we have done Gren a great injustice. Our desire to remain comfortable in Hörg blinded us to the evil of Magnus and his followers.
The other counselors grunted their agreement. Then you'll help us? Elliot asked.
Of course, Sika responded. We cannot let this disobedience stand. I propose that we drag Magnus and his followers back to Hörg and force them to remain here for the rest of their lives. What say you, Council?
Again, grunts of agreement answered her.
A stone shaper's place is here, among the rocks and the ice,
Tomas said.
not on the coast. We never should have let them go.
It was all Abbey could do not to laugh out loud. She couldn't believe how easily they'd convinced these people. Not only would they be returning to help their friends, they'd be bringing an army of stone shapers with them. That's wonderful, Elliot said. His voice faltered when he spoke as if he couldn't believe what was happening. I suggest that we stay here for the night. We can leave in the morning and head to Amas. We'll be there by tomorrow afternoon, assuming you have horses hidden away somewhere. Another long silence. Then Sika spoke. There was a bit of tension in her voice this time, though she still spoke slowly and thoughtfully.
We do not have horses hidden away somewhere. What use would we have for horses? And your suggestion of leaving tomorrow is simply ridiculous.
Abbey took a step forward. Maybe we didn't explain this well enough. This is an urgent situation.
We understand. It will only be a few weeks before we can move toward Amas.
A few weeks? Abbey struggled to keep the anger out of her voice. My friends will be dead in days, not weeks. Tomas raised a hand to silence her.
Moving an army of stone shapers is not simple. We must plan. Strategize.
She could see in their eyes they weren't going to budge on this point. Fine. Then guide us to the way out. We'll go save our friends and wait for you to show up when you get around to it. Sika chuckled and turned to Tomas.
Old friend, didn't you explain the rules to them?
I tried, he answered. They're not the best listeners.
He turned to Elliot.
You're outsiders, and outsiders who have seen Hörg can never leave. We're willing to waive that rule if you help us fight Magnus, but we're not letting you leave before we do. For all we know, you'd run to Magnus and sell him the information that we're coming.
That's insane, Elliot growled. I came here to ask you to fight Magnus. Why would I warn him? Tomas ignored the question and turned to Abbey.
And you wear the black sash. That means you have all the rights and responsibilities of a stone shaper. We saw what you did when you walked the path. Consider yourself drafted into our army.
You've got to be kidding me. Abbey's expression grew hard.
Sika stood. We're done here. The guards will show you to your quarters. You're free to move about the city, but don't try to leave.
Abbey kept her hand on her sword, but she knew it was pointless to fight. How many stone shapers were in Hörg? Thousands? No, better to bide her time. A group of 5 guards led them to a stone home near the center of town. It was sparsely decorated, but it had enough beds for all of them. When the guards left, Hekla turned to the others.
I'm beginning to think coming here was a mistake.
No shit, Abbey said. I don't know about you, but I'm not sticking around. We've got to act fast. That's our advantage. These stone shapers probably take 2 hours to put on their pants in the morning. Elliot nodded.
Agreed. What's our first move?
There was a knock at the door. Clemens sighed.
How much you want to bet that's the guards again?
He opened the door, and Elliot and Hekla both gasped. The man standing in the doorway was not a guard. He was a bit shorter and a lot more muscular than any of the stone shapers they'd seen. He spoke in a gruff voice, but it carried a more urgent cadence than the stone shapers used.
I'm not sure why you idiots came here, but I can help you find your way out.
Elliot stepped forward. What are you doing here? We heard you were in the mines.
The man scoffed. There aren't any mines. That's a story they tell to keep this place secret. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?
Elliot turned to Abbey and Clemens. Abbey, Clemens, this is Ragnar. Chapter 19. The only thing keeping Benjamin from hurling fireballs at the stone shapers on the docks was the knowledge that they could sink this ship in mere minutes. Those people controlled stone, which they could use to pierce the hull. Then they'd be quite literally sunk. The guards had been standing near the ship for almost an entire day now, ever since Benjamin had killed Edvard. Now the sun was setting, which made Benjamin nervous. The first group of stone shapers had attacked the previous night. Would they do so again tonight? What do you think they're waiting for? Melwyn asked him, not for the first time. Benjamin stared down at the men and women. They wore stone armor just like Edvard's. After seeing what one man could do with that armor, he wasn't anxious to face off against 36 people wearing it. One thing was clear. These guys were not here simply to intimidate them. Benjamin could practically feel the tension coming off them. These were soldiers ready for battle, but to touch on Melwyn's point, why weren't they attacking?
Best guess? Maybe they want to give Sid and Abbey a little more time to find the tall grass raiders before they tear us to shreds. The fact that they're here tells me they aren't willing to wait much longer.
He turned toward Melwyn.
How about you? Any theories?
Melwyn thought a moment before answering. Could be they want to get their precious Queen of Storms off the ship safely. Maybe they're waiting for something that will help them do that.
Benjamin chuckled. It's as good a theory as any, but if they're waiting for Dahlia to make a move, they'll be waiting a long time. I just checked on her, and she's out like a candle dropped in the sea.
A sailor named Klaus walked past, ignoring Benjamin's greeting. He wasn't the first person that day to fail to acknowledge the blacksmith.
Be straight with me, Melwyn. What's going on with the crew? I understand them being nervous about the battle, but this feels personal.
Melwyn smiled weakly. Promise you won't throw me over the side.
Benjamin crossed his arms. I never make promises I can't keep, though I promise not to throw you over the side for what you're about to say.
Fair enough. He paused, considering how to begin.
Tell me, damn it.
Okay, look. The first few days they accepted you as leader because Sid put you in charge. But with everything that's gone wrong since then, we've got an Arcadian serving as de facto captain and 3 Barskull serving as storm callers. Some people are saying maybe the sea isn't happy. They're thinking that maybe the sea would be more apt to protect us if we put a Holdgatesman in charge.
I see. And is this one of those situations where some people actually means you?
Melwyn held his hands up. Let me remind you that you promised this conversation would not result in my being thrown over the side. But for the record, no. For some strange reason, I'm starting to like you, Arcadian.
Benjamin glared at him. Wish I could say the same about you.
But he couldn't keep up the glare. He broke into laughter.
Melwyn nodded toward the stone shapers.
I was honest with you. Do me the same courtesy. Do we stand a chance?
You sure you want the truth?
Yes, sir.
The amount of stone they're wearing, they'll probably take us without losing a single soul.
Melwyn thought for a moment. I changed my mind. Lie to me. Benjamin! The shout came from the crow's nest. Even though they weren't at sea, Benjamin had thought it wise to keep a sailor stationed there for the bird's-eye view of the situation. The topside man was pointing at something behind the guards. Benjamin squinted at the spot for 10 seconds before he saw it. It was a torch being covered and uncovered, creating a strange pattern of flashes. Holy shit, Melwyn whispered. It's a signal. It took Benjamin a moment to understand, but then he got it. The flashes of light the storm ships used to communicate with each other on the open sea. This was the same code. Stone Shapers wouldn't know that code, which meant the message was coming from a friendly.
What are they saying, Melwyn?
The storm ship sailor watched the flashing lights for a long time. Then he turned to Benjamin. It doesn't make sense.
What doesn't?
The lights. The signals were designed to communicate simple messages. It's not a perfect language. What they're saying can't possibly apply to our situation. I must be reading it wrong. Benjamin stared at the lights, wishing he had learned even a little of the signal protocol.
Give me the literal version. Don't try to interpret it.
Okay. They say to lower our sails due to heavy winds, but that doesn't make sense. Our sails are already down. Benjamin cursed under his breath. He was starting to understand.
Anything else?
Yes. They're asking if we are prepared for battle. Then they say the thing about the wind again.
What were the chances a blacksmith would end up dying on a storm ship?
Benjamin muttered. He grabbed Melwyn by the shoulders.
Okay, we need to do this quickly and without alerting the Stone Shapers. I want every bow we have in the hands of someone who knows how to use it, and I want everyone else to prepare to fight off anyone attempting to board. Most importantly, I want everyone to hold on to something. It's about to get windy. Tell me when it's done.
Benjamin watched as Melwyn spread the word. To the crew's credit, they remained nonchalant enough that the Stone Shapers on the docks didn't notice anything. They also responded quickly.
In less than 5 minutes, Melwyn was back at his side with a lantern in his hand.
We're as ready as we're going to be, sir.
Benjamin spread his feet a little and braced himself against the rail. Give the signal, Melwyn.
The storm ship sailor hoisted the lantern, blocking the light with a shield,
then moving it away repeatedly in a complicated pattern. The Stone Shapers on the dock stared at the lantern. They knew something was happening, but that was fine with Benjamin.
The more they focused on the foggy day, the less ready they'd be for what was coming at them from the other direction.
Hold on to your ass, Melwyn, Benjamin said. It's time for battle.
Melwyn extinguished the lantern, gripped the rail with both hands, and waited. For nearly a minute, nothing happened. Then everything did.
A sudden gust of wind slammed against them. Even though Benjamin had prepared for the blast and was gripping the rail, he almost lost his footing. The wind felt like a hammer. His hair blew back with such force it felt like someone was pulling it. The wind stung his eyes and made breathing difficult. He thought he might drown on wind. The Stone Shapers fared much worse. At least half of them tumbled off the dock into the chilly water below. The rest of them stumbled around in chaos, trying to figure out what was happening. Benjamin glanced over his shoulder and saw that the 2 men on the pillars at the edge of the harbor had been knocked from their perches by the wind. The chaos only lasted a few moments. Before long, the guard had shaped a waist-high stone wall between them and the wind. They crouched behind it, and slowly the wall began to move forward, as did the men and women behind it. The wind ceased as quickly as it had begun. Benjamin quickly realized his opportunity. The Stone Shapers had their backs to the foggy day. "Archers!" he cried. "Aim at any body part not covered in stone. Draw!" A dozen bowstrings were pulled back simultaneously. "Loose!" The arrows flew, and 10 Stone Shapers fell. In the last moments of daylight before the sun disappeared, Benjamin saw Sid, Olaf, Fanar, and a man he didn't know, charging the remaining Stone Shapers. He drew his sword and dropped a rope ladder over the side. He was done waiting on the ship. It was time to fight. Dustin stopped calling the wind. It was difficult, like tearing himself out of a dream. Storm calling wasn't usually like that. Normally it was a conversation with the elements, one where he was always in control. He could break away and halt the conversation at any time. But this wasn't normal storm calling. Victor's hand was touching his shoulder, and their powers had combined. This storm magic felt less like a conversation and more like being carried by a powerful wave. One of his own making, but it carried him nonetheless. He forced his eyes open and lifted the end of his staff off the stone road. The world seemed to tilt, and he staggered backwards. Victor grabbed his shoulders, steadying him. "I have you, my friend. That magic was powerful. It practically knocked me on my... what's the word? Ass." Dustin let out a laugh. "Damn, Victor! I don't think I've ever heard you curse."
Victor grinned. "I suppose there is a first time for everything. And by everything, I specifically mean cursing."
"Go!"
Sid yelled.
"Charge those stone-shaper bastards!"
The group had gathered behind Dustin, and now they surged forward. Tall grass raider and stormship sailors charged together, all focused on taking down the enemy. Sid led the charge, one sword in each hand. When she reached the stone wall, she planted one foot on top of it and vaulted over, swinging a sword as she landed. Her blade struck the nearest stone shaper in the neck, and he fell with a grunt. Dustin trotted forward, hanging back behind the other warriors. It wasn't that he was afraid. Part of him was jealous of the others. He wanted to be in there mixing it up alongside them, but he was smart enough to know his real value was his storm magic. He needed to hang back and use it where it was needed. To his surprise, it didn't appear to be needed at all. His initial blast of wind had taken out about half of the 36 stone shapers. Another 10 had fallen to the Foggy Days archers. The remaining 7 were no match for the combined might of Sid's crew and her brother's Ekya. Fanar leapt over the wall and dropped to his knees, slicing the closest stone shaper's hamstring with his sea axe, even as stone blades narrowly missed his body. When his target fell, Fanar drove the sea axe into his neck. Olaf let out a loud combination of whoops and curses as he threw himself over the wall at his target. The woman saw him approach and shaped her stone chestplate into a series of spiky protrusions. Olaf just managed to dodge one of the spikes, and he quickly took her down with his sword. A few stone shapers who'd succumbed to Dustin's initial blast of wind were trying to climb back onto the docks, but the tall grass raiders made short work of them. Sigmund almost fell to a stone shaper who transformed his chestplate, shifting the stone into an axe which he swung at the Barskull's head. A ball of fire hit the stone shaper in his now unprotected chest, and he fell to the ground, screaming as he burned. Benjamin surveyed his handiwork for only a moment before he called to Sid. "Captain, I suggest we get aboard your ship and get the hell out of here." Sid wiped the blood from her blade and smiled.
"I concur with that assessment."
Then she turned to the others and shouted,
"Ekya! Sailors! Climb the ladders!"
Everyone quickly obeyed, scurrying up the rope ladders hanging from the Foggy Day. Dustin scanned the area behind the stone wall. The stone shapers were all down. No, that wasn't right, he realized. They were all down, but one. The surviving stone shaper was a squat man with a mustache. He reached out a hand and touched the stone wall. Dustin started sprinting toward him even though he knew he'd never make it in time. If he could just get within 10 feet of the man, he could use the amphoral Benjamin had embedded in his staff to blast him. Even that was a long shot, he knew. But still he ran. The stone wall transformed at the man's touch, shifting like water under a ship's hull. It formed into a giant spike, and Dustin realized with horror that the man wasn't going for one of his attackers. He was going for the Foggy Day herself. He was trying to destroy the ship, and he had plenty of stone to drive through her hull. Dustin cried out, but he couldn't seem to find any words, not that they would have helped. The stone spike grew from the stone wall, shooting toward the hull of the ship with uncanny speed. Then suddenly, it stopped growing. The spike quivered in the air, neither growing nor shrinking. It just hung there, the impossible weapon mere inches from the Foggy Day's boards. Dustin scanned the length of the wall, trying to understand what was happening. Then he saw it. There was another man touching the stone wall, and Dustin immediately recognized him. "Gideon!" Gideon answered through clenched teeth. "Somebody kick his ass. I can't hold him off forever." Dustin dashed toward the enemy stone shaper. When he got within 10 feet of him, he lowered his staff and fired. The stone shaper was knocked back. Fanar sprinted to him and finished the job.
"Let's get it in gear," Sid called. "Up the ladder, people."
Dustin trotted over to her. Gideon was already approaching. "I've been doing some thinking," Gideon began. Sid held up a hand.
"Can we review your dramatic change of heart later? We need to get out of here before reinforcements show up."
Gideon nodded. "I'm coming with you, by the way." "What? You don't think your brother is going to be a fan of your new lifestyle?" Dustin asked with a smile. Sid gestured toward the nearest rope ladder.
"You're welcome to join us as long as you get up there in the next 30 seconds.
Once the tall grass raiders and the stormship sailors were all up the ladder, it was Dustin's turn. He found Benjamin waiting at the top for him.
"How was your trip?"
the blacksmith asked.
"Pretty uneventful. We joined a group of rebels, launched a failed raid on a stone shaper city, and saved your ass. Nothing out of the ordinary. How were things here?"
Benjamin shrugged. "About the same. We fought off a few assassination attempts, killed a bunch of stone shapers, and got saved by you."
He paused a moment.
"I can't help but notice my daughter's not with you."
"She went with Sid's brother to find a secret city of stone shapers and convince them to help us defeat Magnus."
Benjamin nodded nonchalantly. "Got it."
Sid pulled herself over the rail.
Benjamin helped her to her feet. "Captain, the ship is yours."
A grin broke out on his face.
Damn, it felt good to say that.
Sid wasted no time barking orders at the crew. In less than 5 minutes, they were ready for departure.
"Dustin, if you don't mind."
The storm caller hefted his staff and trotted to the prow. With a contented sigh, Dustin took his place and called the wind. It filled the sails and the ship cut through the water, quickly picking up speed. Reinforcement stone shapers arrived on the dock, but it was too late for them to do much other than watch the storm ship sail away. The foggy day was almost out of the harbor when a splash came from the water on the starboard side of the ship.
"What the hell was that?"
Sid called to no one in particular. Benjamin suddenly went pale. He dashed to the main deck and disappeared through a hatch. He reappeared a moment later, a look of horror on his face.
"It's Dahlia. She's gone."
Chapter 20.
"I don't understand," Elliot said. "What are you doing here?"
Ragnar was leading them through a tunnel he said led to an exit only 10 miles outside Amas. If they traveled straight through, and Ragnar wasn't lying, they'd reach the city and the foggy day a few hours later. Abbey wasn't so sure. Trusting Sid's brother was one thing. He'd proven himself to be a person who cared about bringing justice to the people who'd been mistreated in Gren for so long. Trusting a Barskull warlord was something else altogether.
"I already told you," Ragnar said. "This is my punishment. I'm to live out the rest of my life in Hörg. I've been here quite some time, and I've learned my way around."
"No, I understand that. What I'm having trouble with is the fact that you know the way out. Why don't you just leave? We could have used you out there in the fight against Magnus."
There was anger in Elliot's voice as he spoke to his former leader. Ragnar marched silently through the tunnel, torch held high, for so long that Abbey thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, he did.
"I can't leave, Elliot. It's a matter of honor."
The tall grass raider clearly didn't like that answer.
"Honor? Are you kidding me? Was it honorable when Magnus lured you to Amas under the pretense of negotiation and then captured you?"
"Of course not."
The Barskull warlord's voice was harsh.
"But it's not about what they did. It's about what I did, what I tried to do. I tried to conquer both Barskull and Gren, and many died in the process. My punishment is just."
"And what about the good you could do if you were out here? You could stop Magnus."
"Wish I could. But I vowed to stay in Hörg, and I intend to keep my promise."
Abbey chuckled. "How are they going to feel when they learn you helped their prisoners escape?"
"Not great, I imagine. But I never vowed to make you stay in Hörg."
They continued for a long while in silence. Abbey had lost all track of time. It had been night when they'd entered the tunnel with Ragnar, but she had no idea how much time had passed since then. It might have been 2 hours, or it might have been 5. After what seemed like forever, Elliot spoke.
"How about Sika and the council? They promised to go after Magnus and drag him and his followers back to Hörg. Will they follow through even though we ran off?"
"I expect they will," Ragnar said. "It's not about you. It's about the people of Gren. The stone shapers of Hörg are surprisingly honorable. Not like Magnus. Or Dahlia."
Elliot chuckled.
"That's a name I haven't heard for many years."
"And thank the seas for that," Hekla interjected. "I did my best to forget about that evil bitch."
Abbey and Clemens exchanged glances. Elliot turned to Abbey.
Consider yourself lucky you haven't had to deal with her." Ragnar grunted his agreement. "Magnus is bad, but at least he was honest in his nasty intentions. He wanted to rule Gren, and he wasn't afraid to admit it. Dahlia, on the other hand, was willing to switch sides at the shifting of the wind, whatever served her purpose." The Queen of Storms. The contempt was thick in Elliot's voice. That's what Magnus and his friends called her. They'd never seen storm magic, so they practically considered her a god. Hekla scoffed at that.
Little did they know she would betray them the moment it suited her, like she did Ragnar.
"She'd promised to help me take Barskal," Ragnar explained. "Apparently Elias offered her something better than I did, because she sold me out."
Abbey grimaced. That wasn't the story she'd heard from Dahlia. Not that she ever trusted anything that woman said.
"Thank the seas she's an ocean away," Ragnar said. "I'm not afraid of much in this world, but I am afraid of her."
Abbey glanced at Clemens. He quickly shook his head, his eyes wide. He didn't want Abbey to tell the truth about Dahlia, but she wasn't about to lie to these people. Not after all they'd done for her. "She's not an ocean away. She's aboard our ship. She's the one who showed us how to find Amas." Elliot stopped in his tracks. "You're kidding. Tell me you're kidding, Abbey." "I'm not. It was the only way to find you." The look of shock in his eyes made her continue quickly. "But don't worry. We're keeping her drugged. There's no way she can use her powers."
Ragnar grimaced. "If you think storm calling is her greatest power, you don't know her very well."
Abbey bristled. "I've faced her twice. The first time I killed her partner, Captain Tor, and the second time I helped destroy her fleet. I think I know her." Elliot looked at her wide-eyed, as if he were seeing her for the first time. "You killed Captain Tor?"
Ragnar spoke before Abbey could answer. "It doesn't matter. As long as you keep Dahlia away from Horg, I don't care what she does. If the Queen of Storms comes to the city of the true Stone Shapers, I think she'll find a nasty surprise."
He gestured to where the path angled sharply upward.
"This is it." "Already?" Clemens asked. "Doesn't seem like we've traveled far enough." Ragnar scoffed. "Stone Shapers can cut a direct path through bedrock. Makes for much faster travel."
After a few minutes of strenuous climbing, the opening came into sight. Dim sunlight shone through. Abbey realized it must be morning. She hadn't slept in more than 24 hours.
Ragnar stopped and turned to Abbey. "I'll leave you here, and I hope you don't mind me saying I hope I never see you again."
He looked at Elliot, then at Hekla.
"You two, on the other hand, are welcome any time."
They said their goodbyes to Ragnar and headed for the surface. As they stepped through the exit, Abbey's suspicions were confirmed. The sun was just peeking over the eastern horizon. It was early morning.
"Abbey, look."
Clemens pointed at something just past the exit. The Stone Shaper guard lay unconscious on the ground. And just behind him stood Gideon. He grinned at them.
"I was wondering when you might show up."
Abbey started to draw her sword, but then she saw Gideon wasn't alone. Fanar and Olaf stood on either side of him.
"He's on our side now," Olaf explained. "It's a whole thing."
Abbey blinked hard. Even the dim morning sunlight hurt her eyes after so long in the caves. "What are you guys doing here?"
"Come, my friends," Fanar said. "Let's head back to the ship. We have much to tell you, and not all of it is good."
They stood near the prow of the Foggy Day, the five of them together, for the first time. Sid the captain, Dustin the storm caller, Abbey the first mate, Benjamin the veteran warrior, Elliot the rebel leader. Whether officially or unofficially, they were the leaders of this crew, and they needed to decide what to do next. They'd considered including Gideon in the discussion, but Sid hadn't decided if she trusted him. He'd betrayed them once already, after all. He'd explained himself to Abbey, Elliot, Hekla, and Clemens on the walk back to the ship. He'd told them how he couldn't force himself to go back to helping his brother after the things he'd seen in that village. Still, the others didn't fully trust him. It was mid-morning, and the Foggy Day was anchored 2 miles offshore a good distance north of Amas. They were safe, or as safe as one could be in enemy territory. Sid had picked up the other tall grass raiders north of the city, and they were all aboard the storm ship. The fact that she hadn't slept in more than 24 hours didn't cross Abby's mind. There was too much happening. All these people she cared about were united in one place, and for one purpose. A strange mix of excitement, happiness at the reunion, and utter dread at Dahlia's escape hung in the air.
"I'm just going to say it," Sid began. "We did what we came here to do. We rescued Elliot and his friends. Not only that, but Tomas and his stone shapers are on their way to deal with Magnus. There's no longer a need for the tall grass raiders. We're done."
Dustin scratched his beard, as he often did when he was thinking. "You're suggesting we go home?"
"I'm not suggesting anything. We're a team, and I'm not going to pull rank and dictate our course of action. I want to know what all of you think."
From a certain perspective, Sid's point of view made sense to Abbey. They'd done the impossible. Again. They'd changed the fate of a nation, and they'd found Sid's long-lost brother. "I don't know," Elliot replied. "Those villages are still hungry. How do I know they'll be okay once Tomas and his friends take down Magnus?" Sid answered immediately.
"You don't, but you can't babysit them the rest of their lives. You've given them a chance. Isn't that enough?"
Elliot didn't answer. He just gazed at the open sea, toward home. Abbey couldn't hold her tongue any longer. There was something Sid was conveniently forgetting. "What about Dahlia?"
"What about her?" Sid shrugged. "We leave her stranded 1,000 miles from home."
"That's not good enough," Dustin said. "Not for a woman like her. She'll build a fleet just like she did in Barskull. It will take a while, but a few years from now she'll show up outside Holdgate with an army of stone shapers." "Not to mention the effect on Gren," Elliot interjected. "Having the Queen of Storms on his side would be mighty useful to Magnus when he's fighting Tomas." Dustin nodded. "And if Tomas wins, she'll just switch sides. It's what she does." Abbey agreed with everything that had been said about Dahlia, but that wasn't her real reason for wanting to take the woman down. "There's one more thing. I made a promise. I promised her I'd kill her before I left Gren. I'm a woman of my word, and I intend to follow through." Sid gave her a hard look, but it quickly melted into a smile.
"Good. There was no way in hell I was leaving Gren while Dahlia was alive, but I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page."
Dustin barked a laugh. "Damn, Captain, you really had me thinking you were going to turn tail." Elliot grinned. "This girl? Not likely. Remind me to tell you about when she was 6 and got cornered by 3 boys. She sent them home crying without even throwing a punch. I think she just snarled at them."
"And that was when I had hair."
Abbey turned to her father. He'd been quiet during the conversation, which meant there was something on his mind. "What about you? Care to weigh in?" After a long moment, he spoke. "I'd like to propose a different solution. I want you to leave me behind on Gren." Sid raised an eyebrow.
"Say what?"
"Hear me out." He held up a hand. "Dahlia escaped on my watch. I swear we had her drugged. I checked on her not 20 minutes before the fight broke out. I have no idea how she managed to do it, but the fact is she did. That means she's my responsibility. You should go back to Caldfell and let me hunt her down." "By yourself?" Elliot placed a hand on the blacksmith's shoulder. "I'm sorry, but that's insane. One man wouldn't be able to accomplish that." Benjamin shrugged. "I might surprise you. Besides, it's not going to be about strength. You think our 50 or so people would be able to take on the stone shapers in a straight-out fight? It's going to be about wits and stealth. One man might actually stand a better chance than 50. Sid smiled softly.
"Sorry, blacksmith. It's not happening."
She turned to the others.
"We all agree on what has to be done. We just need to find a way to do it. Thoughts?"
Elliot offered the first suggestion. "Maybe we could find a way to draw her out. Isolate her. If we wait until Tomas and the inland stone shapers arrive, we could use the resulting chaos to our advantage." Dustin hefted his staff. "I've wanted a one-on-one rematch with her ever since our showdown in Barskull." Neither of those options sounded right to Abbey. They were 50 against an entire city of magic users. Her father had been correct when he'd said they needed to use their wits. She considered their resources. What did they have? A few storm callers, a stone shaper, a physical magic user, whatever the hell she was. Beyond that, they had storm ship sailors and tall grass raiders. How could they best use these things to their advantage?
Waiting is probably the smart move, Benjamin agreed. On the other hand, do we want to give Dahlia a chance to get herself reoriented before we make our move?
No, we do not. Abbey spoke emphatically, and all eyes turned toward her. We have to act quickly. Dahlia is a master manipulator, and the longer she has to play her games, the more trouble we're in. So what do we do? Elliot asked. I mean, it's like... Dustin held up a hand. I know we don't know each other well, but trust me. When she gets like this, you should really let her talk. She has the answer. Let her get to it. Abbey continued. We know the Stone Shapers fear storm magic. They named Dahlia the Queen of Storms, for fuck's sake. We have a ship. They have a harbor. Dustin's face went pale. You're not about to say what I think you're about to say, right? Elliot laughed. What happened to letting her talk? Abbey ignored them both. There's only one way we can get Dahlia back in the next few days. We have to invade Amas, and we have to do it the only way we know how. She looked around, meeting each of their eyes. We have to become storm raiders. Chapter 21. Magnus's stone palace was bigger than she remembered. She supposed that made sense. It had been more than a decade since she'd last set foot in this city. He'd probably added on to it during the years she'd been away. The Stone Shaper chief finished giving her a rundown of what he'd accomplished, then looked down at her from his ridiculous throne with a smug grin on his face. When you left, I was a new chief with a weak grasp on Grin. Now I'm a true ruler. Dahlia tried to focus on what the man was saying, but she found it difficult. Her head was finally clear for the first time in more than a week. A week spent in darkness below decks on a subpar storm ship. They'd kept her drugged, and they'd constantly threatened her. Even though her captors were unworthy adversaries, they'd nearly ended her life. She had no doubt the Arcadian girl would have followed through on her promise to kill her once Elliot was rescued. The thing that had saved her was not her own brilliance or her storm magic, but her captor's lack of knowledge about the drug they'd been giving her. The first time she drank the potion, she'd fallen into a haze so deep she hadn't known if she'd ever emerge from it. By the fourth time, the effects had been noticeably less pronounced. The 10th time, she managed to stay awake for a full hour after her dose. Even through the medicinally induced cloud in her brain, she'd realized the potion was becoming less effective with each dose. She'd worked very hard to hide that fact, and the previous night she'd finally seen her opportunity to act. She'd snuck topside when she heard sounds of fighting and waited in the shadows. If the Stone Shapers had won, she would have shown herself. Unfortunately, the Foggy Day, the luckiest bastards in the Holdgate fleet, had somehow taken the day, and she'd been forced to improvise. Jumping over the side had been risky. She was still groggy, and she'd spent most of the previous week lying down. She didn't even know if she'd be able to swim, but the cold water had brought her to full alertness, and she'd managed to reach the shore, where she'd found Stone Shapers waiting to bring her to Magnus. Now, after sleeping in a real bed and eating a meal of solid food, she was ready to get back in the action. She smiled at Magnus. It seems you've done quite well for yourself. Magnus leaned forward and leered at her, not even trying to hide the way his eyes lingered on her breasts. And yet, I lack a bride. She paused a moment before answering. I can't imagine that the chief of the Stone Shapers would have much difficulty attracting female attention. There have been many women, but none worthy of me. My choices here are grim Stone Shaper women or meek fisher girls. I want a queen. If anything had been lost in her time as a prisoner aboard the Foggy Day, it was a bit of her patience. There was a time when she would have used Magnus's obvious desire to her advantage. She would have led him on, implied she'd sleep with him if he won her affection by doing a few favors for her first. Those days were over. Magnus had been blunt in his statement of what he wanted, and she would be too. I think not, she said. Surprise blossomed on the chief's face.
Excuse me?
Dahlia glared at him. Let me state this plainly. Your chances of sleeping with me are less than 0. I'd rather bed a dog. And marry you? Please. I could have married King Elias. If I said no to a real king, what makes you think I'd say yes to you and spend the rest of my life in this backwater country? Magnus raised his hand, revealing the stone he held.
I'd watch what I said if I were you. You're in my home, surrounded by my guards. You'll treat me with the respect I deserve.
It was all Dahlia could do not to roll her eyes. You couldn't catch a few dozen rebels, a task the crew of the Foggy Day accomplished in less than a week. What do you think you can do to a queen? Magnus was almost shaking with anger. It was time to ease off a little. She forced her lips into a gentle smile. I'm only being honest with you. You deserve that much. I won't be your wife, and I won't sleep with you, but I will help you.
Help me? How?
Help you take control of your realm. The villages that allowed the tall grass raiders to take advantage of them, they should be crushed as an example to others. Burn them to the ground and enslave the people. Then you need to start building an armada. With a fleet of ships, you could conquer Barskal. Magnus lowered the stone he'd been brandishing. Clearly she had his interest.
Barskal?
Of course. You are a stone shaper. It's time to start thinking big. After we conquer Barskal, we'll take Coldfell. He settled back on his throne and considered her words.
It sounds like you're offering to be my advisor.
No, I'm offering to rule with you. Not as man and wife, but as equal partners. A king of stone and a queen of storms. Together we'll bring the world to its knees. She didn't add that Magnus would likely be dead by that point. Once her fleet had been built and she'd won the Stone Shaper army over, she'd have no need of him. He'd suffer the same fate as Captain Tor and King Elias. But this time she wasn't going to pretend the man was in charge.
I'm not willing to share the throne of Gren,
he said carefully. I don't care about Gren. She tried to keep the venom out of her voice, but she wasn't entirely successful. I care about what comes after. Isn't a partner who will win you nations better than a wife? Magnus grunted thoughtfully. After a moment, his eyes lit up.
I'd like to test your skills before I answer.
Dahlia nodded. Name the task, and it will be done.
The other stone shapers who live deep within Gren, the tribe I grew up in, they live simply, with nothing to distract them from their studies of stone magic. As a result, they are more powerful than we are. Dahlia smiled. Consider it done. I haven't finished.
You don't need to. They are more powerful than you, thus they can't be allowed to survive. Give me your army and I will crush them. Magnus smiled.
That would be a very good start.
Perhaps Dahlia's patience wasn't gone after all. She found herself content in the knowledge that it would take years to build an armada large enough to conquer Holdgate. That was fine with her. For now, she'd concentrate on the task at hand.
It's a shame the tall grass raiders are gone, Magnus said. I would have liked to watch you crush them, too.
Dahlia thought for a moment. I'm not so sure they are gone.
Let me start by saying there's no way a non-shaper could get into Magnus's palace. There are no doors or windows. Not permanent ones, anyway. You could wait around for a stone shaper to open one, but they're pretty diligent about closing them as soon as they're done using them. Magnus would pierce the heart of any man who left a door open, up to and including his brother. As Abbey listened to Gideon speak, she realized he was never going back to his old life, that he never could go back. They were gathered in the bunk area below decks. It was the only space large enough to accommodate them comfortably, and they were away from the ears of the crew there. They wanted to plan in private where they could have a healthy debate. They'd take the plan to the crew when it was settled. The group consisted of the 5 who'd agreed earlier on the storm raiding approach, plus Gideon. You could try the roof, Gideon continued. Not easy to access, but with Abbey's abilities, maybe it would work. Some stone shapers open holes in the roof to let light in.
We'll be attacking at night,
Dustin reminded him. Still, some have been known to look at the stars. I'll be with you, but I could easily take a rock to the head. I want you to consider other ways in if I fall. But you haven't thought about what happens when you're inside. Most of the palace isn't even used, but the throne room, well, half the warriors in the city hang out there hoping for a chance to impress their chief.
Abbey looked at her friends. Sid, Dustin, and Benjamin all wore skeptical looks as they listened to the stone shaper speak. She didn't blame them. He was the chief's brother, after all. They had to at least consider he could be a spy working for Magnus. She held up a hand. I need to ask you a question before we talk strategy. The stone shaper shifted in his seat. He looked nervous.
Anything.
Why didn't you tell Magnus we were helping the tall grass raiders?
Gideon smiled sheepishly. How do you know I didn't? Because Magnus would have destroyed the Foggy Day immediately after he heard that, Benjamin said. Answer her question. I was wondering the same thing. After all, you betrayed them once already.
The stone shaper held up a hand.
That's not exactly true. I was clear about my intentions from the start. I was there to find the tall grass raiders. I never promised to stay in Bergigur just because they ordered me to.
Abbey thought about that for a moment. It's a fair point. Still doesn't answer the question, though.
Gideon held up the stone in his right hand, but not in a threatening manner.
He just stared at it for a long moment before answering.
The time I spent with you opened my eyes. I'd always been taught that Holdgatesmen were bloodthirsty killers who reveled in the pain of their enemies. I'd been told that tall grass raiders killed stone shapers for sport. Once I discovered those two things weren't true, I began to question other things too.
Why'd you run away from Bergigur? Elliot asked.
Gideon shrugged. Call it an aversion to being tied up and held prisoner, I guess. I didn't really think about things until after I'd escaped.
Benjamin stared at him for several seconds, then gave a nod.
That's good enough for me.
Me too, Abbey agreed. If anyone disagreed, they didn't say anything.
Okay, so Gideon can get us into the palace, Dustin said. But won't that be where they concentrate their defenses once the fog rolls in?
Abbey smiled. You're right. It will, unless we give them reason to be elsewhere.
Here's where we employ some tall grass raider tactics, Sid told them.
Elliot sat up a bit straighter at that.
I'm starting to like the sound of this. We'll split into two teams. One will cause chaos in a moss to draw as many stone shapers as possible away from the palace. I'll lead that team. Dustin, you and the Barskull Storm Callers will come with me.
I can cause a lot of chaos, Dustin assured them.
Benjamin, you're with me too.
Sid ignored Abbey's sly look and continued.
I could use your firepower. We'll have most of the crew with us as well. Which brings us to the other team.
She turned toward Elliot and Abbey. Excellent, Elliot said. I've never invaded a palace before. Your first time? Abbey asked. Amateur.
Sid looked at Elliot. Abbey's going to be leading the team.
The smile melted off Elliot's face and a look of astonishment replaced it. Wait, you're putting your friend in charge instead of your brother? A former actual storm raider who has been regularly raiding stone shaper villages for over a year? Sid's forehead creased as her expression became hard.
It's not about her being my friend. It's about what I've seen her do. She's at her best during a battle. I've never seen anyone who can improvise like she can.
Then you've never seen me.
This isn't a discussion. This is my ship and my show. Are you going to follow the plan?
Elliot stared back at his sister. Absolutely. I just wanted to make my case.
Fair enough. You've made it. Moving on.
Abbey remained silent. She understood where Elliot was coming from. He was used to being in charge, after all. But it still stung. She'd just have to prove to him she was worthy of the position. Sid's eyes met Abbey's.
I'll leave the details of your end of the mission up to you. You'll want to take Gideon, of course. Other than the Storm Callers and your father, you've got your pick of the crew.
Abbey nodded. We'll want to keep our team small. She was already considering who she'd take. Fanar, Olaf, and Clemens, maybe.
But what about Hekla and Sigmund? They were both fast and had raiding experience. She'd have to think about it.
We attack tomorrow night.
Cid looked at each of them, and Abbey saw the seriousness on her face.
I suggest you get as much rest as possible between now and then.
When the crew started to head topside, Abbey touched Elliot's shoulder. Hang back a minute? She waited until the others were gone before continuing. Elliot stared at her, his face unreadable. I want to talk to you about the team leader thing. Elliot looked away. I'm sorry I reacted like that. I'm not used to anyone else being in charge. I get that. I really do. It's just... She trailed off, wondering if she should soften her message. After a moment, she decided against it. It was stupid to mince words just because this guy had a cute smile. I just wanted to make sure it's not going to be a problem in the field. His eyes widened in surprise. She thought she saw something else there, too. Respect? No, of course not. I'd never question you during the raid. That's good to hear, because I'm thinking of adding Hekla to our team, but if you start shouting orders at her during the mission, I won't. A slight smile appeared on his face. Abbey, you can count on me. I have only one goal on this mission. And what's that? Helping you keep your promise to Dahlia. Chapter 22. You're doing it wrong, Olaf told him. Melwyn paused at his task of tying a knot and glowered at the younger man. What do you mean I'm doing it wrong? I've been sailing on this ship for nearly a decade. You've been a storm ship sailor, what, a month? Olaf shrugged. Give or take. Doesn't change the fact that there's a better way to tie that line. Captain Cid showed me back on Thunderclap when she was first made. Here, let me. He reached down and yanked the rope out of Melwyn's hand, his fingers moving quickly as he deftly tied the knot and tossed the line back to the other man. Melwyn stared at it for a long while before he grudgingly said, I suppose that method does have its advantages. Benjamin softly chuckled to himself. He'd seen enough. Olaf, he called across the main deck. The young sailor spun around at the sound of Benjamin's voice. His eyes were alight with excitement. Is it time? Benjamin couldn't help but chuckle again. The kid was as eager as a puppy. Aye, it's time. He led Olaf to the place on the quarterdeck that Cid had designated for combat training. Today, however, he'd be training the young man in something else altogether. I've been practicing those hand motions you showed me, Olaf said. I work on them half an hour before bed and another half an hour when I get up in the morning, just like you said. The blacksmith nodded, pleased. Let me see then. Olaf furrowed his brow and stretched his hands in front of him. One by one, he ran through the complicated motions. Benjamin was impressed. He only had to correct him twice. It had taken Benjamin months to learn some of those forms, but the kid had mastered them in days. It was the exact opposite of his attempts at teaching Abbey. She'd been disinterested in learning physical magic from the start, and yet he'd tried to force it on her. He wished he'd allowed her to follow her own path. Maybe she would have discovered her strange abilities sooner. That's good, Olaf. Very good. Olaf raised an eyebrow. Wait, I'm doing them correctly? Better than some of the hunters I knew back in Arcadia. Damn. Olaf looked disappointed. I don't understand. If I'm doing it right, why can't I produce fireballs? For a moment, the question puzzled Benjamin. Then it suddenly occurred to him that he was teaching this all wrong. He needed to rethink his approach. Let me ask you a question, Olaf. Why do you want to learn this kind of magic? And don't give me that shit about loving fire. I know there's more to it than that. Olaf stared at his hand, still held in the final position for casting a fireball. I don't know. I guess I just want to contribute. Benjamin frowned. He was going to have to push the kid a little if he wanted a real answer. You contribute already. You do your job, you have your friends' backs. Almost every time Cid picks a crew for a mission, you're on it. That's not because she likes your eloquent conversation, believe me. Okay, look. Everybody thinks of me as this big dumb guy who makes jokes and thinks he's better than he is. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Wow, that's actually pretty accurate.
And yes, I am all those awesome things. But I can be so much more. I want to be like you." The blacksmith was so surprised that he wasn't sure he'd heard correctly.
Like me. An Arcadian?
Olaf waved Benjamin's words away. "So you're an Arcadian. Nobody's perfect. But look at everything you've done." Benjamin was genuinely baffled. What had he done? He'd hunted magic users in Arcadia. He'd set up a blacksmith shop in a city where he'd been forced to raise his daughter in near isolation. He'd let his wife die.
You don't want to be like me, son.
Olaf slapped his arm. "Are you kidding me? You moved to a new city where you knew no one and the people hated you because of where you were from. You built a business that was so good they had no choice but to respect you." He nodded toward the main deck where Abbey was helping Clemens hoist the sail. "Best of all, you raised her. To produce a girl like that, you must have done one hell of a job." Benjamin didn't know what to say. He was genuinely touched. "My father was a drunk whose parenting method consisted of hollering and throwing empty mugs at our heads. I know I won't ever be like you, but if I can learn your magic, that's good enough. So why the hell can't I do it?"
Look, Olaf, you've got the hand motions down, but that's only a small part of it.
He tapped Olaf on the chest.
The rest comes from here, the place where you feel things. You know how it aches when you're looking at a beautiful woman and how it burns when you're angry? The place where you feel those things is where you need to draw from.
So I have to get angry? Benjamin considered that.
No, though it might help, especially at first. Magic is tied up with your emotions. They can give it the extra oomph you need at the beginning.
The sailor sighed. "I'm not sure I understand."
I can teach you the hand motions and the theories. I can describe how it feels when I cast. But I can't push you over the final line. You're going to have to find the strength inside yourself to break through that last barrier. When you do that, you'll be able to cast. Be patient. It won't happen overnight."
Olaf nodded. "Okay, patience isn't my strong suit, but I'll give it a shot." He paused. "Can you show me a fireball? Maybe if I saw you cast one, it would inspire me to break through or whatever."
Benjamin laughed. "Hell no. We're on a ship made of pine boards held together with pitch and tar. No way am I playing with fire here."
Olaf looked indignant. "Then why were you teaching me how to do it here?"
"Because I knew you wouldn't be able to. Not yet."
He clapped Olaf on the back.
"For now, keep working on those hand motions. The rest will come in time."
"I'm going to prove you wrong. I'll be casting fireballs the size of your head by the time we get back to Holdgate."
Benjamin laughed again. "I hope you are. Just do us both a favor and keep the fireballs off our ship. If you set the thing on fire, Captain Sid will have both our asses."
Abbey slept more deeply than she had in weeks. In her dream, she floated over a land of rolling green hills. Even from the height at which she flew, she could see an ancient road cutting through the landscape like a wound. In the dream, she could control her flight much more accurately than she could in real life, so she decided to follow the road to see where it took her. The hills grew taller as she went, and soon she was in the mountains. Fog hung thick over their pine-covered peaks. Still, she followed the road. A village came into view. It was small, no more than 20 squat little houses gathered together on the mountainside. Something about it drew Abbey, and she hovered over it, watching the people go about their business. Suddenly, every building in town burst into flames at once. Abbey wanted to swoop down to help the people, but she was frozen. A woman's voice spoke, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "This is happening, and it will happen again." Abbey began to move deeper into the mountains toward the highest peak. She tried to stop, to go back to the village, but her flight was no longer under her control. "This is just the beginning. The few who died in this village today are the first among many." She was moving faster now, speeding toward the peak. "No," she muttered. "Stop!" But she couldn't stop. Up ahead she saw an impossible blackness. It was as if there was a gaping hole in the side of the mountain. The sight of it caused dread to rise in her. The voice spoke again. "It comes from the darkness, and it will not stop. Those of us here have learned an important lesson. The monsters are real." The dream began to fade, but as it did, the voice spoke one more time. "We need help. We need justice."
Abbey woke suddenly, the remnants of the dream still rattling around in her head. Her dreams had never felt that real. She shook it off. It was probably a product of all the strangeness she'd experienced recently, mixed with her lack of sleep. She had no idea how long she'd been sleeping, but when she stepped out onto the deck, the sun was high in the sky. It was midday. The deck was unusually still. Oddly, there wasn't much to do until nightfall, at which point there would suddenly be a lot to do. The result was a strange combination of restlessness and nervous energy in her chest. Her father and Gideon were sparring with some of the crew on the quarterdeck. Gideon was showing them the techniques the stone shapers would likely use against them during the raid. Abbey was about to join them, but then she saw Dustin and Sid standing near the bow. She made her way to them instead. "Captain." "Dustin." They nodded a greeting to her. She noticed they both wore smiles they were doing their best to conceal. "Clue me in." "What's funny?" That just made them smile harder. "Nothing at all," Dustin said. "I ever tell you you're a shitty liar? Spit it out." Sid and Dustin exchanged glances.
"Okay, fine," Sid said. "We were just talking about you and Elliot."
"Yeah, what about us?"
Dustin grinned at her like an idiot. "Mostly the way you stare at him like you've never seen a man before."
Sid nudged Abbey.
"I'm just going to ask. Do you have the hots for my brother?"
Abbey felt her cheeks redden. But what the hell, there was no use in lying. "Is it that obvious?"
"To everyone but him," Sid replied. "He's always been wildly oblivious."
"Huh."
Abbey was surprised to find that awkward as this conversation was, it was sort of a relief to have it out in the open. She looked at Sid.
"And you'd be okay with it if we were together?"
Sid scoffed, as if it was ridiculous to even consider otherwise.
"Of course. Better you than some dumb village girl who doesn't know port from starboard. My brother deserves someone who can keep up with him."
Abbey turned to Dustin. "And you?"
It wasn't like there'd ever been anything between them. As far as Abbey was concerned, they were best friends, and that was enough. But she'd also never checked with him to see if he felt the same way.
Dustin barked a laugh.
"Are you kidding me? Don't get me wrong, you're hot and all, but if I ever got with you, it would have to be serious. We're too close to be casual about it, and I don't want anything serious right now. Besides, you don't need my permission. You can have Elliot, and I'll keep all the dumb village girls who don't know port from starboard."
"Deal."
An unbidden smile appeared on Abbey's face. It felt good to have her friend's blessing, even though it was a bit premature. She didn't know if Elliot was interested. Sid's face grew more serious.
"We need to talk about tonight. Are we ready?"
Abbey ran through the plan in her mind. "We're ready. The key for your team will be to stay on the move. Be unpredictable. If they corner you, you'll be in trouble. But if you stay in motion, you should be all right."
"What if they get organized and come after the ship?" Dustin asked. Abbey had been thinking about that, and it was the most concerning scenario. From what Sid and her father had told her, one stone shaper had almost taken out the foggy day during their escape from Amas.
"The only way that would happen is if we were there too long," Abbey said. "You two have to make sure we're not. Protect the ship no matter what. It's our only way home. If they start getting organized, paddle back to the ship and get the hell out of there."
"You want us to leave you?" Dustin asked.
"If it's that or lose the ship, hell yeah. We'll pick a spot up north where we can rendezvous if that happens."
Sid nodded.
"I agree. And that goes both ways. If anyone gets delayed, the others have to be ready to leave without them. We have to have faith in everyone's abilities to make it to the rendezvous point alone."
Dustin grinned. "Faith in you two isn't a problem. I feel a little sorry for the stone shapers. They have no idea that the two baddest women in the Holdgate fleet are about to crash down on them with both feet." Abbey raised an eyebrow.
"The two baddest women?"
"Fine. The two baddest people, period."
"You're damn right."
Sid thought for a moment.
"Are we sure they'll be keeping Dahlia at the palace?"
"According to Gideon, there's no doubt about that," Abbey answered. "He said it would be disrespectful to her to house her anywhere else."
Dustin shook his head. "I still can't believe that woman convinced stone magic users to call her a queen."
"We're going to use that to our advantage. They're so used to idolizing storm magic that they are going to freak out when you strike."
"Let's hope so," Dustin said. Abbey wasn't worried about that, especially with Victor and the other Barskull Stormcallers at Dustin's back.
He was going to be able to do things they had never seen before. If their luck held, the Stone Shapers would be freaked out enough that they wouldn't recover until the foggy day was on its way back east. Sid looked toward the coast of Gren in the distance.
I wish the three of us could all be together, fighting side by side. It's been a while.
That it has, Abbey said. But we're just too awesome. We have to spread the awesomeness around.
You have your crew picked out for tonight?
Abbey nodded. It feels a little strange. We've spent so long reacting to Dahlia, trying to stop her plans. I kinda like that we're going on the offensive.
There was doubt in Dustin's eyes. I don't know. Do you think we're getting a bit too cocky here? We're invading a city of magic users, infiltrating their chief's stone palace, and trying to take out the Queen of Storms.
Abbey scoffed at the name. Please. Queen of Shit is more like it. Yeah, it's a bit cocky, but that's why it's going to work. She's overconfident, and she'd never expect us to make a move this big.
You sound pretty confident, too,
Sid pointed out. I guess I am. Everything we've been through has led to this moment. It ends tonight. Tonight, we take Dahlia down, once and for all. Chapter 23.
Waiting is always the hardest part, Hekla growled.
Really? Abbey joked. You always seem so patient. Elliot had his eyes fixed on the sky to the east, where the foggy day would be pulling into the harbor. Any minute now. Abbey and her team had taken a ship's boat from the foggy day and rowed ashore north of Amas. They'd go the rest of the way on foot so they could be close to the palace when Dustin gave the signal. But not too close. Gideon was the chief's brother, after all. He was a fairly recognizable figure. Gideon eyed Abbey's black sash. The whole team wore them, but only Abbey's and Gideon's had been earned rather than stolen by the tall grass raiders.
You really walked the path in Horg?
Yep.
How'd you do it? You don't know stone magic?
Abbey shrugged like it was no big deal. I'm just that good. A clap of thunder shook the stone around them, and Abbey smiled. Good old Dustin kicking things off with Dahlia's own calling card. Shall we begin? Fanar was holding his sea axe, clearly ready to get started. Not yet, Abbey said. Give them a few moments. Fog descended on the city. Then a few minutes later, she heard the shouts. Bells were ringing, and Abbey smelled smoke. Even in a city made primarily of stone, people feared fire. A group of 30 stone shapers ran past the entrance to the alley, coming from the direction of the palace. When they were gone, Abbey turned to the others. That's our cue. Lead the way, Gideon. The stone shaper took a deep breath. Here we go. He stepped out of the alley and began walking briskly toward the palace. Abbey followed right behind him, then Hekla and Fanar, and Elliot was in the rear. Gideon led them down another alley.
This is a less traveled route. There are normally at least 50 soldiers in the palace, and based on the number we saw go by, many are either still there or walking these streets. I'd rather we avoid them if possible.
Abbey couldn't argue with that. They rounded another corner and Gideon stopped in front of a nondescript stone wall.
This is it. Ready to get started?
Abbey nodded. Elliot and Fanar, you protect our flanks. Hekla and I will be ready for someone inside to attack as soon as the door opens. Gideon, once we're in, keep moving us toward the throne room. If she's not in there, we start cracking heads and force someone to take us to her. Be ready for anything. For all we know, they're wheeling Dahlia around the palace in a bathtub filled with seawater. Any questions? There were none. She gave her team one last visual inspection. It was dark, and the fog didn't help, but she could tell they were ready. She drew her sword. Go, Gideon. The stone shaper touched the wall, and almost immediately an opening appeared. The 5 seconds it took for it to grow large enough for them to walk through felt like an eternity. When the door was open, Abbey and Hekla stepped through. All they found was an empty hallway. We're clear, Abbey said through the door. Gideon rushed in, followed closely by Elliot and Fanar. The stone shaper led them down a torch-lit corridor and stopped in front of another wall. While he worked, Hekla asked, How do you find your way around in here? I've only been here 2 minutes and I already have a headache.
practice. Also, I helped to design the place.
Good as his word, Gideon led them through parts of the palace that appeared devoid of life. Abby resisted the urge to relax. Instead, she allowed herself to consider the fight that was almost certainly waiting for them in the throne room. After walking down 3 more hallways and through 2 more Gideon-created doors, they stopped, and the stone shaper pointed to a wall.
This is it. Even though they were alone in the hallway, he spoke softly. We'll come through in the corner of the room behind the throne. I'll create a door down low, and with any luck they won't notice the hole until we're already coming through it. But we'll have to move fast.
They'd already planned their attack on the throne room, splitting the room into sections. Each of them would enter from a different angle, clearing the room. Abby would head straight for the throne. "We've been able to avoid the enemy so far," she said. "That ends now. Go for killing blows, be smart, and watch each other's backs. When you're ready, Gideon."
Gideon didn't hesitate. He crouched low and touched the wall. An opening appeared near the floor and blossomed upward. When it was 3 feet high, he stepped aside. Abby gripped her sword and ducked through the opening. As she entered the throne room, she quickly registered the guards standing at various points in the room. They were all gawking at her dumbly. She sprinted toward the throne. That would leave her 4 friends to take out 10 guards on their own, so it was a risky move. But taking the leader out of the equation was worth it. This was the plan, and she was going to stick to it. As she ran, a tall, red-haired guard with a bushy beard raced to meet her. Good. That was one stone shaper her friends didn't have to deal with. The guard raised his stone to strike, but she was ready for him. She brought her sword down hard on his wrist, channeling magic to give it a little extra weight. The man cried out as her sword bit into his flesh and his hand fell to the ground. She buried the blade in his chest, and his body joined his severed appendage. Elliot, Fanar, Hekla, and Gideon raced past her and attacked the guards. Hekla surprised the first guard with her speed, reaching him and striking before he could react. Elliot used his twin swords brilliantly, attacking the hand holding the stone with one, while the other struck at the mass of the body. Fanar worked his way in close, hacking and slashing with his sea axe. Gideon reached a guard just as he was raising his stone, and he put his hand on it. He transformed the man's stone, turning it into a spike and driving it through the guard's own hand. As for Abbey, her focus was on the throne. She ran to it and pressed her sword to Magnus's throat. "Hands in the air. I don't want you touching stone." Magnus stared back at her wide-eyed. He slowly raised his hands, letting a stone clatter to the floor. "Tell your men to stop fighting, or lose your head." Magnus cleared his throat. "Stop. Stop fighting." It took a moment, but the guards complied, lowering their weapons. "Good," Abbey said. "Now tell me where Dahlia is." Magnus smiled, but there was only malice in the expression. "The damn Queen of Storms. That's what this is about? She told me you'd come back. She told me, but I didn't believe her. I figured there was no way you'd be that stupid. I stand corrected." Abbey pressed a little harder with the blade, and a bead of blood appeared on the chief's neck around the tip of the sword. "Where is she?" "Your friends will find out soon enough. In the meantime, you have problems of your own." Abbey grimaced. "What are you talking about? I have a sword to your throat." Now there was glee in Magnus's smile. "2 things. First, look up." She risked a glance at the ceiling, and what she saw made her gasp. There were 8 holes in the ceiling, each framing 2 stone shapers glaring down at them. "Second thing," Magnus said, "my throne is made of stone, and the skin of my neck is in contact with it." A stone column shot out of the throne. Abbey got her sword up in time to protect her face, but it knocked her backward hard. As she was falling, she saw more than a dozen stone shapers leaping through the holes in the ceiling into the throne room. Dustin stood near the harbor on a street in Amas, calling fog and watching the city around him burn. The odd thing, the thing that made the situation so surreal, was that none of the buildings were on fire. These fires would likely do no lasting damage to the city. It was the goods inside the stores and in wagons that were alight. And yet the panic in the streets was the same as it would be in any other city.
Perhaps the reaction to fire was embedded deeply in humans. Perhaps this was just the way people responded to it, regardless of whether it was justified.
"If we get through this whole raid without me getting to stab anybody, I'm gonna be pissed," Olaf declared. Clemens laughed. "Dustin picked us for his personal guard for one reason. We're the best. Consider it an honor. It'll be an honor if we get to actually do something."
Dustin did his best to shut them out. Not that he was doing much calling at the moment. He'd brought the fog down, but Victor and his Barskull storm callers, now standing knee-deep in the harbor, were maintaining it. Dustin had to be ready for anything else. Sid was running point on this mission. If there was trouble in a particular area, she would let him know, and he would send help in the form of a devastating blast of wind, a torrential downpour, or some other form of weather-related pain. But for now, things were going well. He had time to consider how Abbey and her team were doing in the palace. No doubt they were having a tougher time of it than the raiders running through the city. Olaf squinted into the darkness of the street in front of them.
"Wait, what's—"
That was as far as he got, before the stone shapers struck. A stone wall sprang from the road on either side of Dustin, cutting him off from his friends. It ran far enough down the street that he couldn't see its end. Two men ran into sight and set something in the center of the road 20 feet in front of Dustin, and then quickly retreated. Another figure appeared. He heard a sloshing noise as the figure stepped into the container the men had set in the road.
"You're a pretender,"
the figure said. Dustin immediately recognized the voice, and a chill went through him, starting at the base of his spine and running up to the center of his brain. Dahlia.
"You figured out one trick. Admittedly, it's an impressive one. Storm calling without seawater? It's never been done before, and somehow I suspect you figured it out with the help of that Arcadian bitch."
Dustin's mind spun. Now was his chance. If she kept talking, he could take her out. His friends were on the other side of that stone wall, but he had to trust them to take care of themselves against the stone shapers. He needed to concentrate on Dahlia. She was the whole reason they were here.
"Without that one trick, you're nothing,"
Dahlia said. She was taunting him, trying to throw him off his game. He had to stay focused.
"You're just a below-average, barely passed his testing storm caller. I bet your bald captain and the Arcadian bitch laugh about you when you're not there. About your lack of spine."
Dustin felt his anger rising, but he didn't fight it. Anger could be useful in storm calling.
"I kicked your ass in Holdgate," she spat. "I kicked your ass in Barskull. And I'm going to kick your ass now."
He could have debated any of those facts, but instead he focused. He concentrated on the thing he and Victor had been talking about ever since the battle at the Faroe Islands. Dahlia cackled, and a massive gust of wind slammed into Dustin. He was ready for it, though, his feet planted and his grip strong on his staff. His focus did not waver. Rain began to fall on him so hard that each drop felt like the stab of a tiny knife. He pushed it out of his mind. In the days after the battle in the Faroe Islands, Victor had wondered aloud to Dustin why there weren't more aggressive forms of storm magic. Sure, there was lightning, but that was inaccurate. Other than that, what was there? Wind? Waves? Powerful, yes. But Victor and Dustin both felt they could do better, especially for battles on land rather than at sea. The problem in Dustin's mind was that storm calling had been developed specifically to aid the swift passage of ships. That meant Dustin's training, and the training of all Holdgate storm callers, had left out more aggressive applications. He gripped his staff hard as the wind and rain battered him. He'd only get one chance at this, so he had to do it right. The anger churning inside him was fuel for his magic, one he'd used ever since his first day as an apprentice. But Dahlia had anger too. Dustin needed something else, and in that moment he felt it bubbling up. Love for his friends. For Olaf and Clemens, who he knew were fighting for him on the other side of that stone wall. For Sid and Benjamin, who were leading the raid into the city. And for Abbey, fearless Abbey, who was taking the fight to the heart of the Stone Shaper's palace. The love twined with the anger, fueling him in a way he'd never experienced. And he used it. He used it just as he and Victor had discussed. The sound of something solid hitting the street around Dahlia reached him, and the wind blasting against him wavered. That was all the encouragement he needed. He pushed harder. Dahlia cried out as the first of the hail hit her. He concentrated, making the balls of ice larger in his mind and aiming them at her exact location. Hail struck her, and she shrieked again, and again, and again. He didn't let up. He put everything he had into his assault.
"Another trick!" she screamed. "I'll destroy you!"
He kept pushing harder, calling heavier hail. He lost himself to the storm calling. After a time that might have been a minute or might have been 10, he heard a splashing noise. Dahlia was stepping out of the tub of water. Then he heard the rapid sound of feet hitting the pavement as she ran away. For a moment he considered chasing her, but he immediately realized that would mean abandoning his crew. They were counting on him to aid their retreat when the time came. Dahlia had escaped, but Dustin couldn't keep the smile off his face. He'd done it. He'd defeated Dahlia. Chapter 24. 5 versus 20. Those were the odds as Abbey reckoned them. It was a rough estimate, considering that many of her opponents were still coming through the holes in the ceiling. Giving up was not an option. There was too much at stake. If they surrendered, not only would they die, but Dahlia would be free to continue traveling the world, bringing misery and suffering wherever she went. Abbey drew a deep breath, and for a moment everything seemed to move in slow motion. She saw Magnus's throne quivering as he began to shape it into some sort of monstrous weapon. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Fanar take something from his belt and put it to his lips. Elliot and Hekla had raised their swords, ready to swing at the falling stone shapers. Gideon was running toward his brother's throne. The crash of the first stone shaper's feet hitting the floor roused Abbey from her strange, hyper-focused state, and things sped up again.
"Abbey," Gideon called. "I've got Magnus. Kill the rest of these guys."
She sprang to her feet. "My pleasure." Driving her sword through the chest of the nearest man, she quickly appraised things. Elliot and Hekla were in the thick of it, and another group of 5 stone shapers was approaching them in a tight formation. She pulled her sword out of the man in front of her, grabbed him by the arm, and reduced his weight. She then lifted him over her head and charged the 5 stone shapers. She swung the body at them, letting go of it, thus returning it to its natural weight, just as it struck the first man. The sudden impact bowled the 5 men over, and Abbey quickly went to work, attacking them with her sword before they could recover. After she'd finished them off, she spun and saw another man dashing toward her. The stone in his right hand seemed to be made of liquid as tendrils reached through the air toward Abbey. She crouched under the tendrils and went for his legs, taking him down with one hard cut. When he landed on his back, she completed the job. There was no time to consider the devastation she'd just caused, taking down 7 men in less than a minute. Her friends were still in danger. She risked a quick glance around the room. Gideon was standing in front of the throne, his hands on either side of it. The stone chair was quivering wildly, but it wasn't changing shape. Sweat stood out on both Gideon's and Magnus's foreheads. Hekla and Elliot stood back to back, slashing at any stone shaper foolish enough to step into sword range. They batted aside stone attacks and struck, quickly bringing down 2 opponents. An inhuman howl of rage rang out from the far corner of the room. She spun toward it and saw Fanar taking on 2 stone shapers. He was moving more quickly than Abbey had ever seen him do, and his fighting style was completely different than usual. Instead of his signature precise strikes to his opponent's strategic weaknesses, he was hacking and slashing wildly. His sea axe was constantly in motion. He pivoted to strike another stone shaper, and Abbey caught a glimpse of his eyes. They were solid brown. Ciderdreck. That was what Fanar had raised to his lips before the fight. There was no time to think about it. She dodged the stone spike aimed at her face and quickly dropped another stone shaper. She looked around. There were only 7 stone shapers left. Elliot struck with his twin swords, making it 6. Fanar mowed through 2 more in his feral rage, and there were 4. A few moments later, none of the stone shapers were left standing. None but Gideon and Magnus, who were still locked in their mental battle for control of the throne. Sweat poured down their faces, and their eyes were locked on each other, as if they couldn't move them. "I have him," Gideon grunted, his voice strained.
Not sure for how much longer. Somebody lend a hand?"
Elliot marched toward the throne. "Magnus, for what you did to Ragnar, what you did to the people of Gren, and what you tried to do to me, here is your reward." The Stone Shaper chief had just enough time to let out a grunt of protest before Elliot sank both his swords into his heart. Gideon stumbled backwards as the mental battle dissolved. Abbey steadied him, then put a hand on his shoulder. "You okay?" she asked. The man had been a tyrant, but he was still Gideon's brother. Gideon nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Magnus's body.
He deserved that. After everything he's done, the people he's hurt, this was justice.
"That doesn't mean you don't hurt," Abbey said.
Gideon turned away. "Don't worry about me. I've got a heart of stone."
Abbey gave him a moment, but only a moment. Then she said, "We have to go. When I asked Magnus where Dahlia was, he said, 'Your friends will find out soon.' That leads me to believe she's not in the palace." "We have to get back to the ship," Elliot said. "Thanar, you good to go?" Abbey called. The Barskull stood panting, his sea axe dangling from his hand. His only response was a growl. "I'll take that as a yes." She turned to Gideon. "Get us out of here. Dahlia is not getting away from us that easily." Dustin couldn't see Olaf, but he could certainly hear him. "Come on, you stony bastards! Taste my iron! Feel the sting of my blade! You'll be telling your grandchildren the story of how you were killed by the great storm raider Olaf."
"That doesn't even make sense," Clemens called over the sounds of battle. "How can they tell their grandchildren something if they're dead?"
"It's an analogy, dummy." There was a brief silence during which they heard only the thud of iron weapons against stone. Then Clemens said,
"I don't think you understand what an analogy is."
Dustin heard their conversation, but he was cut off from the two men by the 10-foot wall the Stone Shapers had raised before Dahlia attacked. That was okay with him. He needed to focus, because there was only one thought burning through his mind. There is no way Dahlia is escaping again. She'd escaped the battle in Holdgate. She'd escaped the foggy day. And now she was on the verge of escaping again. Dustin would not have it. At the same time, he couldn't chase her through the streets of Amas, streets she almost certainly knew better than he did. The foggy day was counting on him to help cover their escape if things got dicey, and it would be beyond irresponsible to abandon them. He'd watched Dahlia run down the road that stretched in front of him, and he knew she'd almost certainly head back to the palace. She was powerless without the tub of seawater she'd left in the middle of the street, and she'd want someone to protect her. Dustin knew the general route from here to the palace. He closed his eyes and channeled the storm magic. This would take total focus. He pushed away the sounds of the battle raging just beyond the wall and began the push-and-pull conversation with nature that was storm magic. He exhaled and tried to relax every muscle in his body. He inhaled and power filled him. Then he went to work. He channeled lightning. A bolt shot from the sky and struck the street not 5 feet away from the tub of seawater Dahlia had abandoned there. Not bad. That was the closest he'd ever come to a small target. But one lightning bolt wasn't enough. Not even close. If he wanted this to work, he'd have to strike the same spot dozens of times. Another lightning bolt hit 10 feet away from where the first had touched down. A bit farther than he'd hoped, but still pretty damned accurate when it came to wielding lightning. Before he could call down another bolt, the wall to his left began to quiver. Oh, shit! The wall sank downward, melting back into the street, and a moment later it was gone. A grinning stone shaper stood in its place. "Invading our city with your damn storm magic," the man growled. "I'm going to rip you to pieces." Dustin pointed his staff at the man and fired. The energy hit the stone shaper, knocking him flat on his back. Dustin shook his head. "You loved storm magic when Dahlia did it. That's a double standard, and I won't tolerate it." A group of 5 more stone shapers ran toward him, and his jokes were immediately forgotten. Thankfully, they fell before they reached him, victims of Benjamin, Sid, and the storm raiders hot on their heels. "Everyone all right?" Dustin called to them. Sid grimaced. "We've lost 3 already." Olaf's voice came from the other side of the wall on Dustin's right.
Bring that wall down or I'll chop off your damn arm!
A moment later, the wall quivered, then disappeared into the road. Olaf stood over a fallen stone shaper, sword at his throat.
Get out of here before I change my mind, he yelled.
The stone shaper stumbled to his feet and sprinted into the darkness.
Glad to see we're all back together, Dustin said. I need your help. There's no time to explain, but I need to concentrate. Keep the stone shapers off me.
Clemens stepped up beside him.
You got it.
Dustin planted the tip of his staff on the road and once again called the lightning. A bolt struck near the tub, then another, and yet another. As he worked, he sensed the battle around him. He felt the heat coming off Benjamin's fireballs and heard the clang of Sid's twin swords, but he didn't open his eyes. He kept calling lightning bolt after lightning bolt, hoping Abbey saw.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Olaf screamed.
The cry was filled with such fury that Dustin couldn't help but open his eyes.
Clemens was down, clutching a wound in his shoulder, and Olaf was charging the stone shaper standing over him. You hurt my friend! Olaf yelled as he ran. Now you will burn!
He raised his sword, and suddenly, the blade was on fire.
He swung the flaming sword, but his opponent quickly conjured a stone shield. Olaf was unfazed. He struck again, this time plunging the fiery sword into the man's neck. As the stone shaper fell, Olaf turned toward the Arcadian blacksmith. Benjamin, did you see that? I did it! Can you believe it?
Benjamin's eyes widened in surprise.
Honestly, I can't. Nice work.
He paused, cautiously watching the flaming sword.
Just be careful with that thing, okay?
Dustin once again closed his eyes and called lightning.
He had no idea if this desperate gambit would work. For all he knew, Abbey and her team were still inside the palace looking for a woman who wasn't there. He didn't want Dahlia to escape, and he couldn't abandon his crew to chase her. So he called the lightning.
What do we do now? Elliot asked. Damn good question, Abbey said. All I know is we're not going back to that ship until we find Dahlia. Let's start by... A massive flash of lightning lit the sky, interrupting her.
Hekla whistled.
Your Storm Caller friend is putting on a show.
Yeah, Abbey answered, but how long can he keep it up?
The Stone Shapers were warriors. They wouldn't remain panicked over the storm magic for long. Soon they'd regroup and begin organizing, and then the foggy day would have no choice but to retreat. Abbey was already considering the thought that they'd be left behind and have to flee the city on foot. Not the ideal option, but to take down Dahlia? Hell yeah, she'd do it.
Which way would the woman have gone? Maybe they should head straight back to the ship, or...
Another bolt of lightning split the sky, coming from the same direction.
Something about the lightning bothered her, but it took her a moment to figure out what. Then she got it. Hang on, Dustin doesn't use lightning in battle. He absolutely sucks with it.
Elliot nodded toward the area the lightning had flashed.
Then what the hell is all that? Two possibilities, Abbey said. Either it's Dahlia's doing, or Dustin is trying to send us a message. Either way, we need to get over there.
They walked toward the lightning, following a narrow road. Abbey hadn't exactly mastered the layout of Amos, but she thought they were heading in the general direction of the foggy day. It certainly wasn't the most direct route, or the one she would have thought to take. As they walked, the lightning flashes became more frequent and more powerful.
If that's Dustin trying to tell us something, he wants to make damn sure we understand,
Hekla said.
Yeah, Abbey was beginning to worry. What if the lightning flashes were Dustin calling for help? Something in the road ahead caught Abbey's eye. A group of figures stumbled toward them. It was hard to get a count, but then lightning flashed, and she thought she saw 6 individuals. Look alive, people, she said, raising her sword.
The group had spotted them, too, and they rushed forward.
Lightning flashed again, and a female voice cried,
"They're with the raiders! Kill them!"
Fanar hadn't said a word since leaving the palace, but at that he charged forward, snarling as he ran. The others followed closely behind. Abbey reached a stone shaper who had formed his stone into an axe. She ducked his swing and stabbed him in the stomach. He fell with a cry of pain. Abbey looked around and saw that her friends had taken care of the others in the group. All but one.
the woman who'd ordered these men to attack. "Hello, Dahlia," Abbey purred. Dahlia had been crouching before, trying to make herself small, but now she stood to her full height.
"Hello, Arcadian filth."
"Aw, you remember me," Abbey said sweetly, but the joke felt hollow.
For a moment, no one spoke.
Then Dahlia said,
"I thought for sure you'd kill me at some point during the journey to Gren."
"I'm here to make up for past mistakes."
Abbey raised her sword.
It was odd the way Abbey could only see her silhouette. Then the lightning flashed, and she lit up for a moment before fading back to a vague shape in the darkness.
"I'm not going to try to bargain with you," Dahlia said. "Not this time."
"Good. It wouldn't help."
"I will ask one question, and then you can do your worst. What's the one thing you know about me?"
Abbey responded immediately. "That you're a cold bitch who uses powerful people to enact her plans and then makes sure they take the fall when things go wrong? That you are so overconfident that I've been able to sneak up on you and stop your plans 3 times now?" She paused. "Oh, sorry. I guess that was 2 things."
"No."
Dahlia's voice sounded different than usual, more manic.
"It's that I'm a survivor. Every time you stopped me, I came back stronger than ever. You killed my captain and stole my ship, and I responded by coming at you with a Barskull armada. You drugged me and held me captive, and I surprised you by escaping. 48 hours ago I was your prisoner, but now I'm partners with the chief of the Stone Shapers."
"It wasn't a surprise, Dahlia. I knew you were going to betray us. It was only a question of when."
"All I'm saying," Dahlia said, "is you shouldn't bet against me. You should at least consider joining my cause. I always come out of these things okay. I'm the Queen of Storms."
Abbey barked a sharp laugh. Her voice dripped with venom when she spoke. "You're not the Queen of Storms. You took storm magic, something that was given to our people to help them survive, and you used it to hurt them." She took a step forward, sword raised, and continued. "You've seen what I can do. I ride the winds. All you've done is take a beautiful gift and twist it for evil. That ends now. You're not worthy of the title Queen of Storms."
"Is that so? Then come and take it from me."
Dahlia planted the end of her staff on the road. Her eyes turned bluish-green, and the wind began to blow. It took Abbey a moment to realize the significance of what was happening. Dahlia was storm-calling without seawater.
"Something happened to me a few minutes ago," Dahlia said. "Your little storm-caller boyfriend was pelting me with hail, and I was standing in a small wooden tub of seawater. The water was leaking out, and I had an epiphany. I finally understood something he told me back in Barskull."
The wind was whipped at them hard now. It was all Abbey could do to stay upright. Dahlia continued.
"He'd told me there was no secret to storm-calling without seawater. I finally understood what he meant. If I pretended I was still standing in seawater, it was almost as if I was."
Lightning flashed again, and for one terrible moment, Abbey could see Dahlia's face perfectly. She saw the hate in those eyes. She saw the glee in the woman's face. Abbey had never felt such wind. Beside her, Fanar fell backward, bowled over by the force of it. She increased her weight, making herself harder to move. Elliot went down a moment later, then Hekla. Dahlia and Abbey were the only 2 left standing.
"Good," Abbey thought. "It's just me and her, the way it should be."
A bolt of lightning crashed, striking the building to Abbey's right.
"You've been a thorn in my side long enough."
Dahlia's voice cracked with the effort of speaking and storm-calling at the same time. Another lightning bolt struck, this one hitting the building to Abbey's left. But the force of the wind lessened as Dahlia's power was divided between the wind, the lightning, and speaking. Abbey took a step forward, struggling against the wind, then another, then a third. Dahlia chuckled.
"Stupid girl. Doesn't know when she's beat."
With the hand not holding the staff, she drew a dagger from her belt.
"Keep talking," Abbey thought. "That's how I'm going to get you."
She forced her left foot forward, then her right, then her left.
"Good. Come to the Queen of Storms."
Dahlia smiled as she raised her dagger. Hail began to fall all around Abbey, but she ignored it and concentrated on moving forward. With the sting of every piece of hail that struck her, she reminded herself that Dahlia diverting her power away from the wind was a good thing. Soon she was close enough that Dahlia couldn't call lightning or hail without risking injury herself. It was just Abbey, Dahlia, and the wind. One more step, and Abbey would be within striking distance. Suddenly, the wind stopped. Abbey stumbling toward Dahlia, the force she'd been putting into fighting the wind carrying her forward. Dahlia lunged at her with the dagger, taking advantage of Abbey being off balance. It was a quick stab, and Abbey brought her sword up just in time to deflect the blow. The Storm Caller stabbed again, moving more quickly than Abbey would have expected. Dahlia was clearly well practiced with the blade. Abbey was still off balance. She managed to avoid the dagger, but just barely. Enough was enough. Abbey planted her back foot and steadied herself. When Dahlia struck for a third time, she was ready. She parried the dagger, knocking it from Dahlia's hand. Then she raised her sword and swung hard, sinking her blade into the Storm Caller's neck. Dahlia's body hit the ground, and her head landed 10 feet away. For a moment, all was silent. Abbey stared down at Dahlia's corpse. This woman had brought so much pain into this world, but now she looked like any other dead person Abbey had ever seen. Fanar cleared his throat and spoke for the first time since consuming the cider dreck.
All hail the Queen of fucking Storms.
Abbey looked up and realized he was talking about her. In the distance, she heard many voices.
They're organizing, Hekla said. We need to get back to the ship.
Worry coursed through Abbey. Elliot gave voice to her concerns.
Sounds like there are a whole mess of stone shapers between us and them.
The lightning flashed again. Abbey nodded toward one of the buildings. We need to find a way onto one of these roofs. Elliot tilted his head.
Why the hell would we do that?
Because I trust Dustin, Abbey said. And I need you to trust me.
This isn't good, Sid said. We need to get back to the ship.
Dustin couldn't disagree. The stone shapers were clearly over the shock of the storm magic now, and their attacks were becoming more organized. Benjamin, Olaf, Clemens, and the rest of the crew had done a good job holding them off so far, but how long would it be until the stone shapers pushed through? How long before they realized that all they had to do was destroy the foggy day? Sid put a hand on Dustin's shoulder.
I hate to say it, man, but I'm going to anyway. We need to depart.
Yeah. Dustin knew Abbey would understand. Hell, she'd probably yell at him if they didn't leave. That had been the plan, after all. If anyone could make it out of town on foot and meet them at the rendezvous, it was Abbey.
Glad we're in agreement, the captain told him. Now I need you to call in the heaviest fog of your life, and we'll load everyone back onto the ship and get the hell out of here.
Dustin nodded.
Victor, I need you.
Sid was already organizing the crew and initiating the retreat to the ship's boats. She worked quickly and efficiently, keeping back just enough people to hold off the stone shapers a bit longer. Victor appeared with his 3 Barskull Stormcallers close behind him.
I need your power, Dustin told him. We're calling in fog.
Victor responded by putting his hand on Dustin's shoulder. The others touched Victor, creating a human chain of storm-calling power. Dustin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then he paused, because instead of concentrating on the power, he was suddenly thinking of Abbey, of how she'd respond if Captain Sid or anyone else told her to leave him behind. She simply wouldn't allow it, and he knew it.
Change of plan, he said to Victor and the other Stormcallers. Follow my lead.
Dustin exhaled, then inhaled, drawing the power. As it always did when he storm-called with the Barskull, the power initially made him dizzy. He quickly acclimated and began to shape it.
This isn't fog, Victor remarked. It's something quite different. In fact, if fog is stillness, one could call this the... What's the word? Opposite.
I know, Dustin replied. He was calling the wind, calling it from the direction of the palace and drawing it toward himself. It blew hard, slamming into his face and body with a relentless fury.
Dustin, what are you doing?
Sid shouted over the gale, but he ignored it. He kept his half-open eyes on the sky and storm-called as hard as he could. The stone shapers stumbled about in the wind, but they were still moving toward Dustin and the others. He couldn't keep this up much longer. Then he saw them gliding over the buildings. Abbey led the way, holding the hands of Elliot and Hekla. Fanar held Hekla's hand, and Gideon held Elliot's. They soared through the air, riding his wind. As soon as he saw them, he slowly released his grip on the power, decreasing the force of the wind. Abbey must have increased her weight, too, because she descended and touched down not 10 feet in front of him. They landed hard, all 5 of them tumbling to the ground. Abbey leapt to her feet and marched toward Dustin. She raised an index finger. "That was really stupid. You should have left." Dustin couldn't hide his smile. "I know." She grabbed him in a quick hug. "Thank you."
Dustin?"
Sid's eyes were on the stone shapers behind them in the streets.
"Fog now?"
"Fog now," Dustin agreed. He closed his eyes, and a moment later a fog as thick as a wool sweater settled over Amos. The storm raiders grabbed each other's hands and made their way to the ship's boats that would take them back to the foggy day. Abbey leaned close to Dustin's ear. "Dahlia's dead. We won. Now let's get the hell out of here." Epilogue. Elliot crouched in the crow's nest of the foggy day, listening to his crewmates talk below.
"It was like the tale of Petter of Pawn,"
Hekla said.
"We were flying through the air holding hands like a bunch of damned fairy tale children."
"Sorry," Olaf interrupted. "Who is Petter of Pawn?" Hekla set down the line she'd been tying and put her hands on her hips.
"You don't know the story?"
When he shook his head, she turned toward the other end of the deck.
"Gideon! They tell the story of Petter of Pawn and Gren?"
The stone shaper's blank expression was the only answer she needed.
"Of all the uncultured... Never mind. I'll tell it to you now."
She gave Olaf a serious look, as if she were about to convey important information.
Petter was a boy who'd been cursed by his wicked stepmother to never grow up. He recruited other children to join his fight against the evil storm raider, Captain Huck.
"I think I know why they didn't tell this story in Holdgate," Olaf said. "How's this like what happened with you and Abbey?"
Petter could fly. He'd sprinkle the dirt of his homeland on his tongue and float right into the sky. Before he rose, he'd hold hands with the other kids, and after they were aloft, he'd whisk them off to pawn. I can't believe you've never heard that.
"How's it end?"
Olaf asked. Captain Huck gets locked in a barrel and drowns when it rolls off the ship. Petter gets devoured by a bear.
"Hang on. This is a children's story?"
Fanar chuckled as he walked by.
"That's a happy ending by Barskull standards. Don't even ask about the sleeping snow princess."
Elliot watched all this, a wide smile on his face. Each moment was bringing him closer to Holdgate. Closer to home. They'd stayed in Gren nearly a month after defeating Dahlia and Magnus. At first they'd hidden up north, far from Amos. But then the inland stone shapers had arrived, surprisingly ahead of schedule, and implemented immediate changes. The boulders were removed from the roads, allowing everyone access to the city. Riders had gone out to villages, proclaiming the old laws abolished, and freeing the villagers to return to their ancestral homes on the coast. When the leaders of the Foggy Day were confident the inland stone shapers were serious about changing things in Gren, they'd decided it was time to go. Tomas and the council had provided them plenty of supplies for their return voyage in thanks, though they still refused to release Ragnar and his followers from their prison in Horg. The biggest surprise to Elliot was that Gideon had decided to go with them. The stone shaper said he felt too much guilt over the role he'd played in his brother's regime to remain in Gren. Elliot suspected there might be another reason, too. Once someone had a taste of life aboard the Foggy Day, it was difficult to turn away from it. Gideon was on board for whatever adventure came next. The tall grass raiders had all elected to leave Gren, though it had been a tough decision for some. They'd also visited the Barskull with children living in the south, but most of them had decided to stay where they were. Elliot understood. This place had been his home for a long time, but now he was going to his real home. He knew things wouldn't be easy in Holdgate. From what he'd been told, there was still a lot of work to be done there, but he'd have Sid at his side. And perhaps he'd have Abbey at his side too, if he ever worked up the courage to tell her how he felt about her. For now, he was content. Otto tried in vain to catch his breath as he walked up the mountain path. He had a retinue of 8 soldiers with him, not that it would be enough if the man he was meeting with decided to turn on him. They didn't call him a warlord for nothing. It had taken 3 days to travel from Algon to this place deep in the mountains of Caldfell. The trip hadn't exactly been easy. He was much more comfortable in his council room than trekking along an ancient road into the mountains. But he'd made it. He could hear the Barskull warriors up ahead now, shouting, fighting, and drinking in their camp. Never mind that it was just past noon. When Otto and his men reached the camp, the Barskull took him straight to the largest tent. He waited outside for only a minute before he was ushered inside. The man sitting in the large chair at the front of the tent wore no shirt, and a thin sheen of sweat covered his muscular torso. His gaze was filled with disdain as he stared at Otto.
"I'm surprised you actually came,"
the warlord said simply. Otto nodded, aware he was bobbing his head a little too quickly. "I'm glad you allowed me to come." Tracking down the Barskull had been no easy task. They'd followed up on countless rumors and hints before finally finding one that had paid off. Otto had been working on it long before Benjamin and the Foggy Day had come to Algon, but their visit had given him even more reason to continue the search. Once he'd found the Barskull, it had been another struggle to convince them to listen to what he had to say. The first 3 envoys Algon sent simply hadn't returned. The Barskull had finally agreed to meet with an Algon official and promised his safety. So here Otto was, meeting with Errol, warlord of the secret Barskull army.
"Tell me,"
Errol began,
"what is this important matter you must discuss with us?"
Otto took a step forward.
"I believe your people and mine could be of great use to one another. We're going to bring down the city of Holdgate, and we'd like you to help."
Errol squinted at the smaller man.
"And what would we get in return?"
"You'd get the city of Holdgate." He smiled. "Whatever's left when we've finished. It may be mostly ashes, but the city will be yours." Abbey dreamed the woman's voice again, the one calling for help. This time she didn't see rolling green mountains. Instead, she saw a symbol as the woman spoke. It was a skull that looked almost human, except for the teeth. A pair of bones crossed behind the skull, and behind that was the image of bat wings. The symbol filled her entire field of vision, and she found she couldn't look away from it. "Help us," the voice said. "Help you? I don't even know where you are. Why do you need help?" "Help us. I need more information. If you can't, later," the voice promised. "For now, it is enough that you know we are in trouble. Will you help us?" The symbol grew in front of Abbey until the skull was larger than her whole body. "Yes, I will help you." After waking, Abbey went topside and found Sid and Dustin standing near the bow, gazing out over the water. She sidled up beside them. "I've been meaning to ask you, Sid," she said. "Now that Elliot's back, are you going to grow your hair out?" Sid thought for a moment before answering.
You know, I just might do that. She glanced at Abbey. Though I'd certainly get a fancier hairstyle than yours. What are the noble women in Arcadia wearing these days?
"How the hell should I know?"
Are there even noble women left in Arcadia? Dustin asked. I thought they had a whole uprising thing.
Abbey shrugged. "We could always go check it out." It was quiet for a long moment while the 3 of them stared at the water. Finally, Sid spoke.
"I've been looking for Elliot for a long time. I never made a lick of progress. Not until you 2 showed up. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart."
"Wow, Sid," Dustin said. "That was touching. And you don't have to thank us. I would have done it just to see Gren, though I'm still a bit disappointed there were no giants." Abbey touched Sid's arm. "I'm just happy we could help. Bringing your brother home was an amazing experience." A smile broke out on Dustin's face. "Whatever.
She just wants him to bone her.
Abbey slapped Dustin on the arm.
Shut up!
Hey, I'm a storm caller, he said with a laugh. I don't think you're allowed to hit me.
Captain Sid chuckled.
Discipline is my area, and I think I'll allow it.
Abby's face grew more serious. Listen, I'm going to need you two to take me somewhere soon.
Sid raised an eyebrow.
Where?
I don't know. Not yet. There's someone who needs our help.
This level of specificity is what makes you a great leader, Abbey, Dustin joked.
I'll know more soon, but first we need to return home. Dahlia left an army of Barskull warriors on the Caldfell Peninsula. We need to deal with them first. Hopefully I'll have more information by the time we're done.
Let's hope so, Sid said. But if you say someone needs our help, I'm there.
Me too, Dustin added.
I figured, Abbey said. You'd never let me have all the glory for myself. The foggy day sailed east from Gren, gliding across the water toward a place they hadn't been in a long time. Home. Author Notes. P.T. Hylton. Written September 11th, 2017. Thank you for reading Stormbreakers. Figuring out Gren and the Stoneshaper culture was a ton of rocky fun, and C.M. Raymond and Ellie Barbant played a big role in helping me determine what their magic and their society would be like. Huge shout out to those guys. I don't have a wrap-up video for this book, much to Michael's delight, I'm sure. I considered creating a video that just said, "What are you doing? Go read Michael's author notes." But they keep me chained to the writing desk these days, and my camera isn't within arm's reach. Please, send Cheetos and Coke products. It felt a little sad saying goodbye to Dahlia. Just kidding. She deserved everything she got, and seeing her finally face justice brought a big old smile to my face. Even though Dahlia's gone, she left quite the mess behind. Abbey and company are going to have to take care of Errol's Barskull army and the conniving councilman of Algon in Book 4. That will end the first story arc of the Storms of Magic series. Books 5 through 8 will deal with the mysterious dreams Abbey started having in this book, and they'll take her and her friends to a new area we haven't yet seen in the Age of Magic. We'll start to see hints of that in Book 4, as well as something left behind by a KGU character you might be familiar with. Storm Raiders, Book 1, is now available in audiobook, and I'm delighted with how it turned out. Gabber Zachman narrated the book, and she's an absolute powerhouse. Seriously, do yourself a favor and listen to the free sample chapter on Audible. The way she brings these characters to life is incredible. Storm Callers, Book 2, should be out on audiobook any day now as of this writing. Gabber once again nailed it. One more thing I have to say. LMBPN Publishing has some amazing people working behind the scenes. Not only do we have the best readers, we have the best team. There were people dealing with actual hurricanes during the final days of this book's production process, and they still got it done. It feels kind of strange to be writing about magical storms while so many in the real world are dealing with the devastation of real storms. If you're among those affected by the hurricanes, my thoughts are with you. If the people I've chatted with online are any indication, my readers are tough as nails. One more thing. There's now a Facebook group for fan fiction in the Kurtherian universe, if you want to join us there. It hasn't really gotten off the ground yet, but maybe you can help us out with that. www.facebook.com/groups/TKGfansWrite. Okay, that mild electrical shock I just felt means it's time to start working on Book 4. Thanks again for reading. Best, P.T. Author Notes. Michael Anderle. Written September 14th, 2017. Woo-hoo! Thank you. Not only have you read this book, but PT didn't author note block me with a video, and now you are reading my author notes. Sweet. I'll double PT's comments about the Houston, where I have family and friends, and Florida, where we have friends and coworkers. Same thing, actually. Hurricanes. Our hearts are with you as you clean up. I have to say the Texas and Florida people have some damn gumption. Perhaps occasionally obstinate, but they are the type of people I'm proud to have around me in tough times. I've told the story in other notes that my youngest brother, Paul, is into guns. He has, and I have shot,
A legit sniper rifle. It was a little scary, I'll admit. Anyway, if it comes to a zombie apocalypse, I'm trying to make our way to Brenham, Texas. Those people are going to be safe. Just saying. We have a fantastic team of people working in the Age of Magic, and now Age of Madness, stories and editing next week, that are headed by C.M. Raymond and Ellie Barbant. Not only P.T. Hylton, but Justin Sloan, Candy Crum, Amy Hopkins, and now Haley Lawson, Dan Wilcox, and I think I might be forgetting someone. I know of another, but I don't know if he has joined yet. These guys keep me in the dark. We have more stories in this age planned here shortly. As we wrap up the second Dark Ages, with stories by Justin, Craig, and myself, we give way to the Age of Madness that begets the Age of Magic. It's all tied together, you will see. If you have a favorite author, Kurtherian or not, doesn't matter, give them the gift of a review. It helps their livelihoods in the future in a positive way and helps us moving forward to push to get these stories out. We can't make it happen so amazingly well without your support. Ad Aeternitatem. Michael. This is Gabra Zachman. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Stormbreakers by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Text copyright 2017 by P.T. Hylton and Michael Anderle. Production copyright 2017 by LMBPN Audio.